Well, good morning. We're here at the Future of Food Forum. A very big day for us, a very big day for UF and IFAS and the Institute for Sustainable Food Systems. This is an important topic. Matter of fact, I would argue the most important topic. Food is fundamental to our society and to culture and everything that matters. So you'll hear from me a little bit later. All I want to do within this introduction is say thank you. Thank you for being here. The audience, we've got a packed house. We've got about 250 registered people, about 1/3 from the private sector, which is fantastic. With everybody from chefs to farmers to aquaculturists are in the audience, as well as many academics, of course. And we have a fantastic group of speakers. I really had to thank our speakers. Every single speaker that you're going to hear today is an expert, a recognized expert in their field with many years' experience. But they're going to be challenged to think about the future, what they see as to 2050. And finally, I'd like to thank, at this introduction, all the people who helped put this together, from IFAS Communications to the graduate student volunteers, to Kathy Besser, who's been doing a fantastic job putting everything together. And I'd just like to mention that our graduate student and postdoc volunteers we have about 17 of them. They're all around, and they have a green dot on their ID. If you happen to need some help, look for a person with a green dot. And just quickly, if any grad student volunteers are in the room, could you just stand up so people know who you are? Okay, so there they are, sort of all around the fringe. These people are essential to help make this thing run. So, I'd just like to wrap up this little intro by saying today is going to be dynamic and exciting. It's going to be positive. We're going to think about the great future that we have going forward. And I can guarantee you that everybody in this room will learn something new. So, I'll be sharing the stage with Jim Harper. He's going to be the policeman most of the day, and so he's got a few things to say.
Thank you, Jim. That was Jim Anderson, by the way, and I'm Jim Harper. So this is the Jim and Jim show, just for your information. There's also James right here, so if you just scream James, Jim, you're going to get someone's attention. So I'm here at the University of Florida. I work for the Feed the Future Innovation Lab for Livestock Systems. You'll be learning more about them later. But as Jim mentioned, I'm going to be the time policeman today. So all the speakers in the room, pay attention, because you're going to get a yellow card, and then you're going to get the red card. And if the red card doesn't work, I'll just rush the stage. So we have a really tight, packed schedule. That's why I'm going to be very strict and keep everyone on schedule and moving right along. I guarantee you it's not all men named James who are going to be here speaking this morning. We have a really diverse group of people. So we want to give everyone their fair time slot. It is packed, so we're all going to agree, right, that we're all going to be keeping things on time. Thanks. I also just want to say, tune in right now to where you are. This is a really unique gathering. This will never happen again, this actual group of people in this moment. So tune into what's happening here. Tune out your cell phones and your laptops and your email, and take advantage of being able to network with the people here and to learn something, because we're all going to learn something today. So in terms of other logistics, as things go along, just follow your agenda, and I will be reminding you of the breaks. I think you can find the bathrooms if you go right out there in the hallway, and there are refreshments if you do need to freshen up. You can do so on your own. But we are here, like I said. Just scream out for Jim or James, and someone will come to your assistance. All right, so I am going to ask the other Jim back to make our first formal introduction.
Yes, I am Jim Anderson. I forgot to say that. But it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jack Payne, Senior Vice President of IFAS and leader of everything food and ag at the University of Florida. So can you join us at the stage?
Thanks, Jim, and Jim. Thank you. Well, welcome everyone. It's great to have everybody here today. There's so many wonderful friends in the audience. I'm very excited about this very important topic. Also, we have many impressive guests. You'll hear from them later today. Before we do take a look at the future that we want to talk about today, I'd like just to take a few moments and take a look back. 5 years ago, the University of Florida asked for ideas on how we could make a greater impact on the world. We called it preeminence, and proposals came from all corners of our university, but few were as compelling as feeding the future. The UF's Institute for Food and Agricultural Sciences pitched the idea for a place where we could train the next generation of professionals to create a more sustainable global food system. It would be a place for scientists to develop the tools to help us understand that system. And it would inform consumers, policymakers, and others of this challenge outside of academia. The university's embrace of our proposal enabled us to make what we call preeminence hires, people in the prime of their path-breaking scientific careers. These hires included 2 seafood economists, a foodborne disease specialist, a crop modeler, a World Food Prize winner, and a plant pathologist. Well, speaking of that plant pathologist, I want to just take a moment here to acknowledge Dr. Karen Garrett. In November, Karen was named a fellow of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the world's largest scientific society. That's a huge honor. And I believe it's validation for the kind of work that's being done here at the Institute for Sustainable Food Systems. So let's give Karen a hand, please. Where are you, Karen, in the audience? Everybody knows where you are. I saw her earlier. Well, while we're at it, we have another new AAAS fellow among us. Dr. Senthil Singh leads the Florida Climate Institute, and he also is a fellow of the Institute for Sustainable Food Systems. So congratulations to Senthil, and let's also give him a hand. Look back there. Raise your hand. And Senthil will help lead the wrap-up session at the end of the day. So today is the kind of day I hoped for when we created the Institute of Sustainable Food Systems 5 years ago. IFAS has had a long global reach in its history. The Institute extends that reach, and sometimes like today, it brings the world to us. And it's not by accident when you look at the faculty of this Sustainable Food Institute and where they're from. Now, Cheryl Palm, Karen Garrett, and Garrett Hogenblum are from the States. Pedro Sanchez is from Cuba. Ari Havelar is from the Netherlands. Frank Ash from Norway. Our fellows, Senthil Singh from East Germany. East Germany doesn't exist anymore. And Idebola Adegosin from Nigeria. And, of course, Jim Anderson, our director we hired from the World Bank. The turnout here indicates how important this work is. We have more than 200 attendees, and we had to close registration because we hit our limit. We have people representing 6 countries and 19 states. Now, about that future, let's talk about some of the issues we need to grapple with. Our work must address who produces food, as well as where it's produced and how it's produced. Meanwhile, we have urbanization, desertification, and sea level rise claiming our land. And we've got 2.5 billion more mouths to feed in the next 30 to 40 years. And not only that, but diets are sure to shift as well. As nations become more prosperous, their people hunger for more meat and other food that can be resource intensive. So our question is not only how to feed the world, but how to keep up with people's changing tastes. We have the twin malnutrition challenges of obesity and hunger. The World Health Organization reports that 1.9 billion people are overweight, 650 million of them obese. And at the very same time, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations tells us that 820 million people are hungry. Half of the world's population on the wrong side of the nutrition equation. And that's even more tragic against the backdrop of food waste of epic proportions. Yet another issue the future of food must take on. The FAO says that roughly a third of all food produced for human consumption gets lost or is wasted. The future of food also must include a way to reduce the environmental degradation that comes with feeding billions, because you all know that the preservation of biodiversity is essential to the security of our planet's ecosystems functions. And if all that is not enough, then you've got all this happening under an umbrella of dramatic climate change, which threatens to exacerbate every single one of these issues. Ultimately, food production is not only going to have to adapt to climate change, but will also have to deliver solutions from the land that reduce food production's carbon footprint. You know, I was really struck by the recent IPCC report, the third one. For the first time, they really took a hard look at agriculture, claiming that 30% of the global emissions that cause the greenhouse effect are from agriculture. In the United States, it's about 9%. We sequester 11%, so we're still on the positive side. But it really it showed dramatically that if we continue our traditional agriculture production to meet the needs of 10 billion people, that we'll have to clear the size of land equal to twice the size land surface to India's. So not only will that accelerate the problem that we face, so it's apparent that we need a new kind of agriculture. And how do we get that? A lot of it comes from the men and women faculty we have at land-grant universities. So three things stand out. We have to somehow continue better to have our state and federal governments to support the land-grant mission. We have to somehow protect the land that we're farming on. And Florida's a great example, $140 billion agriculture and 1,000 people move a day here. How do we protect farmland? And we have to figure out a way to pay farmers for the changes that they need to farm differently with the new techniques that our scientists discover. Chuck Goldberg, a farmer that farms down in the Everglades, he and I did an op-ed recently in the Fort Myers paper. He knows he has to lower his global footprint, his carbon footprint, and he says he's entirely on diesel. It costs him $250,000 to convert from diesel to electricity. He can't afford that. We have to figure that out. It's going to take a second green revolution to get the future of food that we hope for. We must transform the way we produce food. Now, one way IFAS is going to do that is through plant breeding. We have what we believe to be the largest university plant breeding program in the United States. Currently, 30 of our plant breeding faculty are working on 50 different crops. We also are about to launch a PhD program in plant breeding. But it will take universities, the private sector, donors, nonprofits, and governments. Unfortunately, we have people from all those sectors in the audience today. Chief among them is Dr. Louise Fresco. And I hope her visit solidifies or expands in some way the cooperation between Wageningen University and IFAS. We are, of course, no strangers to each other, but there's a potential to do much more in joint research, to cooperate on the training of students through exchanges, internships, and other opportunities that make our students' agricultural science degrees the preparation they need to become global problem solvers. Now, I don't view today's forum as just a way to look at the future. I view it as a way to create the future. What we share today is the best predictive tool we've devised in the history of humankind, and that's science. It's up to people in this room to help us get to a technology-aided future, all the while tending to the human element. We have many of the components of the future farm to help billions if we find the right way to put them to use for smallholders and large operations alike, governments and NGOs, cooperatives and families. Progress is a social function, not just a technological one. So I hope you get time to hear from my friend and colleague, Bola Adegosin, either on stage or off, about how this is done in the livestock sector in 8 developing nations in Africa and Asia. He leads a $49 million USAID project to put science in the hands of families and farms all over the world. And I'm proud to say the Gates Foundation put $8.5 million on top of that project a few months ago. Because we have so much talent and commitment in this room, I want to encourage you to stay here tomorrow. I want to encourage you because in this very building, in what we call the chamber on the first floor, we'll hold a day-long event called Pathways Towards the Next Generation of Agriculture and Natural Resources in Florida. And it's being sponsored by the Board on Agriculture and Natural Resources of the National Academies of Science. As my friend Matthew Johnston from Syngenta points out, and he's here today, what happens in subtropics like Florida has worldwide implications. Scientists are forecasting major expansion and intensification of tropical agriculture in sub-Saharan Africa and South America. That's the tropics and subtropics that we work in our ag research here at the University of Florida. We need to put great minds to work on avoiding the loss of forest and woodlands and conflicts between food production and habitat conservation. The stakes do not get any higher. That you're here today tells me you're eager to rise to this challenge. Thank you. Thank you for being here, and I wish you a great day and a successful day.
Thank you, Dr. Payne. Just a couple quick announcements before our next speaker. Over here, we have an artist in the room. He's a graphic illustrator. His name is Mark Compton, and he's going to be capturing the essence of our speakers today and all the topics that are coming up, the transformation of the way we produce food, the revolution, and all these things, as well as the Gator Nation is going to be represented there. So definitely take a look at that during the day and watch how it transforms and captures ideas in a graphic way of what we're doing. I also want to give a shout out to the people online who are watching, because we're live streaming now, and just want to explain our acronyms in case you're not familiar. You know UF is the University of Florida, but if you look in the upper right-hand corner there, you see UF and IFAS. And so we may take it for granted, but I just want to clarify that IFAS is the Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences here at UF. And the other logo you see is for the Institute for Sustainable Food Systems, and that's the sponsor of today's event. And on that note, I'd like to introduce its director, James, or as we know him, Jim Anderson.
What I want to do now is talk a little bit about the day and set the stage, hopefully, for our speakers throughout the day by thinking about systems a bit and why we need to think about systems, and thinking about how food was forecasted back before. There are many studies that were done in the late 1990s to look at what food would look like in 2020. And so I want to look back and reflect upon that. But first, I'll mention that, and it's not up there. Are we? Yeah. Oh, never mind. Okay. I want to focus on the Institute for Sustainable Food Systems. This institute was created, as Jack mentioned, as an initiative to help break the silos, to look at the food system as a system, and to make linkages between the disciplines to help solve problems. And we're making great progress. Our goal is to create innovative solutions for a productive and healthy world. We're basically organized into three major groups, and this is reflected in the in the agenda today. We have, terrestrial food systems, food from the land; aquatic food systems, food from the sea; and human health, food security, and food safety. We have panels on each of those as we progress. But why do we need to think of the food as a food system? Obviously, everybody's heard in this room about how we need to feed 9.7 billion people by 2050. Well, when we think about the future, just in that context, that's a little bit too narrow. You always see people saying we have to produce X number of tons of food. Well, as Jack mentioned, what's really important is what kind of food, what new technologies will be used, who will have access to this food, who will get to eat it, who can afford it, who will pay for it, who will be able to pay for it. And what about the nutrition in that food? It's not just calories. It's about high nutrient vegetables and fruits. What about food safety? the obesity issue, disease, diabetes, and the food waste problem, which is tremendous. So how can we take that food waste problem and help solve that and move more of that food into the system? And then there's the global trade and globalization, both positive and negative. And as Jack mentioned, the impact on the environment and the environment's impact on the food system and climate change. So even if we had no new additional people today, we still have a big problem, a very complex problem to understand and figure out what the food system will look like in the future. But I want to send a message of hope, and this is about hope. If you look at per capita food consumption globally, per capita food production globally, it has increased almost every year for the past 50 years. And in fact, if you look at the recommended daily allotment for U.S. of 2,500 calories, we actually can provide that to everybody on the planet. So there's a lot of food, in fact. But is it the right food? Is it getting where it needs to belong? Oh, wait. Sorry. I had to double click here. There's a little issue. So is it the right food? And that is where I am right now. Sorry. I'm looking at my computer, not that computer. And the answer is we can produce food, but we're not getting it to where it necessarily needs to be in the right form. So when we start to think about the system, it's really complex and dynamic. It's not just technology, but there's a lot of different technologies involved in production, processing, distribution. It's also about the policies and regulation. It's about international trade, the development of markets, the efficiency of those markets. It's about the public and private institutions. It's not just the policy of the government that matters, but it's the policies of our companies that matter as well, and also our NGO environmental community. And it's also about the cultures. Certain things will not happen if certain cultures don't want them to happen. So it matters, cultures and values, equity, things like that. And it's also this interactive system of the environment going forward. So let's think about the future. First of all, systems thinking is obviously very difficult, in fact, because there's many things. And to quote Niels Bohr, Nobel Prize winning, it's hard to predict, especially about the future. And what he meant there was that most scientists look at the data and they predict or develop their models based on the data they can see. And they very rarely take the brave effort to go outside their model. So, and that's where the real test is. However, we have gone outside the model in some cases. And like I mentioned earlier, back around the turn of the millennium, there was an effort to look at food in 2020. And so I want to see how did they do over a couple incidences. This was done by IFPRI, the International Food Policy Research Institute, and they were the sort of one of the leaders looking at 2020 back in the late 1990s. And they were asked to forecast the global wheat supply. That's the global wheat supply using the data that's in black and what they estimated in 2020. Notice it's pretty positive. Well, how did they do? So they actually did quite well. So you say, well, how did they do that? Well, they're within 5% of what the actual reality has been. Well, they were successful at that primarily because their models, which is a complex general equilibrium model, behaved in the future as it had in the past. So that was great. They captured the essential features of the system in their model. But let's look at another simple thing like corn. You say, oh, corn, if they could forecast wheat, they must be able to do corn. Oh, wait a minute. What happened there? Off by nearly 40%. Now, why were they off by nearly 40%? That's because something outside the system they were modeling, and maybe they couldn't have modeled, made a difference. The key factor, energy policy. In the United States, we require ethanol in our gas tanks. And now nearly 50% of the corn we produce is in our gas tanks. That has implications for price of corn and an implication for food security. But it was not forecasted when they were back in 1990. But maybe it would have been if people like the people that are in this room have been part of their modeling effort. So let's look at pork and pigs. Looks like it's relatively easy to forecast, pretty consistent. Oh, wow. They really blew it here at the end. What happened? Well, the key thing that happened there was African swine flu. That was an exogenous shock. So if the model behaved as it had behaved in the 60s through the 90s, they would have forecasted it pretty well. But that disease shock happened. Now, the people that are in this room, I know some of them know things about antimicrobial resistance, antibiotic use, frequency of disease. And just like some of our climate issues, we might know that there's going to be more incidence of disease within the feeding system. So, not that we could have forecasted that particular thing there in at a particular time, but we need to be aware of how the system is working to minimize these kinds of substantial impacts. Now let's look at my area, really is aquaculture. These are the forecasts made in the 2000. Looks pretty positive. Looks like things are going to go great. Did they miss it? Whoa, they really missed it. So what happened there? What was not in their system, in their model? And I would guess almost everything, in fact, because this is a hyper-dynamic sector. We're looking at technological innovation onshore, offshore, in recirculated systems. Nutrition has improved. All kinds of disease management improvements. Vaccines for salmon, breeding and genetics. They now have a shrimp that can go to cocktail size in 50 days. The normal time is about 120 days. The implication of policy and government, the growth in demand. I mean, you eat salmon now in Miami. You didn't eat salmon in Miami 20, 30 years ago. International trade and scale and concentration. So when we're trying to think about a sector that's really in a dynamic phase, we have to consider all these factors. And it's very hard to model. But I know the people in this room, and I know the experts in this room, will start to be able to pick up some of these things and think outside the box and think about where we're going to go. So, just to wrap it up, basically what I hope you'll learn here today and what I hope you'll experience is that you'll get a perspective on the global food system. And it is a global food system. It's not a Alachua County or Florida food system. It's a global food system. Florida is a gateway to South America, and when we make decisions in Florida, it influences other countries, and other countries influence us. I hope you're going to be inspired by the positive solutions you'll hear today. And finally, I think we need to recognize, and everybody, that we are all part of the future of food. We will determine the future of food, not just our scientists, but we as consumers. When we decide to eat a shrimp here in the United States, it may influence a villager in Indonesia. When we decide to eat a bag of Doritos, it has implications for our risk of disease. And so our choices, as for career coaches and our choices as individuals, will determine the future of food. But we'll hear a lot about what people think where it's going to go and how it can change. And I'm excited to see how the day will go. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim was actually under time, so we're back on schedule. I want to welcome Pedro Sanchez to come towards the stage. Yes, and he's going to introduce our next speaker. You'll be hearing from him a little bit later as well, but I'll just let you know that he's affiliated with the Institute for Sustainable Food Systems. He's also professor of soil and water sciences. Pedro Sanchez.
Thank you, Jim. When a year ago we were planning this, beginning to plan this event, we were looking for a keynote speaker who could really turn us on and give us a lot of wisdom about what's going to happen to the future. And so we asked Professor Louise Fresco to do so. She is, well, we've been friends for decades, so I'm a little biased here. But she is certainly one of the world leaders, the world thought leaders in the future of food itself. She's president of the executive board of Wageningen University and Research. She's done that since 2014, and that's a long time for being in that position. So, but she's also university professor at the University of Amsterdam. She was Assistant Director General of FAO, the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organizations. She's in the board of directors of Syngenta and was in the board of directors of Unilever and Rabobank. Also in the Council of Advisors of the World Food Prize, which that's the people who decide who the next World Food Prize winner would be. And she is member of academies in the Netherlands, Sweden, Spain, France, Belgium, and has honorary doctoral degrees from the University of Liège and the Catholic University of Leuven and Hebrew University in Jerusalem. What somebody with this sort of curriculum would be supply prize for the next one. She has published non-scientific books in Dutch, including three novels and Hamburgers in Paradise in English. So she is very involved in many cultural activities in her countries, and she's member of many commissions that actually deal with food, but way, way beyond food. And in last year, she was number 16 on the list of the top 200 most influential Dutch people. We like a lot of lists and rankings in this university. Well, this is really an amazing one. So it's my pleasure to ask Professor Louise Fresco to come and give us her keynote address. Louise.
Thank you, Pareto. Thank you, all of you. It's an enormous pleasure to stand here. And for one reason that Pedro didn't mention, and that is the very first time I came to the US, which is about a century ago, but the very first time I came, I landed in Gainesville. So for me, Gainesville was my primal US experience, and that means something in a person's life. But more seriously, the subject you have chosen for today is of enormous importance. I think there is actually no subject more important because this relates to everything. It relates to safety, it relates to security, it relates to international relations, and the way we deal with food and agriculture will determine the century that we've now entering the second decade. So there can't be anything more important. If you look back about 50 years, you can see how much we have changed. 50 years ago, the food we ate was actually quite simple. There wasn't a lot of variety. There wasn't a lot that came from other countries. It was, not even something we thought about very much. And look, lo and behold, how much diversity there is in our food, how affordable food has become, how much it's also a subject of discussion, a subject also of uncertainty and debate. Food, far more than in the past, has become a primary symptom, if I may say so, of identity. Everybody has an opinion about food. Everybody knows what good food is. And everybody has a nearly religious feeling that his or her ideas about food are the right ones. And so there is an enormous debate on social media and newspapers about what is right and wrong in the area of food and agriculture. More than 50 years ago, this is an area fraught with moral difficulties, with complications, with opinions, with fake news, fake truth, and with also scientists, we have to admit, who come out after a single easy discovery of a correlation between the importance of pineapple and bowel cancer, etc., etc. So food is there as an important emotional subject as well as a scientific subject. But the key issue in the last 50 years, of course, has been the tremendous progress we have made. Yes, we do still have 800 plus million people hungry, but they're mainly in areas of civil strife where the state doesn't function, where markets don't function. Most people have had access, and in a more affordable way, to more calories than ever before. But at the same time, we know also very well that obesity and the fact of being overweight affects now more than 2 billion people. And if you look at the micronutrient plus calorie malnutrition, we have another 1.5 billion. That means that we have, out of the 7.5 billion people, we have more than 3.5 billion who in some way or other are not well fed. They either have too much or too little. And you can actually say also that obesity is also a form of malnutrition. So not only have we made tremendous progress, we also still have a huge problem in our hands, especially with the generations to come. And here's another thing we have to realize. When you look at the demographics of the future at the end of this century, then the demographics will have changed considerably. Not only because more people come to this earth, and we may have well over 10 billion, 11 billion, those people will have shifted in a way demographically, because most of the people will be living in Asia, about 5 billion, so that's about half, and 4 billion, a staggering 4 billion, will live in Africa. And actually the Americas and Europe, including Russia, are each another 1 billion. So that means that in the end, the whole mass of people who need to be fed are either in Africa or in Asia. And that is a tremendous challenge. So it's not just about us. It's not just about our worries about having vegan soy latte in the morning or not. It's really also, and that's the main challenge as far as I'm concerned, is to solve the combined problem of poverty, nourishment, access, and productivity. That's going to be the challenge. So having said that, I think we are indeed at the beginning of a paradigm shift which takes different shapes. One issue is, I think, that scientifically speaking, from discovering how things work, we actually move into an area of designing new things, new systems of production, but even new molecules, new combinations of things. Evolution has brought us wonderful things. To start with, of course, the key process that makes us all living and makes the world literally turn around. That is, of course, photosynthesis. But photosynthesis, as you very well know, is an inefficient process. There, at least in higher plants, there are two types of photosynthesis, as some of you will know. But actually, in prokaryotes, there are a number of other pathways. And there are probably many more pathways that we could imagine. And so when you think from a design mode, there are probably ways to look at plants or organisms in general to really move up photosynthesis a notch from the rather inefficient process that it is today. Why is it inefficient? Because evolution never had a shortage of sunlight. So it's only in certain environments, deep sea environments, that there had to be a solution. So it's one example where instead of just discovering what works and how it works, we actually could think, ideally, of new processes of photosynthesis. We can also think in terms of proteins that are now with us because they come from plants or they come from animals, but in fact, and some lower organisms, of course, but in fact, proteins are also something we could design, and we have been designing. Think of single-cell proteins. But I think the paradigm shift is to take a far more design-like approach in science as to what we can do. And that happens at the molecular level, but also at the level of designing the best possible systems for resource use efficiency, climate adaptation, that helps us to really, really rethink the way we use land and our scarce resources. So from design, or rather from discovery to design in a rational way is, I think, one of our great challenges. And if there's one word that you should remember, I think, from this, is the word precision. It's about precision agriculture. It's about precision in designing what foods might be best for you as a person with an individual genetic makeup, what foods might be best for the animals we are dealing with. So design is going to be there, and it allows us to be far more precise. Why can we do this? Because we, for the first time, have at our hands a set of tools that are absolutely unique. These tools are, on the one hand, the digitalization, the use of big data, the continuous measurement tools that we have, the mining of data and combining them far more than before in models that we didn't have before. So we have a new way of looking at things. And immediately that also poses the question, how do we deal with the frontiers of sciences? We still train people as soil scientists, as crop scientists. But the future, I think, will be far more people who can use these tools in a design mode and think about designing new systems at, obviously, different levels. So digitalization is one of our tools. But we can combine it with another set of tools that also have made tremendous progress in the last few years. And that is, of course, everything related to genetics. Genetic modification in some ways is already the past. Again, here we are talking about designing exact interventions in genetics. What can we do and how can we combine the genetics of animals, plants, and also another set of organisms that we haven't thought about too much, at least not in that broad sense. And that's everything having to do with bacteria, microbiota, and so on. There's a whole world inside us, inside plants, inside soils, that we hardly know anything about. But it's more and more clear that our gut biome, for example, determines a lot of our health, and even our mental health. There's a lot more clear about how plants interact in their root zone with microbiota, or even have fungi on their leaves that actually protect them against certain predators. So this whole world, this interaction, this ecology at all levels, is an enormous amount of data that with our tools of digitalization we can mine much better than before. And again, it bridges the gap between the soil scientists, the crop scientists, the human nutrition, the animal nutrition people. We are actually going to share these resources, and we will make them available and think differently. And although maybe science is not always a guarantee for good ideas, or perhaps it should be, but at least our past results show that if we do this well, if we get that mind shift in terms of collaboration, in terms of design, we can do really something quite differently. But there are more paradigm shifts apart from design, apart from using these new tools. And that is the shift in the way we look at the relationship between urban and rural areas and nature. You know, the city was one thing, and the rural areas were there for agriculture. That's not going to be the future, I think. I'm not saying that our carbohydrates will come from cities. I think carbohydrates, rice, corn, wheat, will still come from large areas. And those are land-based areas. I can't see that changing in the next few decades. But other things will come increasingly, I think, from cities, or from peri-urban areas in a new and intensive way. And I'm not talking about mom and dad's sort of little garden outside the city perimeter. No, I'm talking about high-tech work in cities. We have enormous areas in cities that we don't use. Don't forget, they are not just rooftops that people think about, but inside cities. Why can't we use our parking spaces to also grow fish? LED lighting is becoming cheaper by the year, and there's a lot more we can do, perhaps even to produce proteins in fish tanks or proteins in tanks, and of course the whole area of vertical or urban horticulture. Still expensive today, but that's changing rapidly. And you see city-states like, for example, Singapore or the city of Shanghai, to be really interested in this. And I can see it also in my own country. The most efficient systems in terms of resource use, the most efficient systems in terms of food safety are the closed systems. So we are looking towards a new relationship between urban and rural areas. The key issue here is, of course, the last mile. Already today, 30% of the food in Beijing is ordered online. This will continue. So the role of traditional supermarkets will also change. But still, the food has to come at your home. And yes, we can imagine that you order it on a computer and that a drone will deliver it on your apartment building rooftop, perhaps. But that last mile still remains important. And what is, of course, important also is that most people, myself included, we do want to have a kind of relationship with the food and where it comes from. So although on the one hand we have this fantastic efficiency in agriculture, the desire of the public is to go back to some of the traditional, the local, the authentic. And so we need to find a way also in our storytelling to combine that. And the way to do that is also to think more clearly about the relation between city and rural areas, the way we can combine things. This is not a plea for just growing local food or consuming local food, because most countries wouldn't be able to even feed themselves because of climate reasons or because there is no space. But it's to restore that relationship between urban and rural. And at the same time, while we move some of that production into urban areas and actually make the use of land for large-scale carbohydrate production more efficient, we actually free up land to do things like nature conservation, but also, of course, to fix carbon in a better way through tree planting, maybe also some grasslands that, as you know, are very efficient in fixing carbon. So it changes the whole balance. And what it really says, of course, is that you cannot think about agriculture or food or land use in isolation. This requires, again, an integrated approach. And here too, of course, modern technology and digitalization can help us. We know here, at least in the US, to, I think, the square inch, what happens on land, what the climate or the weather has been, what plants have been growing there, what the soil characteristics are. So we actually have a predictive tool, an enormous database that can be mined for optimizing things. Now, optimization is always complicated because some people think it's dangerous to optimize. And, I mean, I'm talking about the public, not about scientists. But we move towards a situation where the whole of the land surface area in the world is going to be, in a way, our playing ground. And it's more important than ever to do that because of the issues of food waste, which is not just a matter at the level of the consumer of the supermarket. Actually, it starts in the farmer's field, or it starts in the stables where the animals are held, or it starts at the fish farm. So in the end, our next paradigm shift, which is sort of underpinning the things I said before, is that we have to think about agriculture far more as an ecological science, meaning that we have to understand the ecological cycles, that are ecological cycles in a way as nested cycles. It's not just on the farm, it's not just in a country or in a state. It's really the world agricultural system that must make the most efficient use of its resources. And as you know, in ecology, and here I remember H.T. Odom, a professor here in Florida as well, who always said there is no waste in an ecological system. Every waste is food at the next trophic level. And that's, of course, true also in agriculture. When I then combine the ideas about urban areas and rural areas, it means that we have to make much better use of the urban waste, making use, of course, of the effluents from humans, making use of the waste from industry, and actually retrieve a lot of minerals and even a lot of enzymes and proteins. There's an enormous scope in doing that. We know how to do that, but it's not economic because we don't really put a premium on this. But potentially we can move towards a nested system of circular agriculture and circular food systems that really make sure that we use our resources more widely. And probably this is going to free even more land to do that, if we can actually retrieve all the industrial waste and use its nutrients and its materials again. So those are some of the paradigm shifts, and I think they will help us to move forward. There are, of course, a number of questions we should ask ourselves about where we go the next few decades. The first of all is, who will actually be our farmers? Our farmers are not necessarily the sons and daughters of those who farm today. Yes, if you look at Africa, where half of the population is still small farmer, that is going to happen for one generation, but perhaps not even there. In most areas, as you very well know, most young people do not want to be farmers. Why? Because it's a risky business, it's very hard work, and you're not even appreciated by society, and you're very much at the a kind of sacrificial animal in some ways when it comes to government policy. So why on earth would you want to be a farmer? Well, if any farmers are in this room, I believe farming is one of the most important professions of the future. But it's not necessarily going to be the farming that we know now. And what we already see is that all kinds of non-traditional, non-agriculture companies are getting interested in farming. That's not only true with the Chinese in Africa, for example, it also happens here. Data-based companies are interested in farming because there is a market for food. And so what is really important is that we discuss with the new players in the field what sustainable land use actually is, and that even government sets some standards about how this is going to happen. But it's also a positive sign that there is interest, not from the traditional sector, but from new sectors, in becoming a farmer. Farming will be sometimes perhaps a part-time thing, but increasingly it will be a very, very specialized, high-tech thing, where a farmer is as much a producer of materials as he is or she is a producer of data. And by linking his or her data and sharing it, he or she can be a better farmer. And it's not just, of course, the farmer only. It's the farmer who sees himself or herself as part of that entire production chain that goes from the pre-farming inputs all the way down to the consumer. And one of the key things I believe we have to do is to link the consumer more clearly to what farming is today in the modern world. I have a little jersey that I once got some years ago, which has a QR code in it, and with that I actually can look up the farmer in my computer. It's a farmer in New Zealand, I mean, as far away from the Netherlands as you can imagine. But when I open his site, I actually see him and his son and their little sheep in the valley. And it gives me a real sense of pleasure, even to me as a specialist, to have that linkage. And I think that link between the farmer, whether a traditional farmer or a modern farmer, and the consumer is going to be essential. But it's not just about who will be the farmer. The question is also where will we farm? And apart from the issue that I just mentioned about the urban-rural balance, the question is also where is that food going to be produced, particularly for those 4 billion in Africa and 5 million in Asia. We know that some of the land is not the best possible land, and yet economics tell us that the best way to produce things is, of course, to do it there where there is the greatest biological potential. However, that's not always how it happens, of course, politically. And I think one of the things that we have to face, all of us together, is to actually decide in a rational way where are the best possible areas to farm, how to farm, and how to make sure that the trade system is open enough to allow food to come to people, also those who are not living in farming areas. This is extremely important. The growth of the production since the Green Revolution has meant that particularly the price of food for urban dwellers in a country like India has become really much more affordable. Trade and increased productivity are key to accessibility of food. Yet geopolitical tensions sometimes make this different, and there can be no doubt in my mind that we should think about calling governments to responsibility to see how we can best produce the food in the places where we can produce it. But food is, of course, not just about land. It's also about water resources, whether it's inland freshwater or whether it's continental shelves or whether it's deep sea. And thinking about the food system, the green and the blue system, if you want, together and see it as one system where we can even think about using some of the effluents or some of the waste from one system into the other system is going to change our paradigm and also change the paradigm in a way that one should compete with another. I think we're really talking about a global system here. So it's about the who, it's the where, but it's also about the how. How are we going to produce? Obviously, manual agriculture, meaning in Africa, standing with a hoe on hard laterite soils, is out of the question for the future. No young person will want to do that. So we need mechanization, but we need responsible mechanization that really allows a sustainable use of the land, does not promote erosion, and even helps us to really strengthen the carbon in our soil. So that's a challenge in itself. But how is also, again, linked to what I said earlier about digitalization. We know what the best soils are, we know what is possible, and we know how we can do that with the best possible tools. Here again, it's precision agriculture, or what we sometimes call pixel agriculture, that's going to help us. And we need to learn from the experiences in other countries. I would love to see a worldwide database on best agricultural practices to see what we do and to see where we can learn from one another. And this is not just about agriculture, it's also very much about the entire food chain. Hardly any food that you get on your table is untouched by food processors. And the combination of foods, of ingredients, the production of ingredients, is an essential part in the whole food chain. It's there also where one of my greatest worries lies, and that is food safety. Food safety, particularly in the animal sector, in slaughterhouses that are not entirely safe, whether it's fish or animals, are a key issue, and one that we should address, and do that also through the training of national regulatory bodies, of national inspectors, and so on. There's a world to win there in many of the developing countries. So it's how, where, who, but of course the key issue, what will we eat? What is going to be our diet of the future? When IFAS holds another meeting in 50 years, and some of you may still be there, what will we have been eating? Is it indeed what some people say, a totally personalized diet, which mixes knowledge on your genetic makeup with the best possible knowledge on science when it comes to healthy diets? Perhaps, but I think there always needs to be a degree of freedom in what we eat. But there are a couple of things that are going to change. In fact, 5 decades or more of food science research and nutrition and medical research actually show surprisingly few results in terms of real strong laws. There obviously is such a degree of variability that we cannot really easily look at causative mechanisms that apply to everybody across entire populations. But there are 2 things we know for sure. One is fiber is absolutely essential. Fiber feeds our gut biome, and without fiber, people are not healthy. And fiber is exactly one of the things that has been declining in the increased amount of processed foods we have been eating. So obviously we have to watch fiber content. And what we now see, interestingly enough, and I'll come to that also in a second, is when you move to vegan options, that the vegan food we're looking at is often very much processed, ultra processed, and the fiber fraction is actually gone. So fiber needs to be there, and the most efficient way, of course, is to keep that there through plants, not to add it afterwards. And the other thing we know is that we need a sufficient amount of fruits and vegetables for a whole host of reasons, including the fiber, but also because of the right types of sugars, the right types of minerals, and so on. But, of course, will you say, where are the proteins? Of course. Without proteins, we do not exist. And if there's one area that's going to change dramatically, I think it's the proteins we will consume. Now, there are 2 ways of looking at that. One is to emphasize very strongly the novel proteins and say that there's this whole range of fantastic alternatives, from insects to algae to single-cell proteins. Yes, they're there. But they're not without their difficulties. If I just take the example of insects, it's also very clear that insects actually produce greenhouse gases, and that we know very little about the food safety of insects. So probably insects are more interesting as an animal feed or a fish feed than they are for direct human consumption. The other thing is, of course, to think about how we can find a better balance between animal and plant proteins. And that, to me, is also one of the holy grails, together perhaps with photosynthesis. So what is the best balance? I firmly believe that animals are not going to go away in the next few decades. Even more importantly, they should not go away when we look at optimized land use in the world as a whole. There's a large proportion of the land surface, not to speak about the oceans and the rivers, that actually is not feasible or acceptable for crop production. It's either too steep, too cold, too dry, too wet. You cannot grow things. Even in my own country, the whole west of the Netherlands, for those of you who have been there, you don't see potatoes, you don't see wheat, you only see cows grazing. Because the land is too wet, it's actually below sea level, and there's not a lot you can do. So there are natural areas, think also of the Pampas in Argentina or Mongolia, where animals are still there to stay. The question is only what animals and how are they going to be used? And particularly the question is not so much about free grazing beef, but it's, or for that matter, free grazing cows, or for milk, for dairy, or sheep, etc., etc. It's really also about the feed and the feedstocks that we give to animals. Here, of course, is the interesting question about how much do we want on the monogastric animals. Think about particularly poultry, they're not entirely monogastric, but never mind, and pork. Those are the big questions. Those are also the issues, particularly with pork and birds, of course, that do directly raise the issue of zoonotic diseases, particularly where these animals are kept in close proximity to urban areas. So animals will not go away. And not only because of the proteins, but because there are three groups in society that do need the combination of animal proteins in combination with things like iron that's bioavailable in a much better way. Those are pregnant and lactating women, there are young children, and there are all the elderly. And with aging populations, especially older people over 70 whose stomachs start to shrink, you want high density nutrition. So for that reason, and for the use of land, I expect animal production to continue. But, of course, in many parts of the world, including in this country, I think there are groups who do consume too much animal protein. And I think flexitarianism, as it's sometimes called, so mixing animal and plant proteins in the diet over time, will be the way to go. You don't need, as a healthy adult, as all of us are sitting here, we don't need meat every day. We also don't need necessarily fish every day, but we need a balance. Now, to get that balance, there are different ways of doing that. In cultures where meat is still so important because it gives a sense of richness, it gives a sense of status, or because it's the affluence that comes from rising incomes, whatever. In those countries, of course, you can still consider that some of the meat can be supplied by plant proteins, a kind of substitution effect. In fact, if you have processed meat, which is the mostly consumed meat, then of course with about 30% of that volume of, say, sausage or what have you, 30% from plant proteins or from plants actually is not noticeable to the consumer. But yes, there will be a strong vegan plant-based market also. It raises a very interesting question, which I think I can say here without being shot from the rostrum, and that is, of course, that now that the soy burger is becoming so popular, even with all kinds of important people in Hollywood, the interesting thing, of course, is that there is no GM soy to actually produce soy burgers in that quantity. So, interestingly enough, this may lead to a new acceptance of some of the genetic modification, which is so painful to some other people. And in any case, as I said before, genetics, and particularly, of course, the new tools of CRISPR-Cas, of precision breeding, will also alleviate, I hope, I trust, some of those fears, although I have to say in Europe that is not possible yet. Anyway, coming back to proteins. So the picture there is mixed. There will be animal production. Fish production, of course, is the greatest growth sector with efficiencies that are close to or at the level of pork in terms of conversion rates. And of course, there will be an increasing vegan and plant-based market. That's not stabilized. We don't know what's happening, but it's very important for us to look at the processing side, think about my fibers before, and at the vitamin side. And for the time being, if you look at a sector like dairy, which is so extremely important, again, to women, young children, and the elderly, there are ways to make, of course, dairy from grass, but there's in no way we can approach, not even at high cost, some of the qualities that we have in milk today in terms of the thousands and thousands of compounds. So that is the who, the where, the how, but it's also about the why. There is a story to be told about food, a story to be told about agriculture. And one of my biggest worries is not photosynthesis, it's not even a discussion about meat. It is really about how are we going to bring the story, this fantastic story of success of science, to a public that is increasingly wary of science, increasingly distrustful, increasingly believe things that are downright not correct. I think we failed in the past for not telling that story more clearly, for not also opening up the debate about the doubts that people have, for not really showing that agriculture or food are not items on which you can generalize, that the devil is really in the details, and that people should come and see our laboratories, see our farms, see our food industry, to see how that enormous complexity, that enormous machinery all around the world, from the local to the global, actually works and provides us with so much food. It's a wonder, it really is. It's a miracle that all of us can go to bed safely in this country and many other countries, knowing for sure that there will be food on the table that is safe, that is healthy, nutritious, and that we can afford. It's not true in the whole world, but it's a real success story of science. Why has this worked? I think because of the strong collaboration between science, between farmers, between governments that set the standards, and with the private sector. It's that combination, that special quadrangle, if you want, that has helped us to move forward. But it's not a foregone conclusion that will continue. In fact, I'm quite worried about some of the policies that governments are formulating today. I'm worried about the distrust of science as being just another opinion. I'm worried also about the fact that there are subjects we can hardly touch, whether it's genetics in the case of Europe or the issue of meat. Some of these issues have become a kind of religion. We must break out of that mold. We have a responsibility, not because we know better necessarily than everybody else, but we know one thing that is the most important thing, and that is science is the only and the best way to organize our doubts, to test our doubts, and to move forward. We stand all on the shoulders of others, and this is what we can do, and we've done it very well, and we've done it internationally, and we've done it locally as well as globally. And this is the story that needs to be told. So here's my take-home message to all of your students. This is the most important work to be in, food and agriculture. This is essential for the future. There will be no solution to our problems, whether it's climate, whether it's prosperity, whether it's the use of land, without food and agriculture. And so agriculture and food are not part of the problem, they're part of the solution. And that's the story we should tell, all of us. And here's to all of you staff in the institutions, in universities. We need to do better science. Not that we're not doing good science today, but the increasing demands and the increasing potential of the tools that are sketched, collaboration, interdisciplinarity, doing new data mining, creating new models, going from discovery to precision, all that is a story on which all of us need to be excited and work together. And here's for governments. Governments need to acknowledge how important this is, that there is no future and no stable domestic policy, no stable international policy without getting food and agriculture right. And the private sector, I trust, will help to make this happen. So here's to all of you. Let's make this happen in the next half century. Thank you.
One or two questions, just very quickly. If there's someone who has a very pressing question on their mind. sure there are many. Or are we all just stunned?
Sorry.
Okay.
So thank you for this very inspiring talk and no slides. And we were all there listening, so congratulations once again. So you mentioned circular agriculture. Well, there's a lot going on about circular economy and how we really need to make our products and our byproducts recirculate into the system, because or else it's not going to be sustainable. So what are your ideas on circular health, which brings us back to many of the things that we mentioned? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I've been amiss in not mentioning health more explicitly, but if I now talk to farmers, I always say, you're producers of health. That is your main subject. It's not just the materials, it's health. We know now that food and the way we conduct agriculture are the real important factors in human health. Chronic diseases have long surpassed infectious diseases as being the main issue in health. Now, circular health, of course, needs to be inscribed in every single step of the circular economy. And there's another dimension here that I didn't mention clearly enough, and that is, in a bio-based economy, again, agriculture is going to be the sector that also replaces some of the traditional oil and gas sectors. Not so much in the sense of producing ethanol. I think actually we will probably phase that out in the next few decades, because using good agricultural land to produce fuel is not the way to go. But there are all these petrochemicals that now come from the industry that create also a lot of pollution that we could get from the agricultural sector. And so I think in the end, I would actually ask every single player, really from the local to the global, to define their contribution to health in that whole circular approach. Well, thank you very much for raising that.
Thank you for your remarkable keynote address. I'm interested in your thoughts on how to promote science in a way that really restores people's confidence when there are constant and sort of inevitable battles within science, and often surrounding issues related to food and environment in particular. There are some scientists who take things to such extremes that they often might undermine the credibility of the whole enterprise. And so I'm wondering how you would try to navigate that space and restore more confidence.
That's a very good question, and I could certainly spend the rest of the day talking about that. Actually, scientists are just like other humans, so they have their strong and their weak points, and one is, of course, that they're often in competition. And today's funding system, and I think this applies also to this country, makes it really nearly necessary to catch the headlines very easily. And the best way to catch the headlines is, of course, not with good news, because good news is not news. So you have to be in opposition to somebody and say that Professor such and such has been completely wrong, or that the model of another group of people is completely off the mark. And I think, this really requires a discussion among ourselves and a discussion with society. There is no party line. I always say this in Wageningen, we have 6,000 scientists, and it's a daily job just to get them to agree on something. But it is possible by also making this explicit. What we now see, of course, is a reflection also of society as a whole. It's increasing polarization. And you do better if you polarize. But of course, that's not the way to move us forward. And acknowledging the strengths and weaknesses of everybody's position. And you may actually end up to say, well, these are the points we agree on, and these are the points we don't agree on. But at least it moves it forward. We had, for example, the group Extinction Rebellion, that may be known to some of you. It's a very active, vocal, and rather radical group in the UK and elsewhere. And they came to saying that we should not only divest from fossil fuels, not use fossil fuels at all, but in any case actually stop science more or less, because everything was already clear. If you just let them say that and then get into opposition, it doesn't work. Worse even, some of my professors, who will remain unnamed, decided that actually this was the time at which Wageningen University should apologize for its mistakes in the past, since we prescribed pesticides, fertilizer, and the whole non-organic business. Now, that went too far, but rather than fighting that out in the media, I said, okay, let's sit around the table. What are our expectations? We cannot apologize for the past in the sense that we try to do the best. Yes, we can recognize that we make mistakes. And I think this kind of open recognition and open dialogue is going to be extremely important, because what society now sees is one scientist pitted against another one. And society just thinks, well, they can't both be right, so let me just follow my own opinion. And of course, that opinion is also fed by all kinds of nonsense or half-truths on social media. So I firmly believe in a program of internal and external dialogue. But I also know for the 5.5+ years that I've been there, that's not easy. But try, please.
Last question.
Thank you, Louise. That's excellent. And this is another Jim, by the way, Jim Jones. But there is, I see a lot of work going on in the EU, the Netherlands maybe more prominently than others, on creating these kind of circular economies for food and agricultural systems. I think here we're really behind you, but there is discussion now. There are discussions about how we can move forward, and of course tomorrow's session that Jack mentioned also is about pathways for the future of food and agricultural systems in the U.S. And so if there's interest here, and if you have some advice, or do you have any advice that you can give those of us who are just beginning to take a look at how to move forward on these really great ideas that would make things more sustainable and also profitable, and not to count so much on governments to either abuse or misrepresent the reality of the situation.
Yeah, it's one of the most difficult questions I have to deal with. Our minister actually decided that we should go circular last year. And in fact, interestingly enough, your Secretary of Agriculture, Senator Perdue, if I'm right, is coming to meet my minister and me to discuss this at the end of this month. So we'll show him a couple of things we do. So I'll do my best in that sense. But more seriously, of course, circular agriculture also always depends on trade-offs. And that's the thing people forget. And this is again comes back to your point, people easily think that there is a black and white solution. It's either right or wrong. There are trade-offs. To give you a simple example, if you have free-ranging chickens, there is a greater disease problem than if you have them inside. But some people believe that by seeing them outside, the chickens are happier. And so that's a human feeling that we should also account for. Now, in the circularity, the key issue that we haven't defined properly, I think nowhere, is what is the optimal scale level? It's obviously not the farm. Yes, you can make farms a little bit circular. There's no way most farms can function as a closed system, not even with their neighbors around. And you can't just have, in Iowa, suddenly half of the people not growing corn but doing something else in order to get a balanced system. So the circularity at the end is still a global circularity. That's why I made this plea early on for really taking governments all over the world to task. But there are things you can do in a better way, and particularly, again, in this urban-rural linkage, we can make sure that we do not waste waste, I should say, and use it wisely. And there is, of course, a complementarity when it comes to farming. We can now, again, with the tools we have at our disposal, modern tractors, digitalization, we can actually grow again some mixed cropping systems by having, for example, the leguminous crops in between the cereals, because our tractors will exactly know what to do. And so the idea of this pixel farming, of being more precise and therefore doing away with some of the problems that we have in getting too much fertilizer on the field, all that can help. But I don't think we should confine ourselves to circular in a too literal way and in too small a scale. That would be really dangerous. Also because governments have really very few tools at their disposal. I mean, the most important tools that governments have are taxes, and you can only tax carbon emissions and maybe a few other things, and you can pass some laws on pollution, but there's no way in which you can enforce circularity in a simple way. But I hope as a concept this will also come to the consumer. The consumer is not yet there. If you ask consumers in the street, do you want circular wheat? They have no idea. And my answer is always circular wheat doesn't exist. What exists is a system where circularity has its place. But of course, there are always those trade-offs. So I'm afraid I don't have a good answer to you, but I think raising the issue of how to best use the resources and go to optimal system resource use efficiency is the way to go.
All right, let's thank our keynote speaker again. Stop talking to your neighbors. That's it. You're done. Okay, I'm going to welcome Jim Anderson back to the stage. I just want to also let you know that he is also a professor of food and resource economics at UF and IFAS. So, Jim, take it away.
Thank you. I was really impressed with Dr. Fresco's speech and Dr. Payne's speech. Great setup for the rest of the day. And now, we have a really exciting phase and hopefully a really interesting phase. We heard about the general issues and all the things we're going to do to make a future food better. But what we've decided to do, we invited 6 innovators, innovating companies. There's tens of thousands of people innovating over the world. So these people aren't necessarily representative of those tens of thousands, but they're inspired companies and inspired organizations, inspired individuals that are doing something to change the future of food for the better. Completely different. The structure is each one of them will present about a 7-minute speech on what their enterprise does, the opportunity they see, the challenge that they're addressing, and how they see that it'll change the future of food. Then we'll have a few minutes of 1 or 2 questions after each presentation because they're very different. We have from speaking on vertical farming to aquaculture to robotics, but it should be a high energy session. So the first speaker I'd like to introduce is representing Atlantic Sapphire, which is a phenomenal and amazing operation in southern Florida, which she will explain, and that's Cristina Espejo. Okay, I'm from Philadelphia. So what can you say? I really speak like Rocky. I'm doing everything I can to avoid that. Anyhow, she's the head of HR and basically sustainability at Atlantic Sapphire. So please, welcome to the stage.
I can't be behind the podium because nobody would see me. So I'll go this way. And first of all, thank you very much for the university and the Future of Food to think about Atlantic Sapphire. We're super excited to share what we're doing. And I come here on behalf of Atlantic Sapphire as the head of HR and Environmental and Social Action Plan to present what we're doing and answer any questions you might have. So the clicker. So our topic today is to present the future of seafood. And most specifically is how technology, innovation is underway in the global salmon industry. How we are doing it in Atlantic Sapphire is by pioneering bluehouse salmon locally, bluehouse farming locally, and transforming protein production globally with a very small objective, right? That is to feed the world sustainably. So we're talking about very large amounts of protein being produced. What is bluehouse for us? And it's the same as is for fish, the same as for plants and vegetables are greenhouses. So let me explain a little bit more of what Atlantic Sapphire is, who we are. So we are headquartered in the stock exchange in Norway. We were founded in 2010. Our original operations and our proof of the veto that we know how the technology works was established in Denmark. So we've got around 3,000 ton salmon facility in Denmark, fully operational. And it's also our innovation center. All the learnings we had there, we're now incorporating to make it even larger scale in South Florida. Currently, we've got around 4 million salmon born and raised in Florida. I know lots of you Like lots of people originally were thinking, salmon in Florida. So yes, we've got already 4 million down there in Homestead in South Florida. And our ambition is to produce 220,000 tons of salmon. That is equivalent to around 1 billion meals. If an average American eats salmon, I don't know, 10 times a year, it's 100 million people being fed salmon. So it's pretty amazing. And also we are the sole in-market Blue House facility in North America to produce this. So let me explain a little bit of why. So we've heard in the last presentation, so they were fantastic introductions to what we're doing, is that there's obviously, and I'm not going to go into the reasons why, a growth in demand of consumption of salmon. And the reality is that if you look at those charts, you can see that wild catch is stagnating. There's so much wild salmon we can catch. And it's aquaculture that is innovating extensively and producing new ways to supply that demand. And that's where we come into play. Oops. But the conventional salmon farming has some issues that we want to make sure that we can address through our new innovative approach. The first one, and I'm going to talk about 2 main challenges. The first one is that the production process and the environmental impact. We've been talking a lot about how the production of food is affecting the natural environment, and that is what is happening with the conventional food farming as well. So there's diseases and parasites. Of course, there's untreated fresh water where you've got a very large concentration of fish, and it's affecting the seabed. There's scapes, and the scapes are affecting as well the wild salmon. And there's predators, where there's food. You know, it's not just humans that want to eat. It's also some of the predators are going to the areas. And on top of that, we've got all the pollution that humans have put on the oceans. And that's what we're putting as well in our salmon, while in the conventional industry, right? With microplastics, medicines, and pesticides. And the second biggest challenge we're also wanting to address is what we call the insanity of salmon trading. If you look at how the trade patterns work, we prefer to eat fresh salmon. And if you look at it, North America is a net importer of salmon. Most of the salmon is imported, and it's imported through air freight, because salmon has 14 days shelf life, which is very limited, right? So the only way to do it is with flights, which is, aside from being very costly, it has a huge environmental impact from the carbon footprint. So by bringing blue houses locally, we are addressing and doing it out of the oceans. We're solving those 2 core issues, and we're also being able to produce a lot more and more consistently and with more fine quality, because we've got a controlled environment to our consumers. So how does the blue house work? It is a very, very complex system of water tanks and advanced filtering systems that move the fish from one location to the other, copying the perfect natural environmental conditions. So they start in fresh water, and then they move into a salt water, the same as they do in natural life. And we move them in artificial rivers, so it's very similar to the natural environment, but actually enhanced and made better. So they've got perfect water conditions, perfect oxygen conditions, amazing food, no predators, they are thriving. And we actually do care extensively for the happiness of our fish. We want happy fish. Yes, we call it happy fish, happy farmer. So for us, it's very important that they are happy and not stressed. So how do we see the future of salmon production? So there's 3 main areas we see as a future. The first one is land-based recirculating aquaculture system. Blue houses is the future. It's controlled environment. You've got a consistent production, and it's going to enable that quantity of demand that the public is asking for. The second thing is out of the ocean. We need to eliminate this exposure to sea lice, to diseases, microplastics, and wild species. And also we're ensuring that the biodiversity in the oceans are kept. And finally, close to consumer, collapsing the carbon footprint. So I'm going to finalize by showing some of the pictures of our Danish facility. So you can see there our Denmark blue house. One of the challenges we originally were faced by the industry is, can you make large fish, right? How big your fish can be. And here is an example of 8.5 kilogram. So it's like 13-pound fish. You can see it's pretty big, right? And they look very nice. And also the salmon in grow-out tanks. As you can see over there, they are living happily. We also, one of the very important elements we want to keep and maintain is fish are a gregarious animal, right? They like to be with each other. So we make sure that they've got the right number of friends around to feel happy and relaxed. So that's what you can see our fish swimming happily. And here is a picture of the Atlantic Sapphire US facility. As mentioned, right now we're building, and by mid-year you will be able to buy fresh salmon from Florida, and we will be producing 10,000 tons of salmon a year in this first phase. And over the 10 next years, we're going to increase that capacity 22 times to 220,000 tons. Thank you.
So we'll take one or two questions. Yeah, Hannah, if you want to come over. Wow, I'm shocked.
Okay.
Very impressive. It's my understanding that the reason you picked Homestead, because I was always wondering why Florida, is that because of the problem we have in our the permit requirements we have for discharging into the ocean and rivers and ponds makes it difficult. So you wanted to copy, is this true, you wanted to copy the Miami model of how they discharge their waste straight down below the aquifer into the boulder layer? Is that how it works?
So there's three main reasons why we are now in Florida. The first one is because of the water resource. So we're using the aquifers, the freshwater aquifer for a little of water, not very extensive, and the saltwater aquifer that actually nobody's using, right? For our grow-out tanks. The third area is we use the same systems as the wastewater treatments used in Florida, that is the disposal area. So it's a very complex technology, as you mentioned, that we can get right water with the right disposal and environmentally friendly disposal process, as the wastewater treatments do. And the third one is the energy cost.
I think it's great. It's a very clean system. Are there limits to that, I was wondering, to discharge to the boulder layer? How much do we know about that?
So we use the same technology as the wastewater treatment facilities are using. So it's not different. We definitely are within, we've got a permit, and we're definitely under our permit allocation, and we will be according to our projections in the
Thank you.
future. Thank you.
Thank you. Cristina, you're bringing a cold water fish into the tropics.
Yes.
How are you doing it? You keeping the water cold there too?
So we keep all the conditions for the salmon perfect, and that includes the water temperature. So we use, as a very environmentally conscious company, we use geothermal energy. Also, one of the main elements why we selected Florida was linked to the type of energy that we've got in Florida. So we do have to use, in addition to the geothermal energy, some energy from the FPL. But we do cool it a little.
My question's similar along the same lines of what Jack had brought up with the deep water discharge, as well as your use of the saline aquifer. I'd like to point out personally, you're not the only ones using the saline aquifer.
Yes, no, it's
there
true.
are
There's
other
others.
aquaculture industry or other aquaculture producers using it. And how would you address somebody like myself, small to medium scale aquaculture, who feel that you have gotten a patent on the resource of using the deep water salt aquifer and the discharge into the boulder layer through that very specific and restrictive patent that you recently got, for somebody like me who doesn't think that it would hold up in court but doesn't have the money to fight you on it?
You know, we can talk about it later on. I think it's a longer discussion, but it is true that we've got a patent for salmon producing.
Is that your intention to prevent small and medium scale aquaculture producers from coming up on
Our intention is to protect the technology we're using. So it's we can talk later on, but the reality is it was to protect the technology we're using, and we invented and created. Thank you.
You have a question? Okay, so we'll do just one more quick question.
Hey, thank you so much for this talk. It's really inspiring. I wanted to ask, what is the nutrition value difference between aquaculture raised salmon and wild salmon? Because from what I've read, I could be wrong, the ratio of omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids in aquaculture raised fish is pretty high compared to wild, which is 3:1 or 1:1.
That is a fantastic question that I wish I could answer, but it's not my area of expertise. What I can do is I can find out and give you the answer. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Well, as we can see, innovation, being on the frontier, brings out a little controversy right from the beginning, and that's okay. I mean, anybody who's on the frontier of anything knows that that there's controversy. Anyway, our next speaker represents Syngenta, is Matthew Johnston. He's head of the Global Seed and Flower Division, or group, at Syngenta, and he's going to talk about what Syngenta is doing to help create the future of food. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And Jack, thanks for the comments this morning and the welcome. For those of you that know me, you know I'm always delighted to have a chance to be here in Gainesville. So happy to be here. Jim, thanks for the invitation, and thanks for the opportunity to share a little bit about what we're doing at Syngenta. Took advantage of being here this week to advance some of the things that we've been working on, and it, I think, fits neatly into the discussion here this morning, and I'll try to tie all that together. But this whole issue of the future of food and how we're going to feed people is central to Syngenta's mission. And if you're not familiar with our company, I'd encourage you to look out and see what we're doing. We're but one of many that are in this space, but we're very proud of what we're doing. And I think the biggest challenge that we have, and that I in particular have this week, is keeping my comments to 7 minutes that you've given me, Jim. So I'll do my best. So with that said, there's no news here. We're all familiar with what the expected growth in population is going to be worldwide. But as we look to the future, it's not just the 10 billion people. It's the fact that that's really 2 billion more than we have today. And that challenge is further exacerbated. There's a lot of forecasts that would suggest we're expecting as much as 3% growth in GDP over this period of time. What that translates to, with some studies and some people, is that we may have to produce as much as 70% more food in the future than what we're making today. So it's not just more food, it's also better food. Louise talked about that a little bit this morning. Jack has mentioned it. We've heard it from others. But we also have to do this in a way that's sustainable and that doesn't damage our planet. So in simple words, we've got to produce a lot more with a lot less. So institutes like University of Florida and Wageningen and companies like ours at Syngenta, we're working very hard to contribute to solving some of these challenges. But sitting here today in Gainesville, Florida, comfortably fed and housed, I personally don't worry so much about all of us in this room. And I don't worry, with all due respect, so much for the people that are concerned about health-conscious food choices or climate choices. I think we're going to solve those issues, and lots of people are working very hard to do that. I do worry about other places. When we think about that population growth, more than 2 billion people, one of the things we need to recognize is that growth is not here in Florida and not in the United States. More than half of the expected growth in population worldwide is anticipated to occur in Africa. So the challenge we have as an organization, and the challenge I pose to my team, is that a significant portion of our efforts around innovation need to be focused on this particular problem. Jack mentioned earlier, and I think Louise also touched on it, more than 800 million people don't have enough food to live healthy lives. But it's worse than that. 3/4 of those hungry people are farmers and people living in rural areas. So if our farmers in the world are going to bed hungry at night, how do we contribute to developing countries and enable, through technology and innovation, to assist them in bringing food security to the world? So at Syngenta, we're going to continue working diligently on all the very interesting technologies and innovation that's occurring in many, many places, Florida included. I had a conversation with a gentleman this morning who's a friend of mine. He's in the restaurant business, sells a lot of fancy tomatoes in the restaurants. And we all enjoy those, and we're going to do more of that. We're going to do a lot more of that. Jim asked me to talk about what we're doing in innovation at Syngenta. And like those tomatoes we're going to sell to restaurants in Florida, we have lots and lots of examples of technology. You're going to hear from others today about some of the things other companies are doing. We've got brilliant white cauliflowers that allow farmers to reduce their labor costs. We've got a lot of interesting digital tools that are being developed and deployed in various places that allow farmers to plan and execute with far more precision. And back to that tomato example, we've got tomatoes with flavor that are driving the consumption of tomatoes up. And I'm sure in those restaurants here in Florida, we're going to see continued demand for those things. But those tomatoes we want you consuming here in Florida and other places in the West, the value of that seed is more than double the price of gold by weight. And I ask you to think about that in the context of that farmer who's hungry in a developing nation. So our focus as Syngenta in this area that we want to touch on is the work we're doing and the work we're going to continue doing, focusing on developments in indigenous crops, choice of food for farmers and families in countries who don't necessarily have the luxury or the desire to eat what we eat in the West. And we've got to do that at prices and costs that are affordable for that farm and that family. But if technology alone were enough, Philippines would not have suffered with incidents of childhood blindness to the extent that has occurred in recent years. Some of you are familiar with golden rice. That's a technology that's been available for many, many, many years. But it's only in last weeks been approved for human consumption. There's lots of examples of that. The science that's occurring at University of Florida and Wageningen University, many other places around the world, will provide lots of choices. Industry needs to work together, and we've done it before, but we're going to have to change the paradigm of how we work and where we work. We need to learn how to better collaborate with each other in institutions, each other in companies, with government and regulators. And I know that we can and we will, but it's going to require that big shift in our paradigm and our focus to think about that portion of the population growth that needs solutions for their requirements as well. We spent the day yesterday here on campus. We had a chance to interact with a number of students, young scientists, young people training up to work in agriculture and agribusiness. And that kind of interaction on a campus like this gives me great hope and great confidence that that generation is coming and is going to help solve these problems. But I invite you to reflect and think about what we can do together to make sure that we bring along those 2 billion people who are hungry and not eating enough and not eating well enough in places beyond our borders in this country and others. So I thank you for that. And Jim, thank you.
One or two questions. We have volunteers here with the mics. provide her with the mic, and then we'll have the two questions over here, and that will be it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I work with the International Rice Research Institute in the Philippines that bred the idea of having a golden rice in collaboration with the University of the Philippines.
Yes.
And this was because of the concentration of the United Nations to eliminate blindness in the school children. And that was a big success. Why can't other nations imitate the same goal? Get focused on a particular goal and have the geneticists and the plant and the agriculturists put it into action.
Well, certainly, that's the seminal question among them, and I appreciate very much. I'm surely not the person that can give the answer to that, but I think, like Dr. Fresco discussed in her talks, what's really important is that we have a dialogue and we talk, and we find those ideas. Certainly, the example of golden rice is a current one. It's a really important one. There's a lot of other ones out there, and I think one of the things that we're working very hard at our company to do is change our paradigm and change the way in which we face up to our markets, our customers, but also other stakeholders in the markets and in the game. It's not enough for companies like ours to just focus on the technology and think that we can bring a new technology to market, make money on it, and the rest takes care of itself. The future, with the challenges that we have, absolutely going to require us all to work together, and that often is going to mean working with people that we have different ideologies from, different belief systems, different views, and in the end, we've got to find ways to compromise and advance the application use of science and technology worldwide.
Work with the industry and controlled environment. Have you seen a shift in the paradigm for researching varieties that do better in those environments?
Yeah. So maybe let me rephrase the question and put it in a little bit the context of the business we're in, which is broadly in crop inputs. In particular, the group that I'm with today here is around vegetable seeds and flower seeds and seeds in general. Over the last, really 20 years, but it's accelerated dramatically in the last 6 or 8 or 10 years, there's a big shift to protected cropping systems. And what we did for many, many years was produce variety advancements and developments for open field farming. And in the West in particular, we've been faced with dramatically increasing costs, the farming communities, reduced input requirements, whether it be fertilizers or water or regulatory restrictions. That has really forced a move to different cropping and farming systems, which in the end are contributing greatly to expanded production output. But I think in the parts of the world that we're speaking about here, most of the people in those emerging countries don't have the money to build the infrastructure. They don't have the channels to move their product to marketplace. They're back where we all probably were 5, 6, 8 generations past. And we're going to have to challenge ourselves. That's why I call it a paradigm shift, to get out of the mode of thinking about what we do with our science and technology that solves problems for farmers in this country and other Western nations, and really think about what's needed for that farmer, that family, that community in places that don't enjoy the luxury of the infrastructure that we've been fortunate to have. And I think that in itself is going to require a lot of innovative thought on how you transform big company, big institution, big idea-generated people and entities to think about how you bring all the knowledge and capability we have as a society to solve problems that actually are far more complex than what they may appear to be from a distance. Thank you very much.
Okay, our next innovator and innovative company is AquaBounty, who is really on the frontier, a true frontier, a very challenging place to be. And so I'd like to welcome Sylvia Wulf to the stage, the president and CEO of AquaBounty.
So thanks, Jim. And I want to commend the Institute for bringing this kind of a discussion to get people together, because these are critical issues that we face globally. And it's in fact one of the reasons that I joined AquaBounty. My lawyers always make me put that statement up there. So about a year ago, or a little over a year ago, I was thinking about what I wanted to do with the next phase of my life. And I thought about what are the things that matter to me, and they fell into three different buckets. How do we use innovation to solve global challenges? How do we make sure that those innovations have a positive impact on our environment and our planet? And how do we think about agriculture? Because we've talked a lot about the divide between rural and urban, and how, consumers these days don't really understand where their food comes from, and they aren't familiar with what farming really is all about. I call it the changing face of the farmer. And so I had an opportunity to become the president and CEO of AquaBounty. And it's because I believe that biotechnology is one of the tools that we have to embrace to solve those global challenges. And the previous two speakers, Cristina and Matt, I'm going to build on what they said, because we operate in the blue space and also in the biotechnology world. The challenges that we face: feeding people, consistent themes, and climate change. When I did my due diligence and I started to talk to the team members at AquaBounty, the two things that were consistently brought up in terms of why they do what they do is we want to feed people. And there are 800 plus million people that go to bed hungry every night. One person dies of hunger every 4 seconds. My team knows that. So they were very much committed to finding ways to feed people with nutritional protein. And the second was obviously climate change. And we've talked about the impact on our oceans. Cristina did a really good job of describing some of the challenges that we face. And so what AquaBounty is all about is, in fact, how do we solve those problems in an environmentally sound way to provide nutritious protein to the world? And one of the ways that we are able to do that is when you think about protein, and I really appreciate what Dr. Fresco said, is animal protein is going to play a role. It has to. So how do we start to think about animal protein in a way that engenders that acceptance, and how do we change the diet to incorporate the right kinds of animal protein? And when you think about seafood, it is a very environmentally friendly form of protein, highly nutritious, but our feed conversion ratios, unlike terrestrial proteins, are pretty advantageous. And so when we think about where we want to play as AquaBounty, we really believe that salmon production as our first step is something that we believe in. So you saw Cristina talk about the fact that we can't harvest enough fish wild caught to be able to meet that seafood consumption. And ocean aquaculture has its own challenges because we're not granting more licenses, and there's challenges because of natural events, et cetera, with ocean pen farming. We need both. We need wild caught, we need ocean pen, and more importantly, we need what Atlantic Sapphire is doing and what AquaBounty is doing, which is creating a different way of farming fish on land in tanks. And we believe that our fish, 30 years ago, I like to think of us as a 30-year-old startup, 30 years ago, a researcher in Canada was trying to solve for how do we keep Atlantic salmon alive during a super chill. And so what he did was he actually took the gene of a Chinook, a growth hormone gene, and incorporated that into the genetic structure of an Atlantic salmon. So if you really think about it, it was an animal welfare motivation that started that research, But what's really happened is we now have a fish that's designed for this type of an environment, a land-based, tank-based farm, because we are able to grow much more quickly than a typical Atlantic salmon. And I share this slide because this is what we're all about. Our team came together and wanted to make sure that we are committed to the type of purpose that I described as the reason that I joined AquaBounty. Now let me show you. This is our farm in Indiana. We have 2 farms, and we've actually been farming mature fish for 25 years in a recirculating aquaculture system. This is the farm in Indiana. We currently have conventional salmon being farmed and 2 cohorts of AquaAdvantage, which is our transgenic salmon, being farmed, because we'll be able to prove 2 things. One, that our fish grow much more quickly in the early stages of their life, which gets them through those vulnerable stages quickly. And it also allows us to produce more fish with the same amount of resource as conventional salmon. The other advantage of our fish is that we have about a 25% improvement in feed conversion. So our fish actually eat less to get to the same size as a conventional salmon, and that puts less strain on resources around the world. So we think that both of those are critically important when we think about the global challenges, and biotechnology allows us to do that. I appreciate there's an individual here at University of Florida, Kevin Folta, who has been active in helping consumers understand the benefits of biotechnology. And I think it's the responsibility of the people in this room to inform consumers around GMOs and genetic engineering and gene editing and the benefits that they can provide when well regulated and safe, because it is going to be one of the tools that we'll need to use to solve those global challenges. So, as I said, we have 300,000 fish in the water. We have a 1,200 metric ton facility. We are currently in the site selection process for farms 3 through 5 in the United States, well, actually North America. And our strategy is a little different than Atlantic Sapphire in that we believe in rural rejuvenation. And so we want to place our farms in rural areas that might be economically challenged, because we also know that our waste streams, CO2, our waste streams from our fish, are synergistic with other forms of agriculture. And so we are looking at where do we place those farms to take advantage of those synergies most dramatically. We're now on our 14th generation. The genetic modification took place 30 years ago, and we've been breeding our salmon conventionally since that point in time. And as I said, it was one gene from a Chinook that allows the fish to grow faster in its early stages in a 44,000 gene construct of an Atlantic salmon. And so we want to help consumers understand that, it was a salmon gene into a salmon gene. I like to think of it as accelerated conventional breeding. That's what we've done, and that's the fish that we have. And I think the other thing that Cristina mentioned is we do that in a very environmentally friendly way, because we recirculate 97% of our water, and the 3% that we don't recirculate, we process through waste treatment. The question was asked about the nutritional profile. We're working very closely with our feed companies, because you can, in fact, design the nutritional profile of our fish to create the right nutritional profile for human consumption. And so we continue to do research in that area around, the environmental sustainability of the feed, as well as the nutritional impact of that feed. We have improved fish survival. As I said, we use less feed. Our systems are biosecure, so no exposure to disease or predators, etc. We don't use chemicals or antibiotics as we're raising those fish because of that biosecure environment. And then when you think about it, we have a real opportunity here to, in fact, have that synergism between, let's talk about produce production. And so we're in discussions with a number of produce companies in terms of how do we use those sites effectively and those waste streams effectively. And then because we're locating close to consumption, as Atlantic Sapphire described, we are lowering the carbon footprint because we're not importing our salmon from Norway and Chile. Our future is really to leverage our core competence in biotechnology, but at our heart, we're fish farmers. And so we're going to use biotechnology with respect to health, nutrition, productivity in our own salmon, continuing to improve those genetics, as well as other species. We're also looking at how biotechnology can help solve some of the other challenges for ocean pens, like sea lice. So those are the areas that we're investing in the future, because we believe that biotechnology and aquaculture will in fact allow us to solve some of the global challenges that we've all discussed this morning. So our vision, farms of the future, more fish farms in the United States and abroad, and broadening consumer acceptance and understanding of what genetic engineering can really do for our food supply. So thank you.
For just one question.
Can you briefly describe some of the regulatory hurdles that you've encountered, and what you think would have been a better or more appropriate regulatory process that would more appropriately have balanced sort of risks and benefits in regulating and approval of your technology?
So I'm going to answer that in two buckets. The first is we're the first genetically approved animal for human consumption. And so we paved the path, the regulatory approval path, with FDA, and found them to be incredibly thorough in the way that they looked at things. And so it took us 25 years to get our fish approved. And that's because both Health Canada and the FDA did a really rigorous, thorough job. That being said, there is an opportunity to improve our regulatory process while still ensuring the safety of the food product. Our challenges actually were more political. We had opposition from congressional leadership in a protectionist approach to wild caught. And so we were made the villain when in fact, this is a way to develop aquaculture in the United States, and that we shouldn't be creating a fear of food. We've always said that we would proactively label so that consumers can make an informed choice, but the National Bioengineered Disclosure Act created the bipartisan approach to how do we make sure that consumers, one, are informed, and two, it's apparent on the packaging. So from a regulatory perspective, I think there's opportunities for improvement, but we were the first, so that's why it took so long. And the other is I think we can't allow the politics to get in the way of sound science and solving challenges. Good.
Our next speaker is Professor Emeritus from Columbia University. He's going to talk a bit about vertical farming and the future there and the innovations that can occur there in urban farming. That's Dickson Despommier. Is that okay? Okay, thank you.
First, let me thank the organizers for inviting me. This has been a very exciting morning so far. I had a wonderful day yesterday touring farms and giving a seminar to some of your students. I enjoyed the feedback very much, the comments, both positive and confrontational, to be honest, about the technologies involved in raising food indoors. And so I want to tell you that this idea was not mine. It actually was my students. They forced it on me because they wanted some solutions to problems that they perceived were not being addressed. And one of them was, if the city is the parasite, then the countryside is the host. I'm a parasitologist by training, so I know this is kind of a bad analogy for those people living in the rural areas, as well as for people living in cities. But if you travel much, and I've traveled extensively over the last 5 years, I've found that cities are mismanaged at every single level. And the worry is the next morning, I hope there's no disaster. What are we going to do with our wastes? How will we get water to the citizens? How will we keep everybody healthy, et cetera, et cetera? So we have to reinvent the city. So what I'm going to tell you is a feed-off from one of your heroes also, Howard Odom, who was quoted as saying many things, of course, and one of the things that I stuck onto was, nature has all the answers. What's your question? So I will show you where that went. So our answer to the question, how can we live in cities in a reliable, sustainable, resilient way, is to imitate some form of nature that's already done all of that. And it's been around for several million years, maybe even more than that, in terms of the well-balanced hardwood temperate zone forest. Now, I know that's a bit of a stretch for you to think of each building in a city as a tree, but by the time I finish, I hope that I can convince you that at least it's possible to do that. And if we could, then how would our cities look 100 to 200 years from now, which is the time frame that we have to think in terms of changing from what we're doing now to something different. So trees they sequester carbon, of course, they harvest rainwater, they capture sunlight, and they produce food. Wouldn't we like every building that we lived in to do the same thing? So the question is, can we do it? So let me just show you the technologies that are now available to allow us that. Carbon sequestration, that's a no-brainer. We can build our buildings out of wood, but it's specially designed wood. It's engineered wood. It's called CLT, cross-laminated timber. And this is an entire building made out of cross-laminated timber. It's sequestering 3,646 tons of carbon. And don't forget where the trees came from when they grow back in 20 years. That's another 3,646 tons of carbon that are also sequestered in nature. This is a thumbnail sketch of a very deep subject, so please forgive the lack of details at every level, but I'm going to tell you that this is a trend among architects now that will not stop. And they want to build entire cities out of wood. And that sounds fanciful, but come on, your houses are made out of wood, right? So rainwater harvesting, how about that? Well, has anybody here ever been to Bermuda? Every drop of water in Bermuda comes from the sky. They don't have any groundwater. Every roof of every building is designed to capture water. Every tree is designed to capture water. Why don't we design our buildings to capture water? And we're starting to do that. Yes, New York City, for instance, where I work, throws away 1.2 billion gallons of water every single day. We have 47 inches of rain per year. Where does all that water go? Into the Hudson River, into the estuary, out into the ocean. Do you know how much water that is when you add it up over a year? 47 inches of rain is equivalent to 240 billion gallons of water. Cities should all collect their water. Energy production. Okay, that's what the leaves of a tree do. They convert sunlight into chemical energy, which is then transferred into food. That's what we eat. So why can't we train a building to do the same thing? And in fact, we now have clear photovoltaics that we can use for that purpose. This is glass that's coated with a titanium dioxide compound, which funnels the photons that hit the surface to the edge. And at the edge, there's a strip of photovoltaic that converts the photons to electrons and therefore generates electricity. Imagine how many buildings out there that are made out of glass that, if this technology were applied today, would save how many kilowatt hours of electricity. And by the way, locating, as we'll get to, vertical farms is predicated on the cheapness of energy. How many kilowatt hours of energy and how much does it cost? So every building should grow its own food supply. That's what I'm suggesting very strongly. It's possible to design buildings in which portions of the building generate enough food to supply whoever works in that building. One of the best examples is Pasona O2 in Japan. They're no longer doing that, but when they did, everybody ate for free almost. They grew rice in the foyer. They grew tomatoes on the second floor, green beans on the third floor, and the commissary was on the fourth floor. They just went for lunch by harvesting their own food, giving it to the chef, and the chef said, well, what did you eat yesterday? Oh, yeah, I had this and this, and I'll make you something different. The next thing you know, out comes a hot meal that you picked from the plants grown in your building. That's not impossible. In fact, that's been done. That's old hat. So let's make every building do that. It's possible. All you have to do is redesign buildings. And believe me, there's a lot of people out there that want to do this. So I'm way ahead of my schedule, I hope. I have a minute left. Good. So I must tell you that this idea arose in a classroom among 7 students and myself. They got depressed overhearing all the environmental damage that we're doing to the world and the health risks associated with it. They demanded to do something more uplifting. They worked on rooftop gardening, which didn't work out. And in the end of that class, I said, well, why don't you just take your good idea and move it indoors and create a farm out of that building? And that's where this idea started. That was in 1999. In 2010, I wrote a book called The Vertical Farm. A few people read it. It was good. There were no vertical farms, so I couldn't show you pictures. When the softcover came out 3 years later, there were 3 vertical farms. That was 7 years ago. Guess how many vertical farms there are today? I don't know. There are thousands of vertical farms. So it's an idea whose time has come, and whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, only time will tell. Thank you.
Question number 2. We've got one right here.
Thank you for your talk. My name is Jean-Francois. I'm based in France, working for INRAE Research Institute. And, well, I think that's quite fascinating, really. But my simple question would be, did anyone try to combine those technologies and look into the footprint, like the life cycle, was this done?
No one has tried this yet, but there are so many innovative architects out there that online you can actually find a rendering of an entire building in which every apartment manufactures their own food by these technologies of aeroponics and hydroponics. The excess is brought downstairs into a sort of an indoor supermarket, which allows them to realize some profit on the excess that they produce. And it's a model that could work, and there's a couple from Vienna now living in Portland that are planning to build that building. So I think once we see one, everybody will get the idea, now maybe we can do that too. And the next thing you know, we've got architects already screaming that every building from now on should be made out of this cross-laminated timber. It's a renewable resource. It helps to sequester carbon. There's no reason not to do it. You say, well, the building might catch on fire. Really? You know what they're making these buildings out of? You remember Yellowstone Park's fire in 1988? You can see where it was because the trunks of the trees are still there, and you can see the new growth coming up to almost exceed them. Those trees didn't burn. Their bark burned, their leaves burned, or their needles. He harvested, the T3 building that I showed you, those were harvested from blister bark beetle damaged pine trees. They were killed. He was using dead wood to begin with, and it still worked. Excuse me, I just did some carbon here.
Okay, thank you then. And we're going to move on. And also, when you ask your question, please introduce yourself as you did, so we appreciate that.
A lot of exciting ideas there. So that's very interesting stuff. Anyhow, our next innovator is from Florida. It's Gary Wishnatzki, and he's the co-founder of Harvest Crew Robotics and also owner of Wish Farms. So it's great to have a homegrown innovator here.
Yeah, thank you for having me here. Thanks for the university for inviting me. So I'm here to talk to you a little bit about what I believe is going to be the future of strawberries, not only here in Florida, but in other parts of the world and in California. My company, Wish Farms, was founded by my grandfather back in 1922. He came to Florida in the 1920s, so we're not new to the Florida strawberry industry. My family's been here for nearly 100 years now. So a lot of people, when you think about strawberries, not everybody realizes that strawberries is one of the few fruits that doesn't ripen after it's been picked. It's not like a tomato. So you have to pick a strawberry at the exact right stage of ripeness. If you pick one of those green berries on that plant that you see there, that you would have a green berry a few days later. It's not going to change. We've been experiencing for the past 20 years a shrinking declining workforce and an aging workforce. So you can see in that picture, the way strawberries are picked, it's not easy work. In fact, strawberries have been picked this way for over 100 years. The picture on the left there is from the 1940s, and on the right is a recent picture from California. So nothing's changed in the way strawberries are picked. You can see in this picture, it's definitely hard work. People are stooped over for long periods of time, and it's not easy. It's something that is not for old people like myself. It takes young people to do this job. So if you look at this graph, you look at that top line that goes up to past 10 billion people by the year 2100. We all know that the population of the world is growing, but I don't think everybody realizes what the population of people under 15 and under 5 years old is going to look like. If you look at how the population grows, the people under 15 caps out at around 2 billion people, and it's basically a flat line. So if you think about that, you think about this strawberry harvesting and other agricultural jobs being young people's work, we have a major problem. We've been seeing this declining and shrinking and aging workforce, but this is going to get worse. We're just at the beginning of this problem. When I started working in the industry back in the 1970s, strawberries were a luxury item in the wintertime when we were harvesting here in Central Florida. You couldn't find strawberries in the grocery store in these months because they were expensive and they went to northern markets. Today, people have come used to cheap, affordable fruits and vegetables, in particular strawberries, and I'm afraid that we're heading back to this if we don't solve the labor issue. The effort I've been working on, Harvest Crew Robotics, was started back in 2013. It's been a highly collaborative effort. And it became pretty apparent to me pretty early on that this was not something that just Wish Farms or Gary Wishnatzki was going to be able to solve with some engineers. It was going to take a collaboration. So I reached out to the strawberry industry, and today I've got over 2/3 of the U.S. strawberry industry has invested, and they're on our cap table for Harvest Crew. So that's a testament to how much the technology is needed, but it's also a testament to how well we've done getting support from the rest of the industry. University of Florida and the University of South Florida have both helped us quite a bit. We have quite a few professors, especially here from UF, that have been very helpful in advice and been on different advisory boards for us. So we've got 6 U.S. patents currently and some foreign patents as well. And yes, we patented our technology down in Mexico because we believe that they're going to be a net importer of labor in the near future too. But the one patent, our first one, is the Pitzer wheel, as I call it, named after my founder, Bob Pitzer. And this is what gets us to commercial speed. We're able to rapidly pick a plant with this wheel technology, and it doesn't require picking and moving it somewhere. We're able to pick, and not have to slow down to move the berry after it's been picked. So this is what I believe is the key for us getting commercial. So stereo vision in our technology, how we recognize the ripe strawberries, is part of our trade secrets. We have not patented because probably it'd be pretty difficult for somebody to reverse engineer something you can't really see how we're doing it. So this is a look at I'm going to show you our harvester in the field. This past season, we've made some additional improvements since this. So my partner, Bob Pitzer, likes to compare this machine gliding across the field at this slow pace. And when it's gliding across the field, he says it's kind of like a duck on the water, because as it's gliding across the field, all the action is happening underneath the machine. where the robots are picking away, but you don't see any of that. You just see this big 25,000-pound machine gliding across the field. So each one of these plants, when we lay this field out, we actually punch with the same machine. We have punch apparatuses that are on the machine. So we punch the holes and we record the GPS positions of each plant in the field. So we're collecting all of this data. We've got on board, and until we get the 5G, we're storing on board. But we're taking more pictures of strawberries than ever been taken in the history of the world, I think, right now. Yeah, there's about, I think it's 200 images a second being collected. So that is where we are. We're not commercial yet. I just wanted to make this one last comparison. Where we are right now is the cell phone of the early 1980s. Back in those days, when I got my first cell phone, I just wanted to make a phone call. And that's what growers want to do today, is just get their berries picked. They're not thinking about the smartphone of the future and what our machines will be in the future. But I see this platform as something that we're going to build upon, and there's all kinds of technology and other things that it's going to enable by having these machines in the field and all this connectivity. So thank you very much.
Hello, thank you so much for your talk. My name is Juan Gonzalez. I'm a UF PhD candidate here. And we see a lot of this sort of robotics innovation in the field. I'm curious about two things. The first one is, what are the remaining challenges that you see? You gave us the example of the phone, the cell phone in the 80s. What do we need to get to an iPhone, if you will? And then the second one is, we talk about a shrinking workforce, but it's a workforce nonetheless. These are people who need a job. You see this being a potential replacement in Florida and in Mexico. Have you thought about what's going to happen to that workforce, or are you doing anything to empower that workforce, or to keep them in mind as we move to new technologies?
Sure. Well, I'll start with the workforce question. The fact of the matter is the people aren't showing up anymore. We're relying very heavily on H-2A labor, so we're bringing people in from Mexico on visas. And it is in the very near future that Mexico will, too, be a net importer of farm labor because of the demographics there. So this is a global problem, not just a U.S. problem. But it's our belief that the people that remain on the farm that want to continue doing farm work, there's going to be jobs for them. There's going to be technician jobs. And my company, Wish Farms, we support scholarship funds for migrant students, as well as we support early childhood education. So, I see that education as the future. The children of the farm workers, for the most part, don't go into farm work. So, that problem. And the other question you asked, I forgot what that was now. The remaining challenges, yes, it's an iterative process, and we are working, we've refined the hardware very much this year, but we still have some software challenges to get over. And people ask me, when are we going to declare success? And I think it's really simple. It's when we can say that we have parity with humans. When we can clear as many berries off of a plant as humans. We don't have to be perfect. We're kind of just like self-driving cars. We just have to be better than the humans. So that's my answer for that.
Here, Rafael, Flor with the Gates Foundation. Two quick questions. How close are you to go commercial? And then second, are you starting to analyze the pictures, the 200 pictures per second that you are taking?
Yes, I was speaking with the engineers yesterday about the pictures. It's very tedious work going back, and they're taking like 3 or 4 times, 5 times as long to go back and look at pictures as it is to actually do the pics. But we're probably a couple years away from the first true commercial machine. We hope that later this year we will begin generating some revenue, but we're really in the prototyping stages right now still. We've been at this 6 years, and it's a very iterative slow process, and part of that is the seasonality. You know, we're doing all the development here in Florida, and, you know, we've got a 6-month window from the time the season starts to the time it ends, and then you have to wait for berries to get ready again.
Last question.
Hello, my name is Kayla Waldorf, and I work for AutoGrow. The question is, does Wish Farm see any economic viability in going out of the ground into substrates and growing hydroponically under a hoop house, and why or why not?
So here in Florida, I don't see it as a true possibility for strawberries. And we grew strawberries in a greenhouse back in 2003. And then we converted that to organics about around 2005, and we just could not economically make the numbers work. One of the issues here in Florida is the humidity levels, and you can't cool the houses, but there's just a host of other problems. The cost is way less growing outdoors, and that's why strawberries are grown outdoors in the U.S. 99% of all strawberries are grown outdoors. And you look at other parts of the world where they're growing indoors, the cost, the return back to the grower and the cost to consumers is much higher. And that's why U.S. consumption of strawberries is the highest in the world, because of the affordability. Average price back to a grower here in Florida is about $1.50 a pound, also in California, whereas in Europe and it's maybe more like $3 to $4 a pound. And then you go someplace like Japan where everything is grown indoors, $10 a pound back to the grower, not to the consumer, and that's why they sell strawberries for $10 a piece, individual strawberries. But yeah, so it's about the affordability, and growing outdoors is the answer currently.
Well, spectacular to hear about that homegrown innovation. And for me, it was good because I spent a lot of time picking strawberries in high school. I've got many hours in that exact same position in strawberry fields in Pennsylvania. So our next speaker is Andy Jarvis. He comes to us from the International Center for Tropical Agriculture in Colombia, and he's going to talk about, as director of the Decision and Policy Analysis group at ICAT, he's going to talk about digitalization and how it can contribute to the future of food. Thank you.
There we go. All right, so last innovator standing, but I think it's a little bit intimidating. I haven't got big robots to show or amazing salmon farms. It's a little bit more Africa focused, what I'm going to show, and really talk about digital agriculture for the other half. And Louise did a great job this morning kind of opening up on this, talking a lot about kind of digital revolution and the opportunities for that. And that's really what we're looking at across the CGIAR. And so just for a little bit of background, I work in CIAT, and there's an alliance now with 2 centers of the CGIAR, CIAT and Biodiversity. But I also have a role across the CG looking at the platform for big data in agriculture. And so it's our work on digital agriculture across all of the institutions involved in CGIAR. And this is what we're really trying to do. It's a pretty big, bold goal, but how can we use these big data approaches to solve development problems faster, better, and at greater scale than before? And we're really, really interested in development problems, right? So we're looking at Africa, Asia, Latin America specifically. And when you start looking in those geographies, you start honing in on a certain kind of sector of the population where we're most interested in finding those solutions for. And you look at the statistics, 72% of farms of the 570 million are smaller than 1 hectare, right? That's, and those farms under 2 hectares are producing 30 to 34% of food supply and 24% of gross agricultural area. So it's a huge segment of the global food security picture. And it needs very different solutions, right? So we can't take that amazing, what's it called, the harvester. Yeah, I mean, we can't necessarily, that just doesn't work on a 1 hectare little farm necessarily. Not every farmer can expect to have access to that type of technology. And so what we're interested in doing is looking at, well, what is the kind of equivalent of the revolution that's going on right now in the US, in Australia, in Europe especially, using digital approaches, using robotics, using sensors on tractors and things like that. What's the equivalent in these kinds of smaller, lower resource systems, right? And so this is a kind of little infographic we put together of kind of how we might start seeing this moving along. Oh, and one of the opportunities we see really is it's not so much about the mechanization, but it's about the use of the mobile phone. I left my phone down there. I always kind of put it up. But the mobile phone is really in many of these geographies going to be the kind of the instrument for change. And how you transmit information, how you use the mobile phone as a sensor and as a two-way communication device for information. So something that we found very useful, the Gates Foundation have developed a kind of strategy around digital agriculture. And one of the things that in the study that they did to set up that program, they did a kind of ex-ante analysis of digital advisory services. And the numbers are just tremendous, right? So using digital approaches, digital advisory, you can increase adoption rates by 50%. You can increase yields 30 to 40%. You can increase farm income by 20 to 25%. You can return, the return in farmer income per dollar invested is 30 to 45 times. Very good returns on investment. And cost savings for public systems, right? It's very expensive having a bunch of extensionists going on their motorbikes and getting on buses and I mean, most of them even, they don't even have transport to get around, and talking face-to-face with 10 farmers when through mobile devices you can be getting 100, 500 with really detailed information. So there's tremendous opportunities, but when you look at the reality is we struggle, right? The evidence is selective on this, right? We have very little evidence really to base lessons and build forward. The data is massively constrained. There's not a lack of data. It's just all over the place. It's fragmented. It's not accessible. It's not fair, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. The investment's not meeting expectations, and the stakeholders are incredibly fragmented. So really, this is the kind of the problem statement that we're working on, and we're trying to kind of systematically go about changing that. We have a large portfolio working on the data side of things, getting this kind of data ecosystem kick-started for agriculture in developing countries. But today what I'll just focus in on is about innovation. And so one of the things, one of the initiatives we have is called the Inspire Challenges. And so what we do is we find what are kind of a few of the kind of intractable problems in development where we think a digital data-driven approach might provide new insights and solutions. And so every year we have a convention, and it's all kind of built around the convention, where we invite ideas, innovative ideas, to get $100,000 a pilot, and then we have some scale-up funds to take it out to scale. And we look for innovators to apply with novel solutions. And these have been some of the problems that we've been looking in on: empowering data-driven farming, sensing and renewing ecosystems, revealing food systems, just understanding the kind of the magic that happens between kind of farm and plate in many cities where it's incredibly informal, monitoring pests and diseases. So those have been some of those things, and we evolve these ideas every year. And we're 3 years now into this innovation process. Every year we get pitches, we fund some of these, they come back, they tell us how they went, and if it's really working, we scale out and provide additional support. And so what I wanted to do is show you kind of 3 of the innovations that are now graduating after 3 years of kind of working closely with them. One of them is Farm Inc. And so this is using information from Facebook. So it's essentially a Facebook group which has now 200,000 farmers registered and actively using it in Kenya alone, and moving across now East Africa. It started out on livestock, and now we're kind of moving into other crops with this. But essentially, people can share experiences, their problems. It's a Facebook group, social network, where these 200,000 farmers can ask for advice and things. And so you've got there, just simple kind of daily questions that livestock producers in Kenya would have. I want a cow, 20 liters per milking. My Frisian cow is 4 months pregnant. What do I feed? And this just goes on and on and on. The interesting thing, though, with this, there's lots of people with questions, and then there's peer-to-peer support. But it's also an incredible resource. We can we can use text analysis to identify, well, this is about animal health, this is about buying or selling, this is animal husbandry, blah, blah, blah. And we also, from everyone, we know where was the post. We know we have photos. You can do photo analysis to try and understand the problems as well. And you can get a wealth of information that when 200,000 farmers are sharing this, you have a surveillance network understanding what is going on in the livestock sector in the country. And so what we're Farming are doing is then linking this up to experts to provide some of the solutions, linking to national systems to provide timely response to some of the emerging issues and problems that are coming out. And then there's this peer-to-peer support going for farmers themselves. So it's a chat bot. It's this Africa Farmers Club. It's, this slide needs updating. It's now 200,000 members. And 92%, we're doing some analysis right now in more detail, but an initial survey, 92% of dairy farmers reported changing their farmer practices based on information received through this chatbot. So it's an incredible means of getting to many farmers in systems where extension just is not getting out and reaching. Oh. What happened there? That's all the slides you had? Oh my God, yeah, there were more. All right, I'll talk about the other ones. Am I out of time? Yeah, we're out of time. Or you can answer a question you propose yourself. Okay. Ask myself a question. Let me, that's a little bit, I ask myself questions all the time, but I don't think you all want to know those. Let me just tell you two other things, the two other little innovations in 20 seconds. One is also called MARPL, and it's about sequencing in the field. We call it the kind of the rust bus. And so in Ethiopia, it's mobile sequencing. It's a car that kind of goes around in rural areas during the wheat season, identifying wheat rust, and it uses the same kind of sequencing that was used in the Ebola outbreak to identify, do essentially genomic sequencing out in the field. Very mobile. It's all off-grid, all based in one single kind of Land Rover, and it goes around and in real time is providing then information about the kinds of pathogens of wheat rust that are coming up, and then real-time response then on the management side to respond to those things. Another one that we've been working on has been linking kind of mobile technology with insurance. And so it's very expensive to be using in crop insurance to have people going out into the field validating all the time. And so we've got this thing called Seeing is Believing, where the farmer themselves are taking photos of their field, and then there's automated image analysis of this, and that provides validation of events of maybe crop loss or issues with your crop that is then triggering payments in terms of insurance schemes. And so we've got a number of these. Those are some of the examples. The final slide I had, and this is the real kind of story that I wanted to tell, is one of inclusion. And so we've done some analysis. There's amazing potential with these things, but you still see, if you look at the analysis, accessibility to 2G, 3G, 4G networks of rural populations, of low-resource farmers versus higher-resource farmers, of urban versus rural, there's huge digital divides. And that is really an issue, and that's something that I think it's very important that we work on. Access to data, the cost of data in Kenya, for example, 1 gigabyte of data is about 60% of disposable of income for a low-resource farmer. And so that has to change. And we need to see these as public goods that can stimulate development forward. And I think we've got to think about the policy implications of that. Okay, that's it.
I think we have to move forward. I really apologize. I don't know where his last couple of slides went, but the mysterious slide eater. But this, I think, was a fantastic session. I loved it. There's 6 great innovators and innovator ideas and institutions among the thousands that are out there. So it's fantastic. So next, I have the honor to introduce the 12th president of the University of Florida, Dr. Kent Fuchs. And he told me, he said, keep it short. So I kept it short.
Thank you, Jim, for keeping it short. I have a really boring bio that you don't want to hear. So one of the things that I love about a university is that at any given hour, there are 1,000 wonderful things happening, classes being taught, forums occurring, people that are celebrating things. What I don't like is that I haven't discovered yet about how to be at all of them at the same time. So earlier this morning, for the past several hours, just right below here, on the floor below here, we launched our week-long celebrations for Martin Luther King Jr. And there's a national holiday on Monday, as we all know here, and we had a keynote forum there as well. But I wanted to be here to join you all for lunch, and then I'm going to, as I'll say in a moment, be back tomorrow for a special activity. But I wanted to do two things real briefly, just to encourage each one of you in your work, whether you're here at the University of Florida, whether you're from the Netherlands or any other part of our globe. I cannot think of anything more important than the future of food and how we feed 10 billion people and the future of our climate in the context of that challenge. The second thing that I wanted to do was indeed to offer a warm welcome to my colleague and co-president, President Fresco. Thank you for being here. Knowing well the responsibilities of a university president, I know what effort it takes to come to another place and to give a speech and be a part of this conference. And your presence is not only generous, but it adds prestige and urgency to our discussions today. So thank you. So in addition to today's events, President Fresco and I are going to be together tomorrow for a special new activity that her university launched a couple years ago. This is the ongoing planting of 100 trees at different sites around the globe. And I'll be joining her in planting a 9-foot live oak right here on the lawn of this building, the Wright Student Union, tomorrow. This effort indeed began in 2018, and it celebrates the 100th anniversary of Wageningen University by creating a global forest of university trees. University trees, I think I'm saying that correctly, that represents international connections around the world. Our planting also, though, here this week coincides with Florida Arbor Day, which occurs on Friday. So for me, this expands on that symbolism between strengthening the connection between our two universities to one of optimism about the future of universities, the future of food, the future of humanity, and indeed our planet. You know, when we plant small trees, we expect that they're going to grow and flourish despite great challenges, and they do. Now, I want to just give you all that are from the University of Florida a couple of examples. You all know about our beloved plaza that we call Plaza of the Americas and all of the live oaks that are there. Those live oaks were actually planted as part of a planting ceremony in 1931 to celebrate the dedication of the University of Florida Center for Latin American Studies. And today, every one of us that walk by there and the students that hang their hammocks there enjoy the presence of that symbolic planting in 1931. We also have a gorgeous live sycamore, a gorgeous large sycamore on our campus. It's called the moon tree, because it was grown from a seedling that was carried to the moon and back in 1971 aboard Apollo 14. Now, the next final story, brief story, I'm not sure it's true, but I'll relate it to you. And that is that we indeed have a lime tree, an Ogeechee lime tree, that was supposedly planted by rock and roll star Tom Petty when he worked on our grounds crew. I don't know if it's true, but the lime tree, the Tom Petty tree, today is flourishing, and it was planted by someone. We claim him. Our work at universities really is like planting trees, whether they're seeds or seedlings or 9-foot live oaks. First off, when we educate young people, we give them what we believe is the optimism, and we have the optimism that they're going to mature, they're going to flourish, they're going to contribute to our world, and may even grow old and wise like we are. We meet in conferences like this one, trusting that the ideas and the things that we learn from each other and the collaborations that rise from our discussions will bear fruit far into the next generation. And we plant seedlings for the future, literally and symbolically. Some of those that will grow up into shade on university campuses in the Netherlands and here at the University of Florida. But we are also planting seeds of innovation, entrepreneurship, seeds of human well-being, and we're helping lead society to sustainable use of our land and also our oceans. I'm confident, you all, that the thought-provoking discussions and your investment in today's being here, traveling here, and working together are going to result in, indeed, large live oaks that will result in great ideas and innovation and partnerships, and indeed, they'll take root and they'll grow to benefit tomorrow, just like the little live oak that we're going to plant tomorrow. Now,
Okay, I understand that you'll continue to have your beverages and finish your meals, but I hope that you're able to multitask and give your complete attention to the stage. You're going to be listening to a conversation between two friends and two experts. This interview is taking place with Rafael Flor, who's a senior program officer with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation's Agricultural Development Team. And leading it is Pedro Sanchez, and he is a professor of soil and water sciences, and he also works with the Institute for Sustainable Food Systems here at UF. So, Pedro, take it away.
Thank you, Jim.
Let's make sure these are turned
glad to have this. On?
Yeah, it's on.
Can you hear me okay? Everybody?
Sorry, you're going to have to eat the mic.
And maybe we'll use it. Okay, can you hear me all right? Más o menos.
Do you want to take it out?
I guess we might as well, yeah. Okay. Well, welcome, Rafael.
Thank you.
We were looking for somebody who has vast international experience in world food security issues, and at the same time, some youth, relative youth. And Rafael fits that. He's a lot younger than most of us here who are in faculties and so on. So, and he has extensive experience. He's a product of Zamorano University in Honduras, which is the best practical university in Latin America, and then Columbia University, and then joined our Millennium Project and Millennium Villages program, then worked in the private sector in Ghana, and then worked for the Rockefeller Foundation in Nairobi on waste, and now he is at the Gates Foundation and leader of shaping an inclusive markets in at the foundation. So, welcome.
Thank you, Pedro. It's wonderful to be here with you on the stage, and thank you for the kind invitation. As you mentioned, we go a long way back. You have been my mentor since the beginning of my career, so it's wonderful to be here with you.
Great, great. I noticed in our pictures there that I no longer have a full beard, while Rafael has a full beard now. He didn't have it before. Things change. So let me start, Rafael, by getting your ideas about do you think the food security should be a primary concern, or do you think it might be solved by 2050?
So, as Luis mentioned in the morning, and I'll elaborate a little bit further, the food system requires a transformation. It needs a transformation. Right now, based on the data that we have from IFPRI and the economists came out recently with the food security index, there is enough calories being produced in the world to feed the current population. So the issue is not necessarily around calories per se. We have enough of them. And I think, our system, the food system that we built after the Second World War, prioritized productivity of calories, because it was a time where there was a need, there was hunger, and there was a need for additional caloric production. That's not the case any longer. I think we need to pivot a little bit and transition beyond calories, beyond grains and cereals, into more nutritious foods. And that's the crisis that we are facing right now.
So it's basically the paradigm shift from food security to nutritional security.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about what you think about nutritional security. What's that?
So the latest data that we have from the Institute of Health Metrics and Nutrition out of the University of Washington and other groups, including Tufts and University, Darius Musafari is a great academic working on this, indicate that now diet-related diseases are higher than smoking-related deaths. Diet-related deaths are higher than smoking-related deaths in the U.S. Around the world. There are 11 million right now, as of last year. So the evidence that we have is very clear on two groups, well, very clear on one group of foods and less clear on the other. The first one is around consumption of sugar, salt, and saturated fats. That's very clear. That's killing us. And it needs to be reduced. The intake of those foods needs to be reduced, along with red meats. Now, the second group of foods that is not that clear is around what the Rockefeller Foundation calls protective foods.
It's a nice term.
Which is basically fruits and vegetables.
Mm-hmm.
And the biochemicals that fruits, vegetables, and whole grains have a quality to protect our bodies against disease. And I think the body of evidence there is growing, but is not as solid as for the first group of foods. I wanted to ask you a related question. When you work in Brazil and the Cerrado, were issues around environmental sustainability and nutrition prominent during the times of the Green Revolution in Brazil?
Not at all. Not at all. The idea was the Brazilians said, look, we moved our capital to from beautiful Rio de Janeiro to this desert in Brasilia, in the middle of the Cerrado. I said, no, it's not a desert, it's a savanna. Oh, but can food be produced here? I said, yes, absolutely. And now, a few decades afterwards, the Cerrado, Brazil, is one of the most productive regions of the world in terms of food production. Their soybean yields are about the same as in Iowa. And even though they're supposedly infertile acid soils, that they have learned how to manage them properly. But in terms of the environment, there wasn't any notion whatsoever about environmental change, certainly climate change, or nutritionals. But Cerrado started in the 70s. I think by the time the 90s roll around, there was tremendous consciousness. And indeed, one of the things the Brazilian government did is pass a law saying that at least 25% of the Cerrado should be untouched. And more or less, it's been okay. And also, the farmers themselves, during the dry season, 6 months dry season, are irrigating a lot with center pivot systems and so on, but they don't tap the aquifers. They just have dams in which they capture the rain, excess rains and runoff during the rainy season and use it during the dry season, which is a very smart thing to do. And also they have pasture species and other species that can really pump water from the subsoil as well as nutrients. So now they're fine. I think they're at the forefront of environmental consciousness and so on, particularly the farmers. Well, the researchers too. The new government, I'm not so sure, but the researchers sure.
And when you co-chaired the Hunger Task Force, what happened to that transition? Some of these elements were incorporated, right? Environmental sustainability was one of the key pillars of that, the same thing as nutrition. So for the Africa context, how much of those lessons learned were incorporated into that work and recommendations?
Well, the Hunger Task Force was a United Nations task force to specifically to try to implement reduction of hunger, large scale. We were both members, and so was Rob Horsch, who's sitting over here, and Cheryl, somewhere in the back. We're all in the hunger task force, and we basically pushed for improved varieties and the use of fertilizers, which in Africa wasn't then something that wasn't happening. It has happened now. It has happened now, and we're beginning to see a lot of additional production. So it's not the report that hangs and gathers dust in a bookshelf. It's been used. So, but let me switch gears here, and asking you, how are the growth demand projections for different commodity baskets, cereals, roots, oil palm, beef, etc., in sub-Saharan Africa now? Now focus from Brazil to sub-Saharan Africa.
We started to look at data for Africa very recently. We had a learning session with Bill Gates in December around trade, and that provided us with an opportunity to look at the new evidence on this. And as you know, the population in sub-Saharan Africa, as previous speakers indicated, is doubling every 15 years. That's an incredible growth rate. And with that, the demand for food is increasing. So it is projected that by 2050, our best estimates, which, again, I have my doubts about some of the slopes that are being used for those calculations, estimates that the demand for food is going to increase by 2 or 3 times the current demand. Now, when you start to look at the composition of that demand is when it gets more interesting. There is a dietary transition happening in the African continent right now. Urbanization is an income growth is fueling an increased demand for more nutritious foods. So when you look at cereals, the projected demand is around 2%. And most of that grain is going to go to feed animals. It's not necessarily for animal consumption. But then when you look at the demand for pulses, it's projected to increase by 50%. For fruits and vegetables, 66%, and for animal protein, 100%. So those are the areas that they are going to trigger that economic inclusive agriculture transformation that we are seeking. Now, the other part that's interesting about this is that the off-farm segments of the value chains are becoming much more important. So we are beyond the issues around production and food security. It's becoming a system that's much more modern and much more labor and capital intensive.
Okay, very good. Given that, what's the strategy of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation towards Africa now?
Well, we believe that every life is equal at the Gates Foundation. And within the agricultural development portfolio, we have 4 main outcomes. The first one is to increase labor and land productivity of small-scale producers. The second one is to increase incomes of those producers. The third one is increase access to a diverse diet all year around, and it has to be an equal access. And the fourth one is empowering women in the agricultural sector. So we are looking at, production, access of food, of nutritious foods, incomes, and gender. Now, let me ask you, based on what you know about the Gates Foundation, what areas do you feel that we should be emphasizing more? Is the strategy complete, or should we consider other areas of investment?
Well, I agree with those 4 areas. I think they cover the waterfront very well. What I would say is I hope, even though that's in part of in your area, that you put the education of girls and the employment of women as pretty much the top priority.
I think that's part of I have had discussions with the gender team within the foundation, and one of the things that they have been telling me is that it hasn't been put as a separate portfolio because it needs to be across. It needs to be in every single thing that we do, and I think that's is at the core of what we are trying to achieve.
Well, then I would urge you to get on it as early as you can, because we have had in the Millennium Villages a very successful situation in which putting girls in high schools, they don't get married off at the age of 13 or so for a couple of cows that the farmer would get, and those girls, those are the ones that finish high school, many of them, especially in Ethiopia, they went to universities, and guess what they were studying? Computer science, mechanical engineering, not the traditional female professions of teaching and nursing. They wanted to get there on top. So this is what I hope is a chance that is really needed. Okay, but now let's move up to what we heard and saw this morning on the innovators. What do you think this ideas that we heard would work in the global south?
I think there is, again, going back to rethinking our global food system, I think there are 3 components that we need to be mindful of. I think the first one is that we need to sustainably increase productivity in certain areas of the world, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. I think the areas where there is innovations around crisps, around what Louise called not only intensification or more precision agriculture, I think are areas that we need to keep investing in. I think health has provided us with the path. They are moving into precision health. I think the next is agriculture. We need to move into precision ag. The second area is around food loss and food waste. I think we cannot, at this point, when we talk about the Sustainable Development Goals, keep losing and wasting so much food. It's just unbelievable. It's $1 trillion. It's 1% of our global GDP every single year. So again, it's an incredible amount of resources. And the third part, I think it is around changing or shifting our dietary patterns. I think that is also very important. And here is not about the diet necessarily, but around the dietary patterns and having a more diverse and more balanced meal and diet overall. I think, the areas around mechanization and robotics are really, really important, and they are going to keep growing in demand. I think that's an area also that will have applications in the global south. Now, Pedro, let me ask you, based on that, about soils. Where do you see soils? It just came out with your new book, and where does soil fit into this picture? What are the priorities? What do you feel that we should prioritize in that specific area?
Well, thank you. Of course, soils are the foundation of terrestrial food production, and the soils of Africa are really not that bad. They're extremes. There's some terrible ones, and there's some great ones. But most of them, compared to Latin America, let's say, there's not much of a soil acidity problem in Africa and all that. I think what we need to do is to make the use of soils more efficient. And one efficiency measure is what we call the agronomic use efficiency, in this case of the key fertilizer element, nitrogen. And that's how many kilograms of, let's say, crop, maize, you get per kilogram of added fertilizer. and it's about 15 or so in Africa, and it can really be really up to 30 if we increase the efficiency of that situation. Likewise, in irrigation, although very little of Africa is irrigated, still there's a tremendous waste of irrigation, not only in Africa but elsewhere, with fair irrigations, this stuff that we've grown up with. You lose about 50% of the water you apply before it gets to the plant. And if you use drip irrigation, you use about 90%. And I thought drip irrigation was something for smallholder farmers, and it certainly is. But when Cheryl and I went to Xinjiang province in northwest China a couple of years ago, we saw very large-scale drip irrigation used by the Chinese. So those things are efficiency. We have to do what was called this morning precision breeding, especially to create cultivars, varieties, or hybrids, or whatever, of crops that are already adapted to the changed climate. Not adapted to the current climate, but adapted to the changed climate and predictions of what could be, to be a little bit ahead of the game. And so a lot of these things means efficiency. Certainly, already there are efforts of soil testing that what Andy Jarvis was talking about, measure things in the field, send it up to the cloud, and the recommendations come back and so on. That's beginning to happen, but that has to cover the whole waterfront. Everybody has to be there. And Andy, you gave me an idea. Extension in Africa has been really a headache. What you're saying is basically eliminate it or almost eliminate it and just go the smartphone way. And I think there's a lot of value, there's a lot of merit to that.
We're being told that we are out of time.
Stop, he says. Thank you, Rafael. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. I'd like to invite our panelists for the next panel to come on stage, and also the moderator, who is Wendy Lynn Bartels. She's a research scientist with the School of Forest Resources and Conservation at UF IFAS. So yeah, you can go ahead and find your seats up here. Thanks for shuffling that. Just to give you a layout of the rest of this afternoon. So this next panel is going to be food from the land, and then we'll have a break after an hour. We'll have the panel on food from the sea, and then go right into the panel, the last panel, on food and human well-being, before having a break and then the wrap-up of the day and the reception. And don't forget to get your tickets before the reception. Okay, so this panel is about food from the land. Wendy?
Good afternoon, everybody. Everyone's still awake? I know we had lunch. This is a difficult time for a panel. I'm from the Natural Resources Leadership Institute here on campus, and what we do is we train professionals out in the state of Florida to collaborate and to manage conflict. And so I did hear a little bit of that need for collaboration today in this morning's talk, so I'm very encouraged that that is also something we're going to have to be thinking about as we think about the future of food. But I'd like to start just a little bit with this audience. Who thinks they traveled the farthest to get here? Raise your hand. Nobody that confident? Yes? Where did you come from, ma'am? Burkina Faso. Can anyone beat that? Yes, maybe? Bangkok? Okay. Anyone else? Yes? Where did you come from, ma'am? Philippines. I think you might be the winner. Okay. So some of you have come from very far to get here, and we welcome you, and we thank you for crossing the oceans to come here. Many of you just moseyed on out of your offices at UF, and we welcome you too. But a lot of us have traveled a far way just in our life story, in our life trajectory to get here. And just take a moment to look around the room and look at who's here. And think about who's not here. And as we think about the future of food, Jim encouraged us this morning to really tune in to this moment, and I would just want to encourage that again, because it is after lunch, we all have emails to check, but this is a really unique gathering, and we are very honored to have esteemed speakers from across the world, so take advantage of this moment to connect with people. Now I'd like for you to all think about where you're going to be in 2050. I think I'm going to be 80 years old. So I hope some of us will still be here. But everybody has a different role to play as we move forward. And so think about what that role is, because our entrepreneurs, our donors, they all gave us so many pathways toward a more inclusive future of food so that everyone is well nourished and that we have a fair playing ground. And our leaders today are from across the globe for the land panel. First, I'm really pleased to introduce Dr. Susana, who has come here and is going to begin our panel today, and he's going to give us kind of a macro global perspective. He's based in Paris, and so he's going to talk a little bit about Europe, but really what his work has been on is working on climate change, working in the working group too for the International Panel for Climate Change, and so he's going to talk to us about what this macro context means for the future of food. And then we're going to hear from Dr. Syngenta, who really has his feet rooted in the soil. He's really a soil scientist, and so that's very important as we think about the future of food. He's going to give us a perspective from Africa. You know, what is this going to look like for Africa in terms of bringing everybody to the table? One thing that I've heard about are paradigm shifts. They're going to have to be lots of paradigm shifts because there is no one size fits all. So we're going to hear from Dr. Syngenta, and then we're going to have a perspective close to home from a Floridian, Sarah Cart. At lunchtime, she was telling me that here in the U.S., 30% of the farmers are now women, which I would like that to find that study, because that is intriguing. Sarah works on her father's farm. She's a fifth-generation farmer here in Florida, and so she's going to bring us a perspective on what farming is going to look like in 2050 in Florida and what some of the challenges and opportunities might be. And then to end our panel, before the end of the panel, we're going to have two more speakers. Dr. Horsch is bringing a perspective. You know, back in 1980, he worked for Monsanto, and then after that, he worked for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, so he has a wealth of experience from private industry and the donor community. He's really focused a lot on smallholder farmers and partnerships internationally, so he's going to talk to us mostly about GMOs and technology and how that can move us into the future. And then we'll end with Dr. Adeshogan, who is right here at UF in the livestock lab, and he's going to talk a lot about animal-based protein, and specifically he focuses on rumens, digestion, and so he'll talk a little bit about forages and legumes. So with that, I would like to give everybody a welcome to the panel. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Gwendolyn, and thank you for the organizers for inviting me. Actually, I work with INRAE, and this is a brand new name, so I'd just like to explain this to you. INRA, which many of you might know, which is was the French institute, has merged with another smaller institute, and so we are changing name, and our new name is INRAE, or INRAE, French National Research Institute for Agriculture, Food and Environment. So let me start by trying to give you this overview, which is largely derived from the last report of the IPCC on climate change and land. So obviously the first message is that land is a critical resource because we rely on it for food, water, health, and well-being, but it is already under growing human pressure, and climate change is indeed adding to this pressure. So the maps you have here, they are just telling you about the geographical distribution of some of the major challenges that we experience with land. You have the desertification, which is actually spreading, and this is a risk for the future. It is tightly connected to land degradation. You could see desertification as land degradation in dry areas. And here again, we can see the risks, because if nothing is done with land degradation, the crop yields are likely to be reduced by 10% in 2050 compared to today, according to the ITPS report by the FAO. We know of food insecurity, and the connection with conflicts and migration cannot be understated. We know the risks from the food system to biodiversity, especially from the land use change, tropical deforestation, and any form of arable or pastures moving into the ecosystems. We know the groundwater stress that results from the over-abstraction of the water, and finally the water quality from the excess nitrogen and phosphorus flows into water resources. So what we found out with our report was that these challenges are actually overlapping in some regions. On those maps, just look at India. You will see that India is exposed to land degradation, to food insecurity. It is also, to a large extent, exposed to groundwater stress and to reduced water quality. So, in fact, there are such hotspots of challenges for the land in some regions. And altogether, we can say it is usually in the least developed countries we find the larger number of challenges. So across countries, the greater the number of land challenges, the lower the human development index, which is compounding the GDP per capita, the education level, and the life expectancy, so three dimensions. And indeed, climate change is acting on actually all land with a mitigation challenge that we cannot understate. And this is because the global food system, and here we provide a definition, it includes all activities until the consumption of food and the output of these activities, including the socioeconomics and the environmental outcomes. Well, this global food system represents 30% of the greenhouse gas emissions, so anything we do with climate change has to be a change also in that global food system. And as you realize from the previous slides, the impact of the global food system on all land challenges is extremely large. And the second game changer, in addition to climate change, is malnutrition, and this was already addressed. We see it is today the leading global cause of illness, disability, and mortality, and it is expected it will increase by 2030. So understanding how we could solve these different challenges is quite important, and we are reflecting on how we could take coordinated action to tackle land challenges through integrated responses that need to have a supply component, but also a food demand component. So this could improve land, could improve food security and nutrition, and help to mitigate and to adapt to climate change. So this slide is from a study we have, which is actually a modeling study, and we heard of the risks of the modeling studies this morning. I think we have to say this, but however, it shows that if you do take action first on the supply, which is increasing the crop yields to address the zero hunger sustainable development goal, but you should also increase the livestock feed conversion efficiency at the same time, you can benefit. Then you have also to address the changes in the demand by reducing the food waste, having dietary changes with, for example, less red meat. And you can also have agricultural greenhouse gas abatement, soil carbon sequestration. On top of this, if you want to stay within the 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius global warming limit, you will need to have some bioenergy with carbon capture and storage on a limited amount of land, which could be up to 1 million of kilometers square. So in this way, if you have coordinated action, I don't have time to comment all the dimensions in this graph, but we can see we can reach a target based on 6 Sustainable Development Goals, even if we do have 10 billion global population. So just for explaining what's happening in Europe, from, let's say, the policy perspective, we have a new European Commission, which has a very ambitious plan. They call it the European Green Deal, to actually transform the European economy for a sustainable future. So it includes a farm-to-fork program on healthy and environmentally friendly food system, and some other dimensions, like having the carbon neutrality for the European economy by 2050. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Susanna. I just failed to actually tell you about the process that we're going to use for this panel. We're going to ask you to please write down your questions for the panelists, and we're going to have a session of questions once we've heard from each of the panelists. So I hope that's okay with you. So I'd like to invite Dr. Sanginga.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me here. I would like to talk a little bit about the challenges in Africa and opportunities. For the moment, in Africa, we are importing almost $35 billion as food. By 2025, will be 110. The irony is that we're importing what we can produce locally, and that has basically to change. The second challenge is about the farming community. It's old. Most of the farmers in Africa for the moment are above 63. And the young people, the 30 years, the youth, they don't want to farm. And there is a gap between the old farmer and the young, almost 30 years. And if we don't do anything, I think there will be a major crisis in Africa. And the third is a kind of policy element where our leaders do not invest in agriculture. They basically count on donors' money to invest in agriculture. And we are saying agriculture has to be a business like it is here in the US. 2 events happened in 2011. First of all, 90% in DRC of the youth who are graduates do not have a job. 60% in Nigeria. All those are graduates. 2 events happened in 2011 where almost 20 young people died because they were applying for a job. There was a request for a job of 5,000 immigration officers' job, and there were 11 million applications. And people were to go in stadium to present their papers. And because of rush, those young people died just because of the search of the job. At ITA, we have a station which is sitting on 1,000 hectares. We employ 1,200 people per day. And a famous Monday, I was just at the gate, and I saw a riot between 500 young students and my police. And I went and I started interviewing all these young people, and they were all graduates, mass communication, physics, laws, and so on. So I decided to take a sample of those young children, 60 of them, and I took them in my office, and I asked them, so, well, there is no future. Here you are in an agricultural institution. Can agriculture be a solution to some of the problems we have here? A baseline, when I asked them the question, what they thought about agriculture, it was summarized in 3 words. Pain, penuries, and poverty. Why should we do this? And I took a sample of 60, and I tried to convince them that, yes, agriculture is not only production. There's a value chain, basically, that you have to understand, and the money is in value chain, And actually, I use an example of what happened in the US of cornflakes. I say, well, that is a big business. I'm not talking about soybean. So I pick a sample of 60 of different disciplines. And I start trying to convince them that agriculture could be a future for them. Basically, we spent 6 months training them in terms of technology, agriculture, the value chain, training them in businesses, and basically trying to get some banks to give investing in the business. In 1 year, we're able to train 7,000 of these young people across Nigerian states. And the majority of them became, after 1 year, with the kind of startup they had, getting a job in private sector, as they become self-employed. And in that year, we had almost 410 startups under the business, which was poultry, fishery, and basically in transportation. And we had 500 in pipeline. So I called the president of African Development Bank to come and study that model. And Dr. Cristina studied it and found it very reliable. And so we, for the past 3 years, we've extended this program in 24 countries in Africa, where governments are even taking loans for the moment. Yeah. So we see a little bit of the future, and these young people, they don't want even to come here to US or to go to Mediterranean because they have their own business. And they're exporting even fish, smoked fish, to Canada and the US. The second example I would like to give in terms of what to see the future in Africa is about really using the local content and using the local food system we have there, and cassava is one of them. For almost a century, cassava has been considered as a crop for food. And copying the example of Thailand, where it's being industrialized, we basically started developing, and with young people, the value chain of cassava. And basically being used in sweet. The good example in Nigeria is we have now introduced cassava in the wheat bread. And just in 1 year, Nigeria is just saving almost $500 million on wheat import. And with that, we're creating now jobs in primary production of cassava, but a lot of jobs also in the value chain and benefiting the farmer. I see those as an example of what we can do to reduce that kind of import of what we can produce locally. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanginga. Please raise your hand if you are a farmer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so about 12 people. And how many of you have ever grown your own vegetables? A few people? Okay. So you know it is a lot of hard work. And we have heard a lot today about young people not wanting to farm. So it's definitely a topic that keeps coming up. Now I would like us to welcome one of our farmers from Florida, Sarah Cart.
Thank you, Wendy Lynn. I forgot to raise my hand, so I guess I'm 13. But it truly is an honor and a privilege to be asked to do this, to stand up here as a Florida farmer and be just one voice, and hopefully I can convey the voice that we all feel in the state of Florida. Farming is near and dear to our hearts, and we have heard for some time about this 2050 number and $9 billion. And I'll admit, when we first started hearing about it, you kind of thought 2050 was way off, and you were never, well, I don't know that I'll ever see that, so I'm good. And then now it's getting a little closer, and I heard it put recently that we were 30 harvests away. Well, that was a little sobering for me. That brought it home. We're 30 harvests. And then I looked back at how many harvests I'd lived through, and I realized I have less harvests till 2050 than what I've lived through in my life. And so that really kind of brought that home for me just a little bit. And But I'm going to implore you, it's also, while we're thinking that far ahead, and as farmers and ranchers, we're looking to be the best that we can be and be there in 2050 and producing that food, it's also a sobering fact that we're still trying to get through this harvest and the next harvest. We have to get through all 30 of those harvests. So what I've heard, there we go. So these are just a few of maybe the headlines or thoughts that maybe go through our heads on a day-to-day basis and things that are told to us. You know, we're told that we feed 166 people, but we have to do better. We have to get better, but we have to do 70% more better. We've got to do better. We hear it, we know it. We're given technology. We're using technology. We're adapting technology. And when I was asked what do I think we'll be doing in 2050, I wasn't blasé about it when I said I really can't tell you, because the technology that we'll be using in 2050 has probably not even been thought of or developed yet. It will be grown from this. The example of the cell phone that you showed was perfect of how agriculture is. You know, in 2050, what we're doing now that we think's the iPhone is going to be back to being that old satellite-looking phone that we could hardly make a phone call on. And it's so important that we continue to adapt and change. But what I can tell you is that in 2050 and over these next 30 harvests, we're going to need as many tools in our toolbox as we possibly can get. And that goes back to the collaboration, the paradigm shifts. You know, it's so important that we're all in this room, all together, growers, farmers, ranchers, scientists, researchers. We're all in this room together to address the issue of what is food going to look like and how are we going to produce it. And of course, up in the top right, up there, you cannot forget that no matter what we do, how good we do our job, we still fight one force that can change our year and our trajectory and our harvest in an instant. And we always constantly have that threat, and that's always in the back of our minds, but yet we push forward with everything that we have. I was also asked what are some specific examples that Florida farmers are doing. And when I started trying to do that and make my list got very long. So it got hard to kind of single out this farm's doing that and this farm's doing this, because all of our Florida farmers are working so hard to be ready and use that greatest technology. So I wanted to highlight two programs that we have here in Florida. And if you see on the bottom, we have the Department of Agriculture's Environmental Leadership Award. That's been happening since the 90s. Since 94, we've been recognizing our Florida farmers and telling the world that, because you can go on the internet and find the videos and the bios of what these farmers are doing, the cutting edge. The farmers are recognized are doing the cutting edge, the best science they've got that day to get the best job done producing our food. And in 2000, Florida Farm Bureau started what we call the CARES program. And like anything in the agricultural world, CARES is an acronym for the County Alliance for Responsible Environmental Stewardship. But the CARES program, while Florida Farm Bureau manages the signs and the outreach component of it, it's another collaboration. It's a collaboration between our Department of Agriculture and IFAS. We have the IFAS component. Our researchers are coming up with the technology and writing the BMPs. We have DACs helping the farmers implement it, and then we have the farmers implementing it, and then they're being recognized and having signs at their farm that show their neighbors and their friends, goes back to telling that story, what they're doing. So in short, what is Florida agriculture going to look like? The sky's the limit. But there's only one way to get there. And so when I was thinking about it, I think it takes everybody. It takes collaboration. And so sometimes when you find your validation that somebody else said it and it was put on the internet, you feel a little bit better about what you were thinking. So you can see that Megan Dreyer said there's an opportunity for partnerships between the farmers and the companies to achieve sustainability goals. We're hearing that. The whole subject is about real people, real places, and real stories. And economists for American Farm Bureau said we need partners along the supply chain. And I'm here to implore that the supply chain isn't when it leaves the farm to get to the consumer. The supply chain starts all the way back at the first inception and thought process of a new crop, a change in a crop, a better way to grow a crop. The supply chain goes all the way back to the research. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And now, Dr. Horsch.
Thank you. Well, first I have to start with a tribute to one of my heroes, Pedro Sanchez. And you can see Pedro there to the left of Kofi Annan. Pedro led the Hunger Task Force that I was very lucky to be a part of, and I learned a lot more than I contributed. But you can see the corner of my glass as part of an ear and an eye there in the back of the crowd. I did make it into the picture. I want to talk about four big things in land. The first is you know, why is land so important? The first Pedro brought up, nutrients, soil nutrients, nitrogen first, other things also important like phosphate. But we also heard that you can supply nutrients. And if we look at our ability to either mine or manufacture ammonia or phosphates and stuff, we can supply globally all the nutrients the world's soils can acceptably take up. We don't. Most of Africa is very undernourished in their soils. But globally, we can do it, and we can do it smartly in a way that does minimal environmental damage if we tried hard enough. The big scientific breakthrough that's on the soil fertility front is actually in using in silico modeling and understanding the rhizobial legume symbiosis to engineer in new symbiotic processes or to take part of the biochemistry of nitrogen fixation from the biological world where it occurs and put it in the biological world where it doesn't yet occur. And just this last week, there was a news story about a team around the world that had figured out the first step in engineering biological nitrogen fixation into an organelle of a non-legume, non-nitrogen fixing crop. This has multiple benefits. Fertilizer is the most expensive single input in most of agriculture. If you can make it out of the air with a little bit of sunshine, it's a huge savings. You also make it in the root, at the root, when the plant needs it, as opposed to putting ammonia on a cornfield the winter before you plant, when most of it, half of it, as Pedro said, is lost to the environment and becomes a pollutant. It's a very expensive way to pollute. So the breakthroughs in biological nitrogen fixation using the dreaded GMO stuff, using genome editing and or using precision breeding is a huge breakthrough. The second big reason is photosynthesis. You need sunlight. But here's the deal on sunlight, and I can agree completely with what Louise said earlier. Photosynthesis is very inefficient. But our most productive crops today still waste most of the sunlight they're capable of using with today's biological technology. What's limiting them is the third reason we need land. This is where the rain falls. We need most of the farmland on Earth for the rain that comes than we do for the sunlight or the nutrients. Water is the one key thing that we can't fix at a global scale. It's too expensive to move it. There's no place to move it from. It's too expensive to desalinate it. We have to be very, very efficient with water. Now, the reason photosynthesis is so important to water use efficiency is that the way plants buy carbon dioxide is by spending water. The exchange rate for a C3 plant is 500 to 1. 500 water molecules out, 1 CO2 in. C4, as Louise mentioned, is better. It's 250 to 1. That's still a terrible exchange rate. in silico modeling the biochemistry of photosynthesis and the architecture of the leaf can increase water use efficiency by at least a factor of 2, maybe 3, according to the models of photosynthesis. And most of it has to do with sucking the CO2 out of the air faster, because it's a passive diffusion, water out, CO2 in. And the breakthroughs in that. The third area that's not so obvious, this is dryland wheat in Australia. The line is what's possible if everything goes right. The more rain, the more yield. But most of the time you fall way short. And most of those falling short are pests and diseases. And this is where another area of breakthrough in understanding how plants protect themselves against pests and diseases will open the door to radically reducing the losses in the field. The last area, and I'll close with this, I'd argue the most important thing about land is something nobody thinks about, and it's tenure. Smallholder farmers who have tenure over their land are historically the only way economies get moving. And the reason is because they invest in their productivity, they generate a small profit, and they buy non-traded goods and services from their neighbors. And this is how all economies start. So I'll refer you to John Miller's new book on agricultural development, and a slightly older one by David Henley, who's a professor at the University of Leiden, called Development Divergence, who shows what differences in land tenure and farmer investment policy can lead to. In this case, it's Ethiopia versus Tanzania. Thank you.
So plants waste sunlight. Who knew? And thank you for drawing attention to the issue of water. We have heard a little bit here and there about water, but we really haven't heard a whole lot about water today. So now Dr. Adis Shogun is going to talk about animals and why we should be eating them.
Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to present today. And I was asked to talk about livestock production in 2050. I am privileged to manage the Feed the Future Innovation Lab for Livestock Systems. And we work in 8 countries. We have about 45 projects. And our vision is to sustainably intensify and improve livestock production to enrich the diets of the poor and needy with livestock products so that their incomes, health, and livelihoods can be improved. Now, when we hear about livestock here in the West, it's usually negative, and it's usually one-dimensional. And one of the things I really want to emphasize is how varied the livestock sector is. And so at a very simplistic way, I want to talk about livestock in high-income countries versus low-income countries. And if you look at producing about 10,000 kilograms of milk a year, so that's an average production of a U.S. cow. And that cow will produce about 500 grams of methane. But in India, you would need about 9 Indian cows, or perhaps about 12 Nigerian cows, where I'm from, to produce the same amount of milk. They will produce much more methane as a consequence. So you're seeing huge differences in the productivity of the animals, and it just shows how we need to think about environmental stewardship, but we also need to think about meeting the needs for food for the world. So systems in high-income countries tend to be intensive, they tend to be highly productive, they tend to have lower greenhouse gas emissions per unit of food produced, as is shown in that graphic. And they're typically criticized for a whole host of reasons. But because of the good work the farmers and the researchers have done in these countries, animal source foods are generally cheap, and so we have high levels of consumption. And when you project to 2050, there's relatively little increase in projected demand for these animal source foods, whereas there is increase in demand for a number of alternatives, as we can see around us. When we look in the developing world, the systems are much less productive. They're much more extensive. And the greenhouse gas production per unit of food is much less. The greenhouse gas emissions are much higher because of the low food production from those systems. But then these livestock systems are very highly valued. I was in Burkina Faso, in Niger in December, and these are countries where about 70% of the population is engaged in livestock production. So up to 40% of the agricultural GDP is from livestock production. And livestock are considered indispensable for income, for livelihood, for status, for insurance, for women's empowerment, and so on and so forth. The irony is that livestock products are very expensive in these countries and out of reach of a lot of people. And they're severely lacking in the diets of those who need them the most, like Louise mentioned this morning, the pregnant women and the infants that need them the most. And so there's a rapidly escalating demand in these countries, particularly when you factor in urbanization and population growth and the rising incomes. So looking forward to 2050, I want to look at the livestock systems, what they may look like in high-income countries first. And I think we've heard a little bit of this already. So smart, digital, precision farming, I think, will be the norm. So drones and wearables and sensors, cameras, GPS on these drones, on these wearables, so you have cows with collars, with nose sensors that can detect their methane emissions, temperature sensors, motion sensors that will detect lameness, and all of this will feed information into AI systems, artificial intelligence systems, that will provide real-time, immediate solutions, modify rations to reduce emissions, to alleviate stress, and so on and so forth. And all of this will be aided by robotics. And then we'll also have some systems that I call the regenerative or complementary systems. And many times when we talk about livestock production, we don't realize that some livestock systems actually are net carbon sequesters. So well-managed grazing systems, well-managed silvopastoral systems actually sequester carbon from the environment. And they maintain biodiversity and soil health, like Pedro was saying. And circular economies, that came up earlier. So using rainwater to power our livestock production systems, I think that's going to become much more important with solar, with harvesting grass from our lawns and using that as a livestock feed, and so on. Whereas in low-income countries, the focus is going to be on sustainable intensification. So going from subsistence farming to a market orientation, and taking on technologies that have helped in the West, but looking for those that are climate smart and that can be adapted and deployed to improve productivity. Secondly, there will be a big focus on best management practices and improving various aspects of the production cycle so that we can improve the productivity, the efficiency, the market orientation, and also having sustainability as a very important hallmark. I'm going to finish with this slide here. Many of us don't realize that within the livestock sector, for years we've known that we can reduce livestock emissions from livestock systems by about 30%. Last year, research came out showing that consuming seaweed can reduce emissions by up to 80%. And so a lot of researchers are working on these systems now, and we have several other complementary strategies. So I firmly believe that our livestock production systems can be carbon neutral by 2050, and I think governments need to incentivize livestock producers to take on these technologies and incorporate them. And of course, we need more funding to develop and hone these technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's very provocative to see cows eating seaweed. So now we have 10 minutes, right, Jim? Can we take a few more? Well, we'll see how the audience is. I'd like to actually we do have a virtual audience, apparently, somewhere out there in cyberspace. So I'd like to ask if our virtual audience person who's monitoring questions has received any from out of space. Audrey? No questions yet? Okay, well, keep an eye on that. Those people who are out there, send in your questions. And now I'd like to just give the panelists a moment, before we turn to you in the audience, just give the panelists a moment. Did anything you heard from someone else on the panel sort of resonate with you, or is there something that you did not hear? If any of the panelists want to respond to one another. Would you like to respond to each other at all before we begin with the audience? Yes?
Thank you. I think when we have this debate on the future of food from the land, we have to balance what are the major systemic changes we need with what are the technological innovations that can help in some systems, but possibly in a minority of systems. And so it's quite important to have that debate, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry.
Uncomfortable, I'm sorry, but I'm taking these away. Would anyone else like to comment?
Not to put Sarah on the spot, but one of the questions across the country is, how do U.S. farmers feel about helping developing country farmers?
I think farmers are helpers by nature. We're problem solvers. And it's going to take everyone to get the job. I don't think we are, I don't know what the proper word at this moment, or we think in our mind that we're the one that's going to do it all. There's no way that, we can be as efficient as possible, productive as possible, but 9 billion people is going to take everyone. And so, I believe that if when we're asked, we will step up, or when we do get asked, which we do at times, we're willing to help and work with other countries.
So I think we can open, does anyone else want to comment before we go to the floor? Let's open to questions from the floor. Someone will bring you a microphone. We have one over here, a couple back there. And please introduce yourself when you tell us your question.
Hi, this is Jingjie from World Bank. I have two questions. One is, I think it's not because we don't have enough food to feed the world. We do. But the problem is probably logistics, right? How do we really solve that problem? So one side will not have that much waste, and the other side can have food on their table. And that's one. And the second one is, I worked for West Africa for a few years, and I noticed their agriculture farm, just not as the one I saw in China. None of them is in line. And then when I asked my colleague, she said, it's very hard for the farmers to change their practice. I said, what is their practice? She said, broadcast. So I was just thinking, how can you really help them change their norm so they can have higher productivity, and that way they can have, higher income and less hunger? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Great question. So the first one is about why aren't we feeding everybody right now? And what are some of the logistical challenges? And the second one about how do we change farmers' practice? Anyone want to take this on?
Well, to the first question, I think it's purely about income and economics. And the problem with food aid, as important as it can be for the short term preventing starvation, is that it also inhibits development. And so if you get addicted to the short term, you then lose, you stay addicted. The Ethiopia example shows a marvelous breakthrough, where they went from being one of the lowest productivity, poorest countries in Africa to now being more productive than India, which went through its green revolution decades ago. And that has gone hand in hand with poverty reduction and their ability to feed themselves. The curious incident of the famine in the drought time to paraphrase Sherlock Holmes, was the Ethiopian drought of 2016, where there was no famine, because they had their logistics and their productivity up to the point where it was an economic nuisance, not a life-ending disaster.
Just to add something to your point, Rob, on Ethiopia, I was really fascinated by the way they've been working on soil restoration and actually tree restoration. And apparently this is stopping erosion, at least to some extent, and greatly helping in combating the droughts.
How about changing practices? How easy is it for farmers to change their practices, Sarah? I don't think you speak for all farmers, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, I believe it's just a mindset change and the generation of the farming community in Africa is actually changing. Just to give you an example, in Nigeria, today we have a group of young people who come with a system of irrigation, which is not that copied from Israel or just really a local invention. And the age changing, and most of them are going to be educated and planting in line, using drones, and so they're going to be things of common. I'm just optimistic that those things are going to change.
I
think in addition, as far as behavior change is concerned, one of the advantages we have here is the land grant system, and UF is probably one of the best examples out there. And the way in which our extension faculty and agents work with the producers, I think is so important. And that's something that we don't see as well in our focal countries in Africa and Asia. However, when the extension is provided, when people work with farmers, breakthroughs do occur. And I'll just give one quick example. So in Burkina Faso, one of my colleagues here, Sarah, where you put your hand up? There she is. Okay. So she led a project, one of our projects, that was trying to increase egg consumption among some people in Burkina Faso that they produce poultry, but they don't typically consume a lot of eggs. And she provided training about the importance of eggs in the diet and poultry production practice training. But then she also had a separate intervention where she did that and then provided chickens to the households through village elders. And the village elders were required to help to ensure that one child a day, the children consumed an egg a day. And at the end of 10 months, there was a remarkable success story. Those on the full intervention with the chickens and so on were consuming 6-point-something eggs per week. And those in the intermediate intervention, 2-point-something. So providing education is great, but is not necessarily enough. And you have to think about other strategies to facilitate and encourage that behavior change.
Great. You want to say something? Go ahead.
Ditto to everything they said on that. The education, it is. So a lot of times when there is resistance to change, it's viewed as more of a stubbornness. But I think no matter what country and system you're with, that when you're resistant to change, it's when like you use the broadcasting, they know that's going to work. And so once they're shown that a different way will work, I think you see that change. It's being able to see it, and that's it. That's one of the advantages we have here with our IFAS system here in Florida. We have the research centers and the farms. We can see it firsthand, and so our acceptance of change and willingness to change is a lot easier because we don't have as much profit margin to risk. Our risk margin is so small now. We have to know when we go out there that we have the best tools and we're going to have the best chance possible of making that harvest. But I think that doesn't matter what your socioeconomics are in your countries. That's the thought process. Is it going to work if I change?
So multiple pathways. The elders have a role, the youth have a role with the technology, and we also heard from Andy earlier with that Facebook example is a great example of farmers learning from one another using technology. Next question.
There's a couple questions online.
Okay, can we have one of the questions online? We don't want to totally excommunicate those folks. What question do we have, Audrey?
One question is from Dave Gustafson at ILSI, and he's asking if ecosystem service markets can be helpful to achieving sustainable use of lands.
Great question.
Thank you. That's a great question, and I'd like to say that this would be really a game changer if we had payments for ecosystem services. What we see now is that payments for soil carbon sequestration are developing in some regions, and certainly monitoring the soil carbon is one of the scientific and technical challenge we have, because if we do solve that challenge, we can unlock payments for that service. And in the same way, in some countries, you see payments for biodiversity, and here again, it could play a large role in going towards sustainability in agriculture.
As a student of history, I'd just point out, we've been doing this for a very long time. The way the Dust Bowl ended, besides climate change, that happened was ecosystem service payments to change plowing practices and plant tree breaks.
Oh no, we have one more question. Okay, one more question. How about that lady in the back? Can we get the microphone to her? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Blessing Chukwuaja. I'm from Nigeria, a graduate student at UF in food science. So I have a question for Mr. Sangiga or anyone from the audience, from the panelists. So is there any platform for graduate students here in the US to collaborate with the IITA on agricultural development projects amongst youth in Nigeria?
Great. So questions for collaboration for any of you?
Oh, yes, we have a joint program with Washington University in Missouri, in St. Louis, where basically the graduate students are coming to IITA in Nigeria, and those in Nigeria are going there just to learn, especially about business studies. So there is that opening with Cornell University as well, and we hope probably we can establish this kind of relation with University of Florida here.
Anyone else? Any other opportunities for graduate students?
Within the Feed the Future Innovation Lab, we also have opportunities for students from UF to go to some of these countries to visit, to work, and to help out. And we also have people from those countries who come here to visit, to learn, and then take whatever they learn back home to help. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sure that there are lots of other programs, people working in this room that are doing exchanges like that. So take advantage of this time. Remember what Jim said, this gathering will never happen again. So tune in, and thank you very much to our panelists.
All right, so let's go ahead and get started. Once again, welcome Jim Anderson.
Well, thanks. This session is about food from the sea. And I'm so glad that on one of the many conferences on the future of food, actually seafood is actually included, because often it isn't. So I have a panel here, and I'll always introduce them later. But before I introduce them, I'd like to sort of set up the stage. This picture here represents seafood and shellfish that are caught for, harvested for direct human consumption, not stuff that goes into reduction. And the key motivation I would like to talk to these people about, or try to motivate them, is that you look at that wild supply. It's now about 48% of our global supply. And you notice it hasn't improved very much. Wild harvest has basically been steady for 30 years, slightly increasing. The question is, with better governance and better control or better something, is it actually going to contribute any more, or is it actually going to go down from there as we think to 2050? And then on top of that is farm supply, about 52% of global supply right now. Is that really going to increase that way, or is it going to go the way some media think that aquaculture is unsustainable? And by the way, a little note there, farm supply is now more, aquaculture supply is now more than all the beef produced in the world. And in a few years, I expect it to pass all the pork. Now, I want to frame up this industry as well, because this industry affects everybody. It's the most traded industry on the planet, traded food industry on the planet, maybe the most traded industry. You see out there that little canoe. That canoe is in Indonesia, and that's a canoe of the sea gypsies that go around in Indonesia. That canoe harvests about 50 kilograms every time they go out of snapper. And over half of that village production, you know where it's sold? Miami. That comes all the way from that little wooden canoe into Miami. We've interviewed those people. This person, the aquaculture person on the other side, those are tilapia in Vietnam. You know where those tilapia end up? A lot of them end up in the United States. So when you make decisions about food here, it affects those guys. And then you have an industrial fishing boat, and you have an aquaculture operation. Now, see that little aquaculture thing? That is a big ship that's carrying a gigantor cage. That cage is 115 meters across, 70 meters deep. That's 200 feet deep. They'll put that, and it's been deployed in Norway. It holds 1.5 million fish. And if that's successful, they're going to double the size of that thing. And they can go offshore as far as they want with that thing. The little thing on the top of that, that's a 2-story building. And then the last thing is, are we going to get food from that giant system, or are we still going to get the food from that guy in the canoe? As the future goes forward, how's it going to affect everybody? And then there's a bunch of tubes down there with algae in it. Now, there's algae, the macroalgae, but there's also the small algae, single-cell algae, to produce things like omega-3, and yeast to produce things like heme for the impossible beef. So are we going to really shift to a world where GMO single-celled animals produce the ingredients for our food, and then we reassemble them to make them into fake fish and fake shrimps? Obviously we will, I think. Anyway, so I'm challenging these people to think about those things as they say their piece. And lastly, 3 of the 4 top consumed fish in America are primarily farmed. That's shrimp, number 1, salmon, number 2, tuna is actually number 3, and tilapia, number 4. Look at those graphs. I don't think you'll find anything in agriculture that can compare to that. The real question, is that going to go up, down, or crash and burn? So as we think to 2050. So now we have this great panel here, a fantastic panel. Frank Ash, we stole him from Norway. He's at the University of Florida now, economist from Norway. We've got John Conley, president of the National Fisheries Institute, the largest seafood trade organization in the world. Is that true, I think? Yeah. No. And Gunnar Knapp, he's from Alaska, and a professor up there, knows everything about Alaska fisheries. Yeah, Susan Jackson, president of the International Seafood Sustainability Foundation, and they really focus on tuna and tuna on the high seas. And Marty Smith from Duke, who focuses on all things fisheries and also fish and nutrition. So, I'd like to start with Frank. So Frank, can you come up and give us some wisdom?
Good. Thank you, Jim. Thanks for the introduction, and thanks for being allowed to stand here. And of course, you should all say, there is really something fishy going on. But I'll start a little bit from where Jim ended. This is global fisheries production. Until the early 80s, it was nicely increasing, but then it flattened out, and there's no indication whatsoever that we're going to increase these landings very much. And the reason is pretty clear. This is our last big hunting industry. we are only harvesting nature's bounty. And the best we can do with it is to manage it sustainably and to get the most value we can out of it. But we cannot really force nature to produce more. And the US is pretty similar. It has one of the best fisheries management in the systems in the world. One are managing virtually all stocks sustainably, but one take out as much as one can of them if you want to be sustainable, which means that you cannot produce more seafood in US water sustainably than what you do today. And then you have the other part that Jim spoke about, the aquaculture system. It really didn't exist in the 70s. Aquaculture fish didn't really start to hit the market in significant quantities until the 90s, when the wild fisheries landings were flattening off. But this is the major change in the seafood market. And it's probably good from virtually any dimension you look at it, if you look at the big picture. It's certainly improving seafood accessibility and seafood availability by keeping prices low. And in a number of countries, they are the only reason why poor people eat fish today, and they didn't eat any animal protein 20 years ago. And the best news, it's a development that's very likely to continue. Because the key difference is aquaculture is farming. So we can influence how much we can produce by providing more ingredients. And even better, we can do systematic R&D work on it. So we can use the scientific method and learn about how these aquatic organisms work to make them more productive. And we are really at the start of that. What's known as the Blue Revolution sort of commenced in the 70s when one learned to fence in bodies of water. And one started to do that systematic R&D work. And the production growth is really a response to the fact that using the scientific method and transferring knowledge from the agri-sciences to aquatic organisms has really increasing productivity. And in some sense, there's lots of problems. I will talk a bit to some of them, but they are more than anything else caused by lack of knowledge. But that lack of knowledge is also what provides a tremendous potential for further growth. There is, to my knowledge, only 3 species where there are systematic breeding programs. And the ones that are going further are still only in like their 10th generation. So we're not so way behind chicken and pork and anything else that you can almost imagine. But that is still also what is making the potential. Nutritional knowledge is the same thing here. It's well known that it's a potential environmental problem that fish eats fish and one are overfishing to provide the feed. It's not really true, because whether you overfish is first and foremost a management system, management question. But more importantly, as one started to realize that it's a good idea to learn more about what feed the fish actually need, then you've seen the share of forage fish going into the feed declining and quite rapidly. Fish meal production has actually been declining for the last 30 years. But aquaculture production continues to increase quite rapidly, and it's doable because we're getting better nutritional knowledge. And again, it could go on area on area. Everything we do on IFAS has an equivalent in the water, which applied to aquatic organisms will make them more productive and more sustainable. And this control with the production process is then also what allows you to respond to increasing demand, but also to different types of shocks. So on the good side, aquaculture produce to a much larger extent what the market wants. So for some reason, aquaculture does not farm small pelagic species like herring and anchovies. because actually we don't really want to buy them even when we fish them out of the sea. We buy stuff that gives you nice fillers like the salmon. And we can also adjust to virtually all types of shocks, either by changing what production technology you use, by changing what location you produce at, or by changing what species you are producing. Current trends, since wild landings are flat and aquaculture is rapidly producing, we're going to go from that 50% of the seafood for human consumption is from aquaculture today to that 85% is from aquaculture by 2050. And it's going to be great if you want to eat seafood, and it's going to put fishers in interesting, challenging positions with respect to what market niche they're going to find. Of course, there's a number of challenges here, and basically aquaculture is a new bioproduction process, and all biological production interacts with the environment and creates sustainability challenges. But the key point is you can solve them by systematic R&D. Whether you actually do it is largely a question of whether the governance system sort of encourages you to do so. But again, the knowledge kicks in. I love this picture. This is a fish veterinarian. Back in 1985, the world didn't have a single fish veterinarian. And the fact that we now have means that we have much better capacity to address disease challenges and that kind of challenges. That's also a natural part of any animal production system. And yeah, I'll skip the US since I've been given the red card, except to note that these days most of the seafood consumed in the US is imported and farmed because the US doesn't participate on the production side of the Blue Revolution, only on the consumer side. Most production takes place in Asia, and because aquatic production in most settings are more environmentally friendly than terrestrial animal production, it's most likely a greener production system that you get in China and India and so on than you have in Europe and North America. And fish and shrimps and shellfish is great. The next big revolution is going to be algae, which is going to make the oceans even more interesting. Thank you.
Next, we have John Conley, President of the National Fisheries Institute.
Thank you, Jim. Jim started the morning by looking at some forecasts people had made. And if you remember what he talked about with corn, we were way off on corn because we hadn't accounted for the government. Today, we've heard a lot about technology, transparency, data, et cetera, very little about the government. So I'm here to tell a little bit of a cautionary tale about what the government can do for us or to us if we're not careful. But I am going to also go against Niels Bohr, and I am not going to actually try to predict the future because I think it's a fool's folly and would all be in Las Vegas if we could predict the future. So I will explain why Robert Gates is up there. This is not the wrong presentation. You are in the right room. Just realize this man spent 30 years as an intelligence analyst, and I'll come back to why in a moment. Fisheries management takes cooperation, whether it be inside a government or between governments. You have to have cooperation. But internal to governments, we see significant declines in public attitudes toward government, public trust in governments. This is a slide from spring of 2019. Most European public feel that the governments don't listen to them. They don't listen, they don't care about what they're saying, et cetera. Only 2 countries have more than 50% of the public that believe in them. Historically, and back in the late 50s, early 60s, we had in the U.S. 75% of the people trusted the U.S. government. We're down now at historic lows. You cannot have good fisheries management if we have that kind of trend. People don't believe in what the government's trying to do with fisheries management. We're also looking at an explosion of potential new countries. And think about how hard it is when you actually try to collaborate with just a small table, and then if we all tried to do the same thing, how much more difficult it would be. We all know about Brexit. Many of us know about Catalonia and Barcelona, the Basque Country. But how many people remember that the Belgians could not form a government for 549 days? Oleg Martens remembers that. But they couldn't form it because the two parts of that country couldn't agree. And there's consideration, well, maybe Flanders should break off. All right. Outside of Europe, fascinating, 19 separatist movements in India. Had no idea. So the concept of we're not actually becoming more cohesive, we're becoming less cohesive, and that creates challenges when you're trying to organize collaborative efforts around the world. In U.S., the fisheries often don't really generate cooperation. They generate the opposite of cooperation. They generate conflict. This is from the cod wars. For those that aren't in the fishing industry, the UK and Iceland actually came to blows in the 50s and 60s over who was going to control the cod stocks. So this is an Icelandic vessel ramming a British trawler. This is, okay, excuse me. Can you go ahead and play that, James? This is in the South China Sea. This is a Vietnamese Coast Guard vessel. Has anyone been to sea? Just raise your hand as you're looking at this. This is not what you're going to do. I was a naval officer. This is not the best day in your life when someone rams your ship. Significant damage. That is an extraordinarily dangerous maneuver by both of these ships. And I will, these are not play guns. The Indonesians actually have guns out there and pointing them. And I'm not sure what this fellow is going to do to this running light here. He's really going to town on it, but I'm sure that taught the Vietnamese something, but I'm not quite sure what it is. But so what does this mean for fisheries in 2050? Are we going to go to a command and control system, a very traditional system of top-down, or are we going to go to a more rights-based system where you have the right to fish and you take more care of the fishery long-term? But if we go to a traditional command and control system, is it the Western democracy system of great stakeholder engagement? Or is it really more what the Chinese are suggesting, which is an authoritarian style of government? And there's not stakeholder engagement. How do you have a command and control system if you don't have trust in the government? And then how do you have that kind of system amongst governments? If you go to a rights-based system, which is the right to fish, then that smacks of corporatism and giving away somehow this resource to companies. What happens when you have more transparency of that information out with the public? How do they feel about that? So how do you allocate resources within and among the governments? Two views of globalization. I would say that most people in this room agree with Kofi Annan, saying that to fight against globalization is like fighting against the laws of gravity. Trade is good, globalization is good. Generally, people believe that, I would imagine, in this room. This is a picture, though, of a house that I travel by every Friday on a way to go skiing. Okay? Kind of a goofy guy has 75 Trump things out there. But if you think a little bit more deeply about his experience with globalization, is he feels left behind. Because we have not done a good job of actually helping him through this transition. And so he now goes someplace else to solve that problem. So when I talk about this, when people ask me about Trump, et cetera, I ask you to just think about what have we done for this individual? And it's not theoretical for him. Globalization is not theoretical for this man. Globalization is, I have been left behind. And we need to think about that. So what if fisheries in 2050? This is a quote about the need for coordination. The cautionary tale is if we don't do a much better job with the government and media about the need for coordination, we're not going to solve this problem by 2050. And then the concept of once we've caught the fish, we actually need to do a better job of communicating about the benefits of trade. Trade has created peace. Trade has created wealth and income across the globe. But we have not done a good job of explaining that. So let me explain a little bit about Robert Gates. Again, 30 years as an intelligence analyst. And when he talks about, as an intelligence analyst, when he goes out and smells flowers, when he smells a flower, his immediate thought is, he's looking for the funeral. So that's an intelligence analyst's view of life. So I apologize in a bit of a way. My job is to think about where the funerals exist in life. So it's a little bit of a more negative thing. But I am generally a very positive person, and I was challenged to not end my presentation with a picture of a casket. So I will say that any industry that is as creative as this will solve a lot of the world's problems. So thank you.
Thank you, John. A lot of good insights there from Washington. Anyhow, our next speaker, Gunnar Knapp from the University of Alaska.
Hi. I was asked to talk about the future, I'll stay here. I was asked to talk about the future of wild fisheries, but I title this The Futures of Wild Fisheries because you have to understand wild fisheries are incredibly diverse. This is from pictures all from my home state of Alaska, sort of very prosperous modern fisheries, and yet look at the diversity that exists in those fisheries from small-scale, low-tech, and labor-intensive to large-scale, high-tech, and capital-intensive. These fisheries face, as do fisheries around the world, face widely varying challenges, opportunities, and futures. Wild fisheries have changed dramatically over the past 30 years. Anybody in the business has seen that. There have been dramatic changes in management, harvest, products, markets, prices, employment, you name it. And we should expect continuing dramatic changes over the next 30 years, as dramatic or more so. And like the past changes that we've seen over the past 30 years, future changes may be rapid and painful. And they may be negative, positive, or both, as in this roller coaster of value that the Alaska salmon industry experienced over the past 30 years, basically reflecting their experience in dealing with competition from salmon aquaculture and rebounding from that. This is basically a summary of what I want to try to say about wild fisheries. Wild fisheries are a huge resource with enormous potential to provide food to meet growing world demand and economic and social benefits. However, wild fisheries have always faced significant inherent challenges, and these include dependence on highly variable and unpredictable resources, as well as challenges inherent in common access to resources. These challenges that have always been there are being exacerbated by climate change, globalization, and now competition from aquaculture. These challenges can be overcome or mitigated by technological innovation and by management innovation. Now, the good news is that growing world demand creates growing opportunities for wild fisheries if wild fisheries can match the costs and market standards that are going to be set by aquaculture. What you have here is an Alaska wild salmon product on the right, selling into a market in the United States that was created by aquaculture, selling a product that was developed by the aquaculture industry, but commanding a higher price because that is a niche market product that many consumers perceive as being a higher value. So that's the good news. That's the opportunity that wild fisheries have. However, let's look at the challenges. As I said, wild fisheries have always been highly vulnerable to changing resource abundance driven by changing environmental conditions. Climate change will exacerbate future variability and uncertainty of wild fishery resources. And this variability and uncertainty of the resource that you're totally dependent on increases risk, increases market volatility, complicates marketing, reduces incentives for investment and innovation, and constrains wild fisheries' ability to compete with aquaculture. It is an inherent and growing challenge for wild fisheries. Now, these inherent characteristics of wild fishery resources combined with common access traditions create additional challenges for wild fisheries. This common access aspect the most obvious and talked about is the problem of overfishing that can create when you have a fishery that is sort of in the public access and has a history of common access. So a lot of people think that's the problem and challenge of wild fisheries, overfishing. And we need to manage sustainably. But management systems, even as they evolve to address overfishing, may still, in very significant ways, increase costs and reduce value. And these economic challenges that receive less attention will matter more and more as competition for aquaculture and producing fish grows. I want to give you a couple of examples. Here's a picture from the sustainable Alaska fishery in Bristol Bay. This is idiotic. This is competitive fishing at its worst. It reduces, it adds to cost, it reduces quality, and it limits the potential of this fishery to compete with wild salmon aquaculture. And yet, this is what the way that fishery is managed leads to. We can think of fantastic innovation that is possible in wild fisheries. We can imagine, at the rate of change we're seeing, self-driving smart fishing gear, fully automated processing and distribution. There's enormous new opportunities for technological change, but innovation will be more difficult, riskier, and slower for wild fisheries than for aquaculture, partly because of the resource risk and less control, but also because of management-imposed constraints. I want to illustrate this, what I'm talking about, very briefly before they drag me off the stage. This is a subtle point, but I think hugely important. Wild fisheries management regulations and institutions may significantly and insidiously hamper innovation. In this Bristol Bay fishery, how do they catch the fish? With gill nets, which is a terrible way to treat a fish. Can't we think of something better, a better way to do that? This method of catching fish has not changed at all in the 40 years since this management system was implemented, which defined this fishery as you have to use this gear. No one thinks about finding a better way to catch Bristol Bay salmon because the management says this is how you have to do it. And if innovation is not allowed, there's no return to thinking about innovation, and we can't know and never learn what innovations might be possible. We don't even conceive of it. So I'll end with this. Fisheries management will be critical to the future of wild fisheries, not just whether fisheries are managed sustainably. The economic success of wild fisheries will depend critically upon the extent to which management enables efficiency, innovation, and market orientation throughout the supply chain. And I'm out of time. Otherwise, I'd give the other hour of my talk. Thanks.
Gunnar, I'm not sure your other hour is actually an hour, but that's some good stuff. Okay, my next is Susan Jackson, President of the International Seafood Sustainability Foundation.
Thanks, Jim, and thanks to you all for hanging in. The good news is I am typically the glass half full person. The bad news is I also have a terrible cold, so I'll do my best to be my perky self and tell the happy story of tuna. But before that, if you're not a fish geek, you may or may not have seen in the news this week, it was probably even in the mainstream media, Ray Hilburn and Chris Costello's new paper that says fisheries management actually works. In fact, if you get the data and give it to scientists who do stock assessments, who then give management advice and have managers who actually follow the advice of the scientists and their management, those fish stocks are recovering. The wild fish stocks that are not are the ones that nobody's paying any attention to. So then this afternoon at lunch, I was scrolling through Twitter, which is always a dangerous thing to do, and somebody replied, well, sure, but you make it sound so easy. What about the fact that you need incentives, strong governance, and political will? Like, right. So that is in fact what ISSF was set up to do with regard to wild tuna almost 11 years now. You know, tunas, there's no nationalism here. They swim across the oceans and in and out of waters of many countries throughout their life. They are a vital staple for food security in many countries, and they're also among the most expensive fish out there. So they span the whole globe and the whole spectrum of interests. It also makes it a government challenge, because since they swim everywhere, there's really only 5 international bodies that manage tunas, and they have to, all the countries in each of those basins have to decide together what they're going to do about it. So yeah, political will is a really big deal with regard to tuna fisheries, but I'm still bullish. Beside its economics and nutritional importance, it requires lots of cross-sector partnerships. But if you can develop these cross-sector partnerships, you can develop that political will. Here's a little graphic. Some people call it the ISSF ecosystem. Some people call it our wheel of Payne. It's actually both, but that's the genius in our system. We partner with influencers and decision makers, and that includes foundations, scientists, RFMOs, and NGOs, as well as industry. So retailers, ISSF participating companies, which are processors and marketers, as well as the vessel community. And it takes all of them working together to give that clear, consistent voice to all the countries around the world, to have that political will to follow, implement, and enforce the scientific advice that they're receiving. Of course, retailers and food service companies really do play a vital and increasing role in all of this. They are urging their suppliers to do more, and it was really at their urging that I think the sustainable seafood movement started, at the urging of some NGOs to retailers in general. When we first started counting back in 2015, around the world there were about 20-some retailers that were paying attention and said, we want to make sure that the tuna we sell comes from companies that are following what ISSF is making sure their companies are doing. Today there are 52. It's 8 out of the top 10 retailers worldwide and nearly 50% of the top 50. They incorporate in some way ISSF conservation measures or ISSF participants or vessels that are registered on the ISSF proactive vessel register, that they want to see on their shelves. Broader in seafood, you can see this growth in MSC certified products over time. Again, just an illustration of the fact that people are paying attention and people are starting to care, which is really what needed to happen. With regard to ISSF, when we first started, we had 4 things that you had to do. Now we have 27. It's independently audited by third-party auditors. Each company's audit report on how they're doing is public. And we have 1,300 vessels that are willing to do the same thing, where these same auditors are auditing down to the vessel level to make sure what they're doing, that they're doing what they're supposed to. Similarly, technology is our friend, and technology should be everyone's friend. Not in the way of friends to aquaculture or friends to agriculture, but here is friends to political will and friends to enforcement. Electronic monitoring systems are becoming more and more prevalent in tuna fisheries to collect data and also be used for enforcement. This is the regional fisheries management body showing over the past 7 years how they've actually started taking up and regulating and noticing that electronic monitoring systems can play a valuable role. So it is collaboration that I think brings success, and both Ray Hoburn and Snarky Twitter I think are right, but I think that if we employ the tools and make use of the evolving technology, wild captured seafood can at least continue to be flat and hopefully grow some more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And our last is Marty Smith from Duke.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to pick up on some of the themes that we've heard already and talk about them a little bit as disruptions in seafood markets and how they relate to institutions, trade, and innovation. So I really basically have three messages for you today. One is that the form of management of capture fisheries actually affects the exploitation, but also the types of products and the ability to generate value. Now, this is a theme that I think Gunnar already has emphasized. I'll show you an example of that in a bit. The next is we have all this sort of anti-trade, anti-globalization, protectionist sentiment floating around out there. We're in the midst of a trade war. And some of that, of course, is well-intentioned, thinking, are we actually compromising nutritional security in developing nations through the seafood trade? So I'm going to show you some data that suggests that, in fact, the seafood trade actually enhances nutritional access for developing countries. And then I think one of the other kind of interesting food topics right now that's kind of fun is this extreme interest all of a sudden in plant-based meat alternatives. So I want to look at some new data on plant-based seafood alternatives and talk about that, and cell culture-based seafood as well. So let's start with this first point, that the form of management can affect what kinds of products and the value that those products generate. And I think this illustration right here just shows you exactly that point. So in the Norwegian herring fishery, you can see in the red, these are landings that were sent for industrial purposes, so not for human consumption, for reduction to fish meal and oil and so forth. And in the blue, that's the high value use for human consumption. So what happened to this fishery? Well, at one point it was effectively open access. The stock came crashing down, and they had to shut the fishery down. So you see that sort of in the early period there. I can't really use the laser pointer on that. That's completely senseless. But then they put management. They shut the fishery down. They put management into place, and they began to rebuild the stocks. But as the stocks began to rebuild, then the product started going into the low-value use again. So you can see the red builds up again. And it was only once they put in market-based regulation, so they severed that link to the command and control, and they actually created incentives for the fishery to direct the product into the high-value use, that you see the stocks recover and the product goes into the high-value use. And then we can see in a systematic analysis of all U.S. fisheries that use rights-based systems, or otherwise known as catch shares, we see that on average, they slow down the race to fish. So in this paper in Nature that we published a couple years ago, we saw that effect, and that essentially is an enabling condition for capture fisheries to slow down and not engage in that mad race with each other, as Gunnar was showing with those salmon vessels out that, which is a starting place for generating more value from the same amount of fish, because there's only so much you can take out of the ocean. But of course, on some level, we have to ask the question, capture fisheries are playing catch-up with aquaculture. Will they ever be able to innovate in the same way that aquaculture innovates? Because aquaculture, we already know, very successfully controls the production process. The precision of control, precision agriculture is something we heard about quite a lot earlier today. That precision enables innovations to build on top of one another. So the aquaculture industry in salmon innovated in the first place to domesticate and create this industry. Then this company, Salmara, figures out, oh, if we chill the salmon ever so gradually, we can remove the highest quality fillet and the pin bones without disturbing the flesh, vacuum pack, and get it into supermarkets the next day for an extraordinary high quality product. And they said, well, that's not enough. Let's take it a step further. Let's take that same fillet, slice it up into sashimi, put it with some ponzu sauce, and we'll get it into 7-Eleven. I bought this in Bergen at a 7-Eleven for about $8, the best $8 snack I've ever had in my life. So, will this kind of populism that's kind of opposing government and a small government and aligning with this kind of opposition to rights-based management in fisheries, will it kind of shut down this progression to more rights-based systems that enable some ability of capture fisheries to compete with this level of innovation? That's a question. The seafood trade enhances nutrition. So the question here is whether the seafood trade is pro-poor. We've seen a lot of anti-trade sentiment, but some of it comes from well-intentioned people studying development who are observing that the developing nations export large volumes of seafood, but they also forget that those same nations import large volumes of seafood that's often much lower in value. So the question is, how does this affect nutrition? Is importing that lower value seafood also compromising nutrition? And what we find, in fact, is just the opposite of that. In fact, developing nations are receiving deep discounts on seafood nutrition. So in this picture, you can see this is based on trade among 200 countries, based on sort of 6 particularly important trading partners in the global seafood trade. We see that developing countries across macronutrients like calories, fatty acids, and protein, as well as micronutrients like iron, we see that these discounts are in the range of 50%. Why do developing nations pay less for seafood? They pay less for seafood nutrition because industrialized countries, wealthy countries import seafood and spend money on things like product form. They want fresh products, they want fillets, and they want high trophic fish, which don't necessarily carry with them extra nutritional value. And that's why developing countries are actually getting more access to nutrition from the seafood trade, which a number of people would really like to shut down. Oh, and then my other slides disappeared anyway, so I don't get to tell you about the plant-based seafood. 80% of omnivores in this country report that they are willing to try, or at least interested in trying, plant-based seafood alternatives, and they say that they will replace shrimp, salmon, tuna, tilapia with plant-based seafood alternatives if they replace them at all. Those are the very same main seafood products that Americans eat. So I'll stop there.
Well, we have a lot to chew on here, and I'd like to open it up for questions. Any questions to any of the panelists?
I think we're going to look at the live stream users first, and just a reminder that we do have this email in case anyone wants to be anonymous. You could use it as well, the foodforum@ifas.ufl.edu. Do we have questions? No.
So I have a question about feed for the fish. Where is it coming from?
I guess that's my job, definitely. It depends on which fish you are speaking about. At the bottom level, oysters, scallops feed themselves on plankton that is swimming in the free water. About a third of the production in aquaculture is that type of organisms. And about a third is organisms that in nature is herbivore. Vietnamese pangasius is a great example, and basically they are using leftovers from rice production and rice processing to produce the fish feed. So they basically get the feed at very low cost by utilizing stuff that used to go to the dump. And then you have higher value fish, where the salmon is probably the most well-known, that is certainly being fed stuff that in principle can be used by other organisms. It used to be 80% marine ingredients and a little bit of flour to bind it together in a pellet. These days you are down to about 8% is fish meal, 7-8% is fish oil, and there's lots of soy, canola, and whatever. So for good, they don't need marine ingredients, but for bad, they certainly need some ingredients, and increasingly they're a competitor in the larger food system about who are going to use the soy or the canola or whatever we produce. And the good news from a food system perspective is that mostly the fish is utilizing those ingredients much more efficiently than terrestrial animals. So if we ever get to the point that we are lacking soy or canola, we are definitely going to produce more fish and less terrestrial animals.
Fractionate it, or do you use it whole?
They fractionate.
Dave Gustafson. My daughter and I are a huge fan of sushi. Should I care if it's farm-raised or wild-caught? And a follow-up, is anybody pursuing blockchain technology to let me know exactly, show me a nice picture of the fisherman who caught it for me?
I'll take the first one. If you're not crazy, you eat from fish. And the main reason is that the Japanese only eat a handful of species raw, and they spend some time to figure out what made you sick and worst case killed you and not. Farm fish eats pellets, and the ingredients in the pellets have been cooked before they eat it. Cooked pellets doesn't tend for any parasites. The parasites that do make you sick or worst case kill you comes from the fish that the fish eat. So in a way, either you eat farm fish or you figure out what species the Japanese eat. But the last thing you want to do is, this local fish is probably of great quality and it's fresh, so why don't we try this?
Yeah, just maybe to add on to that, being a bit more ecumenical, both farm and wild on sushi are going to be fine as long as the purveyor actually treats the fish properly. So they're going to have largely the same nutritional value, same food safety qualities. On blockchain, our organization has done several pilots. I've had others done pilots. We'll discuss our work with IBM going forward as one of the major purveyors of the blockchain technology. And the big challenge for us, as for most, it's the first mile and the last mile. The last mile being retailers and others are giving conflicting signals to the market about what they want included in the data. And then the first mile is, how do you incentivize that father and daughter that's out on that boat in Indonesia that Jim showed to actually put data into a system? It's just very difficult to get that first mile. So there are techniques being used where you give people phone minutes, et cetera. So there are different techniques that are being used there.
But if you eat tuna, many of the main tuna brands have on their website, you can punch in the can or pouch code, and up will come the information about the vessel, the trip, the ocean, the trip dates that the tuna in the can was caught. And if you use it, write them a letter and tell them you did, because they're pretty proud of it.
Hello, this is an online question. There's been a lot of talk about synthetic meats and fish. Do you think there will be an issue with macronutrients if we make that change to synthetic fish and synthetic meats?
So I'll take that one since I've started looking into this question a little bit. Certainly there's no reason to believe that you won't replicate those same nutrients in the cell culture-based meats. So there, I think that the question is, are they going to be able to get the energy demand and the cost down associated with cell culture-based meats, whether that's seafood or other animal proteins. For the plant-based seafood alternatives, I think it's really a question of where that substitution comes in people's diets. So I mentioned that people are indicating that if they're going to sub out seafood products, they're going to sub out the commonly consumed ones. But also in our survey, we learned that people indicated that they would substitute away some from dairy, they might substitute some away from beef. And so if omnivores are going to continue to be omnivores and just dial back their meat consumption by eating more plant-based protein alternatives, it's not clear that those issues are going to be extremely important. But obviously the food companies are going to be able to use technology to infuse the nutritional profiles that they need as well.
From a marketing perspective also, though, it's a challenge because the plant-based alternatives, first of all, they're not seafood. There's not a bit of shrimp in vegan shrimp. There's not a bit of lobster in lobster. Very creative marketing, but completely devoid of actually any seafood products. And they're essentially salads. I mean, so as Kim Lopdrup, the CEO of Red Lobster, said, if you want a salad, we have great salads at Red Lobster, just buy a salad. But it's really important to look at the ingredient statements, though, because as people want to go toward a clean ingredient statement, lesser items, those ingredient statements are much longer now than a lot of the seafood items that you get. But they're good products, but they're not generally what people are being told they are.
My name's Ed Childs. I have a couple of high-volume seafood restaurants on the west coast of Florida, the Tampa Bay area. I'm a farmer, and I also, full disclosure, grow oysters and clams in the only place in the country that has 3 national estuaries on its border, Tampa Bay, Sarasota Bay, and Charlotte Harbor. What keeps me up at night is water quality issues. In 2018, we went through a red tide that was devastating to the coast, went all the way up into Alabama for the first time, and we see more of that happening more often and in higher concentrations. So I'm wondering today, what can we do in Florida where on the overlay of 90% of the seafood that the United States has imported, 50% of that is aquaculture. The second biggest trade deficit in America is aquaculture, is seafood, and yet America is only producing 1% of the world's aquaculture. We got 287,000 acres of shellfish-approved waters in the state of Florida, and 1% are leased. Clams and oysters, clean water. All of the things that we've talked about, shrimp, tilapia, salmon, catfish, they've all got environmental issues and of different magnitudes. Clams are all positive, as are oysters. They promote photosynthesis. They fertilize the benthic environment. They're great for seagrass. So I wish I'd have heard a little bit more about that today. I think we've got a great opportunity. I think all the folks here at the University of Florida can help and incentivize that, because we need to build this industry for the state of Florida so that we brand ourselves, so that we produce high-quality seafood, and so that we clean our marine waterways that are in danger. And that puts us all in danger. Thank you.
I think your point about water quality is a really important one, and that's not something that's obviously in the purview of fisheries managers. That's something that's under other regulatory jurisdictions, and so it also points to one of the reasons that moving toward tank-based, land-based systems is armoring against those kinds of environmental disruptions, which we expect to happen more and more under climate change. But that doesn't in any way dispute the fact of the opportunity that in many ways has not been captured from the kinds of places we have to have more shellfish aquaculture in this country. So I think a lot of that is about governance challenges, figuring out ways to facilitate permitting, and also sort of dealing with the NIMBYism of people not wanting shellfish aquaculture in their backyard. So if those obstacles can be overcome, I think there's a significant role for growth, but the water quality issue is something that isn't something you can solve locally. And so I think that's something that is going to continue to allow tank-based systems to have a competitive advantage in a lot of these markets.
I think oysters are going to be awfully difficult to grow at the scale that you have in a tank. But I think it goes to the political will question. I think Marty talked about it's not in my backyard. Years ago, I was down in Marlborough Sound in the the South Island of New Zealand, and the oyster industry, the mussel industry, had been out there for years. No one was out there. And all of a sudden, some people from Auckland and Wellington started to build homes on this mountain and didn't like the aquaculture industry there, didn't like the mussel industry. And it was cause of some litigation. So the oyster industry actually turned around and sued the builders of those homes to say, you have ruined my view of these beautiful homes. So it's a little bit of smart aleck comment, but a lot of it's political will. It's the passion that you just expressed, making sure that Tallahassee understands that. because it's that passion that creates political will. But if you're not out actively talking about that, you're not going to see a change in behavior by the government that ultimately controls that.
I just add one thing. I think the gentleman mentioned, and Frank had a slide that showed this, but he didn't have really time to go over it. Aquaculture production in this country is minuscule compared to wild fisheries and barely growing. It's been stagnant at a tiny level compared to the rest of the world. And so if we're really interested in creating economic opportunity in this country, especially creating economic opportunity in coastal areas, if we're really interested in enhancing the U.S., sort of fixing our seafood trade deficit problems, in improving nutritional quality and opportunity for Americans, we ought to think, does it have to be that way, or what are the reasons growth has been so slow, and are all of them necessary, or are some of them due to ignorance about what aquaculture is and can be and could be, and are we working on the basis of informed information? And I'm seriously concerned about the lack of understanding of what aquaculture is, can be, and the enormous potential that it has, and the way we as a country have not embraced that in a responsible way as we certainly could. And we've had some very interesting examples this morning from the innovators of ways people are trying to address this, but there's so much more that could happen in this country.
How are we doing on time? Okay, I guess we got time for about one more question.
One more online.
One more for internet.
Yeah, one more online question. How sustainable is aquaculture, and how is the overall impact compared to traditional fisheries?
It's a very, very thingy. The most sustainable aquaculture, oyster aquaculture, mussels aquaculture, is more sustainable than any fishery. Second most sustainable fishing technology is big vessels fishing with a purse seine for schooling fish. The worst fishing technology is trawlers that use lots of oil to drag a really heavy trawl through the water. The worst kinds of aquaculture is eel aquaculture, because we know very little about them and the needs of the eels, and we feed them much too much when we keep them in captivity. So overall, it's a mixed bag.
But I think from this morning, if I could, Jim, this morning's presentation showed some good data that you cannot just look at sustainability as far as how much fish is caught. Are some fish overfished? Are they at sustainable levels? Are they underfished? But what's the nutrient load? What's the water use? What's the energy use? What's the greenhouse gas impact? And generally, aquaculture and wild fish are going to come out generally better than a lot of the other proteins.
And if you're concerned about sustainability, the comparison you should be making is between aquaculture and agriculture, and not between aquaculture and wild fisheries. Our challenge is not, do we choose between wild fisheries, which really can't grow, and aquaculture, which has enormous potential to grow? The challenge we face is, how do we make the best possible use of the wild fishery resources the world is blessed with, and how do we make the best possible and responsible use of the opportunities that aquaculture now provides, especially as technology takes off?
Okay, thank you. And sustainability and the whole question is a dynamic process, because we're learning so much all the time to improve the systems. Anyway, I'd really like to thank this panel. I think it gave you a lot to think about. So, here we are.
Okay, I know being on the last session, this is maybe a little painful, but I really appreciate you all staying around up through the bitter end. Although there is another short summary session after this, I would remind you. So thanks for being here. I'm Glenn Morris. I'm coming at this from a somewhat different direction. I'm a physician, and a lot of my effort is in the area of public health. And so today we've talked about the future of food, sustainability. What I'd like to do is reorient just a little bit and talk about the human component, both in terms of the impact of food and some of the positive and negative aspects, but also to talk about some of the risks that may be associated, and in particular areas in the field of food safety. We have an excellent panel for this afternoon. Jessica Fanzo, who is the Bloomberg Distinguished Associate Professor for Global Food and Agricultural Policy and Ethics at Johns Hopkins, who's going to be talking about factors influencing healthy diets. Barb Kowalczyk, who is an assistant professor, Department of Food Science and Technology at Ohio State University in Columbus. Again, is an expert and one of the most best recognized people working in the area of food safety, and has a long history of working particularly from the consumer side. Jaap Wageninger, a professor of clinical infectology at Utrecht and also at Wageningen, and at the moment I believe is at a sabbatical at FAO in Bangkok. Ilaria Kapua, who is director of our One Health Center of Excellence and a professor in animal sciences here at UF, who is going to be talking about sort of the One Health perspective on some of these issues. I might say Dr. Wageninger is going to be talking about some of the antimicrobial resistance issues. And finally, we're pleased to have Lisa Conte, who is the Director of Strategic Initiatives and Chief Science Officer of the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, who is going to be moving some of this into the state level and talking about programs and ways in which this, at least the state of Florida, has begun to work to try to optimize health and well-being. So it should be a good program. I'm going to let these folks get started, and we appreciate your, as I said, your continued attendance and attention. So, Jessica?
Okay. Hi, everybody. Can I move over here? Sure. I'm so short you can't see me. This is like my usual situation. So I have the task of describing what is a nutritious diet and how do we achieve it. This is, enough for a whole semester of classes. But I thought I would highlight just 3 things and talk about 5 points in how I think and colleagues think that we should work to improve the food system, to improve diet. So, excuse me, I'm a bit sick, like some others in the room, but I'll try to get through it. So, Rafael, Flor had mentioned, and Professor Fresco had also mentioned about diets. Where are diets at the moment? Well, diets are moving more and more towards being unhealthy when we look aggregate and globally. Diets are now the #1 risk factor of disability, morbidity, and mortality. If you look up at the top, diets surpass tobacco, smoking, opioid addiction, suicide, air pollution, many of the other risk factors that we see when we look at disease burden. What are these diets? Well, they're diets that are not rich in fruits and vegetables, nuts, healthy oils and seeds, and whole grains, and tend to be those diets that are highly processed packaged foods, rich in added sugars, trans fats, sodium. So we really have this shift now where we're seeing more and more people that are eating unhealthy diets. So that which is meant to nourish you is killing you, which is ironic. And most people now are dying from non-communicable diseases, the cardiovascular disease, stroke, diabetes. Non-communicable diseases have surpassed communicable diseases in morbidity and mortality now. And what's resulted are that diets are significant contributors to the malnutrition burden that we see. And these numbers have been mentioned, but I really want you all to look very closely at these statistics. Many global health statistics are actually improving Child mortality coming down rapidly in the last decade. But when we look at the malnutrition burden, it's worse, and it's getting worse. The question is, why? Why, when we know so much about what to do, there's been such little progress? And we keep asking that in the nutrition world. So Professor Fresco this morning said 821 million people are undernourished. That number has increased for the last 3 years. FAO attributes that to conflict and climate change. I'm not sure that's totally accurate from my opinion, but we are seeing this uptick in hunger. But what is really alarming is we still have 149 million children under the age of 5 who are stunted. Now, you could argue that's not that many people, being that we have 7.5 billion, but it's 23% of the children under the age of 5 in the world will never get on a path towards development. Bodies, brains are stunted, windows shut after the age of 2 or 3. We still have 50 million children who are wasted due to seasonal hunger, famines, conflict, climate change. That number has not changed in 25 years. It's always 50 million. We see 40 million children under the age of 5 who are overweight, which is incredible because 20 years ago that was rare to see children under the age of 5 who are overweight. And we have 2.1 billion people who are overweight and obese. Now, I bring up these numbers because we're seeing multiple burdens in individuals, in countries, and in communities. Having multiple burdens in one individual, yes, you can be stunted and overweight. Yes, you can be stunted and wasted. This is incredibly complicated for governments to get their hands around and to try to get those numbers down. So it's not something to be taken lightly when we look at these statistics that we rattle off. The second issue is that diets are contributing to environmental degradation. Excuse me. We've seen a plethora of reports come out this year. The Eat Lancet report, which I was a part of, I was telling the Livestock Innovation Lab, I feel like I'm a child predatory list now for being in that report. But anyway, the Eat Lancet Commission report, the World Resources Institute, the IPCC, they all came out with this same messages that we need grand transformation in food systems if we want to save ourselves and save the planet. When we look at different food groups, the way they're grown, how they're grown, their life cycle, they have different environmental footprints, whether it be land, water, eutrophication, greenhouse gas emissions. Red meat often comes out as the outlier, but we have to look more carefully at other foods and where they're grown and how they're shipped. So many people are working on looking at the environmental impact of the way we produce food and the thought that food systems are not only contributing to environmental degradation, but are also victims of environmental degradation. And we need to get our hands around this idea of sustainable diets and what does that mean. And this is just showing the food groups by different disease outcomes. The other issue is that diets are really inequitable around the world. Some people, some communities, some countries, some individuals eat too much meat, others eat too little, don't get enough animal source foods for growth and development. But what we really see is the affordability, the access to diets, healthy diets. This was a great paper Derek Hetty, Will Masters, Tufts, and IFPRI came out with, showing that the Eat Lancet diet, that healthy, more plant-based diet, is unaffordable for 1.6 billion people on the planet. And just meeting nutrient needs, the blue bar, the nutritionally adequate diet, not the Eat Lancet diet, the nutritionally adequate diet, just meeting your basic needs is unaffordable for a lot of the world. And we see this everywhere. I'm in Baltimore. A lot of people can't access a healthy diet, nor physically and economically. So we really have this issue around equity of diets. Who gets what? Who wins? Who loses? So we see this unhealthy, unsustainable, inequitable pattern around the world. And while some people go to bed hungry, we still have about 1 billion About 1 billion have healthy lifestyles. We have about 5 billion people sitting in the middle in transitioning economies with double and triple burdens that everyone is ignoring. They're just going about their day, they're urbanizing, they're eating a lot of street processed packaged food. So what do? Well, we need to push for countries to develop a holistic food system policy, one that incorporates climate, one that incorporates equity, one that incorporates women's empowerment and education, and nutrition and agriculture talking to each other. We need to increase funding for nutrition and diets. The official development assistance to nutrition is 0.5%. To undernutrition, to obesity, it's 0.01%. It's a rounding error. No one invests in nutrition. We need to reorient our agriculture systems to produce nutritious foods. That means the CGIR needs to change. That means agriculture subsidy programs need to change. We need to make massive changes in the way our agriculture systems are functioning. And as Louise Fresco pointed out this morning, a lot of that will be around investing in rural development. We know what to do as nutrition moves along the value chain. A lot of it is lost. It leaves the value chain. We have so much evidence of how to keep it in the value chain. We just need to invest and scale that up. 5, the Eat Lancet, others talked about this grand food transformation. It's not just changing diets, it's sustainable agriculture practices, it's minimizing food loss and waste and getting better food distribution and access around the world. So consider these multiple options for keeping food systems within environmental limits. And last, helping consumers navigate the complex web that they have to interact with every day. They walk into a food environment, they have to make a decision about what they're going to buy. Very complex environment. You know, the candy that lines near the cash register, very perverse. How do you help consumers navigate this very complex space? They're driven by taste, cost, and convenience, not health and not environment. It's a confusing information space for them. Chefs are important in this. Governments need to govern food systems, take ownership of them, and help consumers. Don't leave it to just willpower and individual choice. We need to help people be able to make the right choices and allow for them to be able to access a healthy diet. And I'll end there.
So I think I'll follow the trend. Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Kowalczyk, and I am faculty at The Ohio State University. I'm also director of Ohio State's Center for Foodborne Illness Research and Prevention. And I'm going to be talking about food safety. Food safety is a serious global health issue. The World Health Organization estimates that about 600 million people are sickened globally each year for foodborne disease. That's 1 in 10 people. And 420,000 of them die, and a third of those deaths occur in children, particularly children under the age of 5. And that results in 33 million healthy life years lost. The cost of these illnesses is very significant. In low and middle income countries alone, it costs over $100 billion a year in lost medical costs, lost productivity, and so forth. Now, a lot of people say, well, it's an acute illness. So what's the big deal? We have non-communicable diseases are increasing. Shouldn't we be focusing our efforts on those? But the reality is that foodborne illness is associated with non-communicable diseases. How many people in this room know someone who has irritable bowel syndrome, reactive arthritis? Show of hands. Did you know having a foodborne illness significantly increases your risk of developing those diseases? And the estimates that we have largely do not include those. They include some of them, but not many of them. And this is just a brief list. Oh, I don't think this is a pointer. I was going to say this chart just shows you a list of some of the different chronic sequelae that have been associated with foodborne disease. Okay, so how do we manage this? Well, we manage it by preventing our food from becoming contaminated in the first place. We want to prevent foodborne illness, and that will help our economies, it'll help our health. I like this graphic over on the far side of the slide. It shows that everyone has a role to play in keeping food safe, right? So it starts from the farm, and it goes all the way to the fork, and I actually advocate to the physician, because they're on the front lines of responding to foodborne disease. But lots of times, I can't tell you how many times over the past nearly 20 years I've been working in food safety, I've heard, but only if consumers did these 4 simple things in their kitchens. Well, first of all, food safety isn't simple. Otherwise, there wouldn't be people spending their entire careers on it. But not only that, people are eating out more and more. This graphic on the lower panel, it's from CDC, shows that the vast majority, only 9% of outbreaks with identified sources, and I could give a whole little lecture on that, are attributed to the private home. 9% of outbreaks with an identifiable source are attributed to the home. The rest of them are attributed to food prepared outside the home. So consumers really don't have the control over the safety of the food that we would oftentimes like to say that they do. I'm going to challenge us, though, to think about the role of consumers, and that's what I was asked to talk about today. Challenge us to think about the role of consumers in food safety as being a bit different. Okay? I'm not a marketing person, but I recently became aware of this push-pull marketing strategies. Okay? So the one idea is you take from the producer and you push demand to your consumer, right? You tell the consumers what they want. The pull strategy is that consumers pull the industry with them. The consumers demand what they want, okay? And I would argue in food safety, our view of consumers has largely been that push strategy. We're going to tell them their food is safe. They're going to be very passive. They're going to handle it appropriately in their kitchen, and that's it. In the pull strategy, we're going to have consumers actually increase demand for food safety, okay? So how do we do that? We do that by creating awareness. I will say those burden of disease estimates I showed on the first slide have done a huge amount of good in food safety. Now, I'm a statistician and epidemiologist by training. As much as I love numbers, people really don't relate to numbers. They relate to context. What if I tell you that the burden of foodborne disease is comparable to that of malaria and tuberculosis? Does that change your opinion? Absolutely. What if I tell you that I was personally impacted by a foodborne disease? I lost a child in 2001 to a foodborne illness. And I can tell you I've spent the last nearly 20 years telling that story, and it has a huge impact. And as scientists, we need to do better storytelling. We need to create that awareness among consumers. If you work in food safety, you're also familiar, I'm sure, with the saying, trust but verify, okay? In the food industry, they trust their suppliers, but they verify that their suppliers are meeting standards. The government trusts the food industry, but they have to verify that they're meeting standards. We should be telling consumers, trust the system, but verify. And we are starting to do that, and that's driving changes. Think about the letter grading system on restaurants now. If it's an A, B, or C when you walk in the door. Consumers can go into a restaurant. I ask questions about food safety when I'm out buying food all the time. And I know that's going to drive market changes. We can also increase demand for safer food by demanding that governments govern. Governments do play a role in this. The vast majority of the food industry is trying to do the right thing. But there are some players out there that are really in it for greed, and that's where the government needs to come in. We also need to hold industry accountable. And, I know you're probably thinking, oh, she's American, she's talking about liability and lawsuits. Well, to some degree, it is about that. but it's also holding them accountable from a criminal standpoint. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Peanut Corporation of America. They intentionally put contaminated food into the marketplace, and they were charged criminally, and they went to jail. It was the first time that had ever happened. And let me tell you, the industry is taking notice. Okay? And finally, vote for food safety. And I'm going to stop. I know I got the red card. Vote for food safety. I'm married to an economist, okay? And if you're an economist, you vote with your dollar, right? Every time you spend money, you're voting. And we can ask consumers to vote for food safety. If you have the option, now not everybody has the option, and in low and middle income countries, which I work in, that's not always an option. But I have the option of choosing where I spend my dollars on food. And if a company has a very public statement about producing safe food as part of their mission, why shouldn't I spend my money there? And we can drive demand that way. So I'm going to end with what I view as the consumer rights. And every person in this room is a consumer of food. And just think about that lovely lunch that we had today. We had the right to expect that that food was as safe as it could be. We had that right. We had the right to expect that the food safety system that produced that food provided meaningful protection to us. And we have a right to provide input to how that food safety system is put together. What are the standards and what interventions are put into place? And finally, we have the right to ask and verify how that system was put in place. And with that, thank you. I'll end there and take questions at the break.
Good afternoon. I'm Jan Wagenaar, working at Utrecht University and Wageningen Research. And I'd like to talk with you about one aspect of the sustainability of animal production on antimicrobial stewardship and antimicrobial resistance. Antimicrobial resistance is really a threat for human being. It's a problem for public health. And where is antimicrobial resistance coming from? It's coming from the use of antimicrobials. Antimicrobial use in humans and antimicrobial use in animals. And it's what we call a One Health problem. One Health means that the different sectors influence each other. So I made this graphic. It's not a very sophisticated graphic, but it helps me in telling the story, where are we going and what is the problem nowadays. The upper part, the light blue part of the graphic, are the high-income countries. And the lines start in about the 50s. What we see is that we have animals, and the size of the chicken indicates the intensity of the animal production. We were using antimicrobials in animal production, and the use of antimicrobials was increasing, and you see that by the box that is increasing. But the animal production in the high-income countries was profitable. So you see there is income, there is the dollars. And the line you see with animal health is that the animal health was increasing. There was money to improve the animal health. But when there was a day that we start talking about antimicrobial resistance. And when we started looking for that, we noticed that there was antimicrobial resistance in these animals. And it was increasing. That's the story from the high-income countries. And then the picture below, that's what you see, that's also the animal production there, but the intensity was less growing. And it's still not that big as it is in the high-income countries. But this animal production system is using a lot of antimicrobials. And one of the reasons is that it's less profitable and there is less money to improve animal health. So you really need the antimicrobials to keep your animals healthy. And when we started looking for antimicrobial resistance in the low and income countries, that was a little bit later than in the high income countries, we suddenly noticed that there is a lot of antimicrobial resistance. What is not surprising because of the use of the antimicrobials. And then we were talking, how will it continue? This morning, Louise Fresco said already, we will not get rid of animals. They will be there. And I think in the high-income countries, we found out now that the sustainability of the system, we should work on that. We should work with less antimicrobials, improved animal welfare, improved animal health. And I think that will happen. So there is still money to improve animal health. We need less antimicrobials. We have a more sustainable system of animal production. And when we are lucky, we will see that the antimicrobial resistance is declining. Ideally, is when we have to look for how will the part of the low and middle income countries, how will that develop? That's the question. Ideally, we will have the same system that we just shift to below and say, okay, we jump from the less intensive system, we jump to a very sustainable intensive system in these low and income countries. But I think that's very difficult, and that's not going to happen. Why not? One of the reasons is that the animal health that lying there is not very high. The animal health is still not good enough in low and middle income countries to go to a direct sustainable system with low antimicrobial use. But in fact, we do not have time, because we are not talking about something that we can take time and in 30 or 40 years we have to improve. No, the problem with antimicrobial resistance is already there, and we have to act very, very soon. I think when we are talking about antimicrobial use in high-income countries, we can reduce the antimicrobial use. In the Netherlands, there was a reduction of 64% of antimicrobials, and in the US, at the moment, it's 38. And I think also the US can come up to the 64. But what we see in the low and middle income countries is that the increase of the farming, the upscaling, goes faster than the improvement of the important flanking factors. Low knowledge and awareness is not enough. There is, the farm management is not good. Over-the-counter availability of drugs is still a problem. There is a bad drug quality. There is not sufficient professional oversight, and there is the regulation, and in particular the enforcement of the regulation is lacking. So there is a disbalance. The industry is growing, but it's not in a sustainable way. I think that if we want to have a sustainable production in low and middle income countries, there has to be much more investment in the animal health and the animal health side. And will there be will the antimicrobial use and antimicrobial resistant policy in low and middle income countries, will it have the same priority as in high income countries? I think for the government setting up surveillance systems, I think it will not have the same priority as long as it is a low and middle income country, because they need money to set it up. Usually the priority is more in foot and mouth disease, now in African swine fever. I think that the reduction in antimicrobial use is important for public health reasons. But can we request from small and middle-income countries, farmers, from small and medium-sized farmers, can we request that they do an investment for public health? We can request, but I think it's very difficult to do that. For larger commercial partners, they will ask for, if we invest, will it get profit for us? Do we have a business case there? And I think at the moment, it's very difficult to make the antimicrobial use and antimicrobial resistant policy sustainable in low and middle income countries. There is a huge investment from donors at the moment, but I think the real question is, how can we get it sustainable? And that question is not yet answered. Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. I am Ilaria Capua. I am the director of the One Health Center here at UF, and I'm very excited to be here, and I am actually really in shock because one of the things that came through during this morning, apart from our introductory lecture, was really a lot about pillars and silos. And this is exactly what we should not be doing. We should be looking at how the different types of agriculture can actually dovetail together and make us move towards a more sustainable world. And I am here at UF trying to knock down the barriers between silos. And what I will do, because I never do what I'm told, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm not going to talk to you specifically about food. I'm going to talk to you about some of the current challenges we have as a community. And then I will try to convince you that each one of these is actually a One Health issue. And then I will try to lead you towards you looking at the problem through your lens and trying to see if you can see a baseline of circularity in how we address health. So here are the things I'm going to talk about. Fire. This is a big problem. It's a big problem. Not only in Australia, it's a big problem in Brazil, it's a big problem everywhere, California. I'm going to talk about emerging infections. I'm going to talk about climate change. I'm going to talk about ecological disasters in general and about the loss of biodiversity because formats never speak to each other. But here we're supposed to talk about food, right? And I will try and convince you that food is often one of the pivots around which the One Health vision articulates itself. So let's start with fire, okay? Fire, deforestation brings pollution. Pollution brings loss of biodiversity. Loss of biodiversity bring animal welfare issues. People go and try to help these animals, and they go to the hospital. And they go to the hospital because it's polluted, and they go to the hospital because this is a real disaster. And these things actually are all interconnected, and please leave them there at the back of your mind as I try to convince you more. Emerging infections. Emerging infections, we now have the Wuhan virus in China. It's a new coronavirus. It's a third coronavirus in less than 20 years or 25 years. So, I mean, it's, you know, it has potential. And where do a lot of these viruses come from? They come from bushmeat. And of course, these people end up in hospitals, and these people are treated with antibiotics, even if they have a viral disease. This creates an alteration of the microbiome, loss of microbial diversity, and this impacts food. So this is also another little One Health problem, little. So let's leave it there. Climate change. Drought and flooding. Flooding has been deleted by the mess that happened in Venice. There were 2 meters, so like 6 feet of water in Venice. We know that droughts and floods, they alter the nutrition level of crops. They can alter their storage with mycotoxins. They can create enormous problems in the fishing industry. And this causes at the same time economic losses for the industry, for the agricultural industry, and then what happens? They don't have any money to look at the climate change issues, and this might, hit us all over the head, and we might not be in a nice place soon. So does anybody know how many meters of water is going to be released if the ice cap melts? 58 meters of seawater rise. It's about 150 feet, more or less. So is this connected? Yes, of course it is. Ecological disasters. Ecological disasters, we know that there's a sea that its temperature is rising. Life in the sea isn't so easy, we heard this morning. Things are getting very difficult. Sea temperature rises and you can get disasters like hurricanes, flooding, displacement of people, displacement of animals, displacement of insects, displacement of pathogens. This can create food security issues, and we know that some of some areas, some coastal areas are under some enormous stress for food security. And so that's another little One Health circle that you have there. And we've mentioned, and I think it is extremely important, biodiversity many times. This is a gigantic problem that we're facing, and it has many, many ramifications. It has ramifications on drug discovery, it has ramifications on loss of knowledge, and it has ramifications on how we're going to address the aging and the increasing population of the world. And so, if you look at these as One Health issues and you look at them under a One Health lens, we should also be able to understand that all of these are actually part of our health. So what is around us is part of our health. The fires in Australia, the cloud of smoke is as big as Europe, and it's going to go around the whole world. And so as we develop more technology, because we spoke about digitalization, we spoke about modern computing, this is what we need to do. We need to use the great potential of new generation computing, like quantum computing, but not for us. We're not going to fix this. Actually, what we have to do is we have to create the framework for the next generations to be able to put the pieces together. And this brings me to our logo. This is the logo of our center, which is, of course, an intertwining spiral of gatorness. These are our social media connections, but I would just like to say that we have a different mission to most of the One Health centers around the world. And One Health is not only about the overlap between diseases of people and of animals. One Health 2.0 in the era, in the digital revolution, is about co-advancing health of humans, animals, plants, and the environment. We cannot spray mosquitoes and kill bees. We have to find another way. And so we are looking very much forward to collaboration with industrial partners, particularly with data providers, through Data for Good and other initiatives that there are to try and establish at least a few of these functional micro One Health issues that bring One Health to where it should be, which is to exploit the circularity of health. Thank you very much.
Well, viva the One Health revolution. I really appreciate being invited here as a government official, a public servant, and a little civics lesson here. Well, before I do that first, I'm curious to know how many farmers we have in the audience. Great. Great, because in Florida, you're never very far from a farmer, and a lot of folks, besides folks in this room, didn't realize that besides tourism, agriculture is a major driver in our state, to the tune of $132 billion annually, 2.2 million jobs. So it is incredibly important. And still, at the government level, the Commissioner of Agriculture is, besides the governor, one of the cabinet members, along with the Attorney General and the Chief Financial Officer. So she is among 6 total statewide elected officials. And this is, having worked in a governor's agency and now at the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, it's a very interesting animal. Extremely, besides having the sciences there's a lot of political science. And in particular this year, where our Commissioner of Agriculture is a different party than the rest of the cabinet. So we started session this week, and it goes for 2 months. And we are always trying to champion agricultural interests. But I think people don't realize that agencies can only do what their elected officials ask them to do statutorily. And that gives us the opportunity to write rules that we then enact. People think that we're autonomous, and we're not. So we do have to follow along with what our governance tells us to do. Having said that, though, we do champion everything from aquaculture and avocados to zebu cattle. Florida is different than most of our counterpart states in that we have over 300 commodities that we're championing, a lot of specialty crop. And in that capacity, unlike other states that have a handful of commodities, it's very difficult to spread your time around. But we're very interested in food safety and in pests and disease surveillance and control so that we can not only help with our economic opportunities, but also we champion the fact that agriculture is done in the best way possible to protect the environment. And this Commissioner of Agriculture, along with the previous one, were very interested in innovation. We do have an Ag Innovation Working Group, Advisory Group. Some of you, Gary Wishnatzki included, are among the advisors on this group, looking to, in fact, setting out this month, talking to farmers to find out what do you think are the innovations that are needed in our state so that we can help them bridge to that, whether it's asking our legislature for additional funds, in addition to things like rural and family lands, so that we can keep our agricultural lands productive, which has been very challenging in things like citrus, where unfortunately Florida has experienced the ravages of citrus greening to the tune of a 70% decrease in our productivity of citrus. And unfortunately for some farmers, that puts them out of production, and it's much easier to sell their land for development and housing where it's out of agricultural practice. So we're looking for ways that we can incentivize keeping them in agriculture. And the previous commissioner and this one are very interested in aquaculture development and providing, again, some methodologies to allow that to happen. So on the logo you see Fresh from Florida, our marketing department has put this as an icon for Florida producers, and our IFAS researchers have told us this makes a difference in purchasers and consumers buying, where they see value added as commodities from Florida. And as we develop that as well with environmental stewardship issues, along with our Farm Bureau and our, as you heard earlier, our environmental awards to bring positive messaging for the ecosystem services that our producers create. So I did want to talk to you just about some translational programs, a few of them, and also to mention, since we are talking about food safety, in this state, food safety, and folks may not realize this, is divided among 3 major agencies, and some minor agencies have a hand in it as well. Our restaurants are inspected by the department, a different department than the Department of Health, and people don't quite realize that. Department of Health does schools and jails, and the Department of Agriculture are in stores. And so we share amongst these agencies food safety, which is very interesting and challenging. We have our division of food nutrition and wellness that looks to try to, we're talking about the future of food, so we're quite interested in what our future consumers will likely go to. And part of the efforts from this division is introducing our school children to all of our fresh commodities, fruits and vegetables. It's very easy to get them to eat strawberries, but maybe not so much zucchini. And so we are trying to introduce them and bring them messages that they then bring home so that they can increase their consumption of fruits and vegetables in our state. We also do our number of school programs and Healthier U.S. School Challenges, again, trying to introduce healthier diets into our homes. You may not also have realized that statewide, the Office of Energy resides in the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. And 10 years ago, we had a Florida Energy and Climate Summit. We just had one recently in Tampa. And there was outlined the plan for energy efficiency. And one of the chapters in this plan specifically deals with agriculture. And I do encourage you to look at that and read up on it, as we're looking to incentivize some of these practices. For those of you in aquaculture, if you have not yet realized our program that supports energy efficiency in aquaculture, we still have monies available. Come talk to me during the break, because I'm happy to get you involved with that. We have, for water quality and quantity, our best management practices manuals that, together with the Department of Environmental Protection, look toward what we can incentivize, again, for farmers to keep water on site, to use more water efficient precision water mechanisms, and we also cost share that. So that's some programs that we have available as well. And I look forward to your questions, and I'm delighted to be here. This has been a phenomenal day, and I really enjoyed the speakers earlier. And to a couple of comments before about governance, we hear you. I can't imagine a better occupation than being a public servant and trying to provide some of these services to the state. So thank you.
We have time for a couple of questions. Questions from anyone in the audience?
Thank you. I was going to ask this question to the previous group, but I think this is more appropriate because it's about nutrition. Nowhere has the micronutrient, essential micronutrient iodine been mentioned here, nor has it been mentioned in the major Eat Vanson's study. And having had some personal experience in the Malayan villages in western Kenya with tremendous iodine deficiency, both as adults with goiter, but that's not as important as the children who are IQ impaired if there's if they're under 2 years or 5 years old. So what's this? Is this a missing micronutrient or what? Yeah, and then people answer and said, "Oh, we got the silver bullet, which is iodized salt. Fine, if you can have it." But now we go to Publix and supermarkets here, and we see now more fancy salt, and with a label, this product does not contain iodine. So that's from the rich world perspective. From the poorer countries, if they're people who are near the sea, they're fine. But inside, you're depending on iodized salt, and sometimes I've seen iodine salt deposits in Senegal, supposed to be iodinized or whatever you call it, in just hot sun, and we know that some of the iodine compounds just volatilize. So Why is this missing? Jessica.
Pedro and I already had a conversation about this a week ago. But anyway, it's a great question. I think this is why it's so important to keep funding fortification, biofortification programs. And I think we're seeing a little bit of mistrust in science overall over the last several years. I mean, it's the same situation with folic acid. We're seeing fortified flours. People are becoming very mistrustful about fortified products in general. And the same with vaccinations. I think all of you know the vaccination story. So that's an issue. I mean, one of the things, though, Pedro, that we have to think about is that when I served as the co-chair for the Global Nutrition Report last year, we had a whole section about micronutrient deficiencies and how we really don't know numbers of those who are micronutrient deficient. That's why I didn't put the numbers up there. You keep hearing the 2 billion are deficient in micronutrients. That number is from the first ICN in 1992 of 4 nutrients, A, iron, zinc, and iodine, and they were estimates. We have not been able to update those since. The question's why. Getting micronutrient status requires drawing blood, taking serum, having sophisticated labs, doing expensive, complicated assays. So we don't have really accurate global numbers of who's deficient in iodine, who's deficient in A, who's deficient in iron. Zinc is almost near impossible. And those are just of the micronutrients that get global attention. There's D, there's calcium, so there's 50 plus nutrients that the human body needs. So, and it's the same with diets. We don't know really what people are eating around the world, what they're paying for it, and why they make those decisions. So we have big gaps in the diet and nutrition field. That said, we still need to continue to invest in fortification programs, but even more importantly, getting 100% coverage of those fortification programs, so ensuring that iodized salt gets to every household. And there are organizations doing that, the Micronutrient Initiative, GAIN. So there's a lot of organizations that are trying to scale up fortification, get the quality assurance and the quality control underway to ensure it's safe, et cetera. So, but there's still a lot of gaps in knowledge. We assume there's iodine deficiency out there. We see goiter every once in a while, and particularly in women and young adolescent girls, but we don't have real good, accurate numbers of who's deficient in what, where. Sorry, Pedro.
Other questions?
My name is Ankur, and I'm a recent graduate student of environmental science at the University of Alabama in Huntsville. My question is, what do you see the role of governments and scientists partnering with companies like Coca-Cola or companies which sell candies and sugar processed foods, which is why kids are overweight and there's excessive advertising of these foods? So how could scientists, institutions, and governments work with them? I mean, their profit model is based on fattening people. So.
I think we all have an opinion on this probably. We're actually working on a paper of why do public-private partnerships not work in nutrition. I think there's a lot of mistrust even from the nutrition community around private sector because a lot of the goals are not pro-public health. I think but governments need to care about nutrition. Most don't right now, hence why we have this big malnutrition burden. We need to care as scientists. We had really crappy food for our snacks today that some of us took pictures of. No, I'm sorry, no offense. I don't mean to insult anyone, but we had brownies, cookies, and like these jelly donuts. And we're talking all day about healthy diets, and we're not practicing what we preach, so it needs to start at the individual as well, particularly those, all of us in the room, that have some knowledge on what are healthy diets. You know, and then we've got potato chips. Anyway, I can go on and on about this, but you know, there's a lot of power that consumers can have around not purchasing these foods, But we need governments to step in. We need governments to regulate. We need to stop advertising junk food to children. It's unethical. I sit in an ethics institute at Johns Hopkins. It is unethical. There's no way to slice it or dice it. There are countries that have completely banned advertising of junk food to children. Taxes are starting to help on junk food and soda. We need front-of-the-pack labeling. We need to take the Chile model where they put warning signs on foods that have unhealthy salt, unhealthy fats, added sugars. Not only do they have the front-of-the-pack labels for consumers, but they restrict that food. You can't advertise it. You can't sell it in a school. You can't sell it near a school. We need more of that. And, the United States is probably the most sensitive to this issue around partnering with private sector, because when you go to the Committee on Food Security meetings and you present data, the United States often pushes back about regulation. And I'm sure Louise knows this, sitting at FAO and in the CFS and sitting on the high-level panel of experts. There's a lot of pushback from certain countries, that particularly the United States, around market liberalization and ensuring that private sector has a big hand in the food system. But we really need governments to come in and protect us, start protecting public health goals, and awarding those that in private sector that do good, but penalizing those that don't do good, and start holding those accountable who are not having a goal to improve public health and only driving towards profit. I know that sounds like preachy, but it's just, in the nutrition world, we're at a heads with this. It's a big problem right now, and it's causing a lot of fracturing in our community, and there's no way to get around it. So it's a big debate. Yeah.
Yeah, so I agree with much of what Jessica said, and I think one of the things that we really need to do with industry and also with science is, my experience is the food industry doesn't always see itself as part of a public health system. And they are. I mean, this is different than making T-shirts, right? We're going to take the product that they make and we're going to put it into our bodies, and it's going to directly impact our health. Okay? But when you think about it, my experience has been that they don't necessarily think of themselves that way. And that's partly on us as academians, right, to train them and educate them about their role in public health as food producers. Okay, so I think that's one thing. The other thing in food safety, which is a little bit different, I think, maybe than other fields, is that government and scientists have to work with the food industry. They're the ones producing the product, right? We can push as much as we want, but they're the ones that ultimately are responsible for producing safe food, and they're the ones that are making a profit from it. And so we have to work with them. And so I think that the other piece that is missing lots of times, and how can we improve that, is one, government's not always seen as being public servants. They're the bad guys that are coming into the room. And I often say that, I would say 80 to 90% of food producers are really trying to do the right thing. From a food safety perspective, they don't want to make their customers sick and die. But as with any government laws and regulations, those are typically put into place for the bottom 20%, the ones that aren't going to behave ethically or in the public interest. And then I think we also need to do a better job of translating science into policy and practice for food producers and consumers and government agencies. Most of us in this room are scientists, and I frequently say, we're not normal, but we think we are, right? Mm-hmm. We think everybody knows what we know because that's what we're used to. This is what we interact with daily. So with that, I'm going to stop and pass it off to somebody else.
Can I ask a question to Jessica? Because what is different now in the food industry with the tobacco industry? Because they also, we know that it is an unhealthy product. So will there be in 20 years cases in court, we say, of course, that was unhealthy and everybody knew about it, but they offered it to the community. But how do you see that?
What did they do in tobacco? They taxed it. They taxed the hell out of it and made it really expensive. They restricted where you could do it, and they stopped advertising. You don't see cigarette ads on TV or in magazines, right? The problem and the complexity in comparing those two is tobacco's one product. It's got a stick, it's got some dried tobacco in it, you light it up, you smoke it, you enjoy it. Food is everywhere, and there's lots of it, and it's diverse. And you're seeing it being sold in bookstores. I saw it in a hardware store in D.C. the other day where you can buy candy and everything else. It's just ubiquitous. And so it makes it incredibly hard to regulate. Can I just say one other thing? I'm going to pass it along. The other thing about private sector is when we think private sector, it's massive, right? There's so many different entities. There's the transnationals, but then there's the kind of small and medium enterprises that are trying to do the right thing. So I think there's a very mixed bag of private sector. We just think, oh, Coke, bad. But there's lots of really, smaller businesses that are trying to survive and are trying to produce healthy food. So we have to also have a little asterisk when we talk about private sector.
From a One Health perspective, something folks in the room may not understand is that we're seeing the same obesity rates in our dogs and cats as we see in our children, and it's because of overprocessed foods. And as a veterinarian, it surprises me that one of the options that we were given is a drug to help the animal lose weight when you can totally control it, their diet. And so I don't know, I think this is a mindset issue completely, and it's almost an okay boomer, which I am, where we've created the problem and now it's up to the youth, and thank you for that question because it's so important. I used to be at the Department of Health, and we also attribute not only overprocessed foods but the built environment where people are not walking and they're in their virtual zone instead of going outside. And we don't value our green spaces as much as we should. And so it's these really very wicked problems that we're going to need a One Health solution for.
I can add one thing. You know that there's no calorie count on pet food? Because my cat is getting really fat. And so I said, okay, what are we feeding this cat? There's no calorie count. So no wonder you have obese pets. So that's number one. But what I wanted to say something that made a bit more sense is about what you were talking, and I think that one of the things that is essential is that consumers will actually be drivers of the direction that we are going in. So we mentioned blockchain just briefly before. The blockchain technology is going to come for food, and it's going to certify food at levels that we will know everything. And I think that because of the movement, the grassroots movement that has now, exploded all over the world about, how more environmentally friendly you have to be and the AMR crisis and all the rest, that I think that educated consumers, and let's look from here to 100 years because, we hope that we will have educated consumers in developing countries in 100 years, if not before that. They will actually be the ones who will be able to drive what the industry needs to produce, because I think that we will not be happy in knowing that a bag of chips actually, we have to find better ways to communicate it, but that a bag of chips, damages like an drums your liver, and you have like a cytokine storm, and you see what I mean? So they are going to be the ones who won't want them anymore because we can't afford to cure them.
And I think from a government perspective, if you can help us create a response to you are being the nanny state. So, and the pushback to, because that's a compelling argument, and that gets a lot of our elected officials' ear. They are hearing from the constituents that they want choices, and that it's their choice if they eat whatever it is that they want to eat. So, I mean, education can go so far. As I mentioned, we are trying to get fresh fruits and vegetables into an area where children actually see it. They may never have seen it in their homes, and so trying to expose them to it. But it's very difficult to answer some of these, oh, you're being too overly regulatory questions when you're in a public health kind of a system.
Last comment.
So I just wanted, and I know we have to wrap it up, but I think that we do need to invest in educating, and I don't even like the word education for consumers. It's really about communicating risk, okay? And education is different than risk communication, and we need to do that. Most consumers out there really do want the information. I don't know if Sarah's here, but she gave a great talk yesterday, was it, on the 1 egg a day? It was fantastic. You know, these women in these small villages, once they knew that feeding their child 1 egg a day was going to improve their health, they were out there like, they're telling their local government officials, we need to get this out to other villages and things like that. That's exactly what, how consumers can drive demand for safer, and I'm going to argue that you cannot ever have nutritious food without it being safe, and you can never have food security without safety. That's how we're going to have a secure, nutritious, and safe food supply.
Okay, I think at this point we probably need to bring this to a close since we're running a little over time, and I'll hand it back.
So Sentold Aseng and Cheryl Palm are going to come up and give us their thoughts on today, on the future of food and what we can do going forward. So please welcome them to the stage.
Thanks, Jim, and thanks, everyone. What a day. You expect us to synthesize that? We will never do it justice. My brain is also overflowing with amazing ideas and giving us all something to think about. But anyway, we will try to highlight a few of the issues that we came up with, and students were taking notes in the room and providing us some of their ideas. So, Sentold, how did it go? What do you think?
I'm with you. This is a challenge. So let's start. We try to put it together into some slides. But I think we both were amazed of what we've seen today, the different things and so on. It's mind-blowing, but we try to get some sort of order in there. That's our order, and we try to share it with you. So I think the very first point you all probably can agree, the future food will be a complex challenge. That's probably the easy one we can all agree, and from then on we probably will more disagree than agree. We thought it's actually quite unique, hopefully you felt the same way, that when we talked about the production systems, we didn't just stay with one of these key, the main ones like crop, livestock and seafood. We really talked across the different ones, which is important, and we saw a lot of similarities in there as well, which is very important. I think usually we don't talk to each other. That's probably some unique thing we had today. And then we listened and heard a lot of issues there, like increasing demand for all sorts of reasons. Population growth, probably the biggest one, diet change. We have food security issues now, and it probably gets more difficult. But when we talk about food security, it's not just the quantity anymore, and that became, I think, very clear today. It's also the quality and the nutrition. We heard several times the word nutrition security. I think that's very important. But that's not enough. It's also, is it actually safe what we eat? And we had some really good insight, I thought. It's about the health. There's an emergent thing came up, antimicrobial resistance, which is, I don't think it existed as an issue 10 years ago. It's something really new, and that probably won't go away. Then we have these things with one side we have hunger, then we have obesity, and it can be in the same
country, can be in the same town, and the really crazy thing we heard now, even the pets get obese at the same time. I think that's really, really getting crazy. But whatever we do in agriculture and production, it relates to environment, and we heard a lot about waste, came up several times, how we use the water, how efficient we use water. Water pollution is an issue, overfishing, greenhouse gas emissions, not just in some of them across agriculture, and agriculture is a huge contributor, and it's a big issue which we need to address. And there are a lot of social inequity issues there, and I just list a few: income, the involvement of women, where the youth part of it, the access to knowledge, technology. These are all issues that goes on and on and on. And I think it became also clear, we heard it several times, it's not one over another one of these topics here. It's actually all together. They're all interlinked. They're all interlinked across, but also across the different production systems, and it will get more difficult with climate change. So it will not even get simpler. Climate change will make that much more complicated. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it is a complex challenge, and I think one of the other issues is we've been approaching it in many ways as silos and not thinking as a system. And that's something that came through all over today, and it's this paradigm shift to systems thinking, whether it's microbiomes, the system at that level, or at the farm level, or at the community level, or even the global level. We have to think of that food system as being interconnected. We have to start thinking of the circularity of those systems to be more efficient. And it's a lot about these design paradigms we heard about this morning. Okay, so we heard lots of promising technologies. Some of them fit into these paradigms. Some are still maybe a bit siloed, and so let's just think about them. We heard about robots picking strawberries. We heard about labor shortages, and that there aren't going to be a lot more youth as we go forward, who are usually the people out there picking strawberries, doing the farm labor. So drones are going to be, robots are going to be part of that future. I think it's clear. People are afraid of it. But we have to think of it as a changing demography and what we will need. We heard amazing things about large-scale aquaculture, producing fish on land. That's a new idea. It will actually conserve our wild fish stocks. It's not competing with them, it's preserving them. One Health became a huge issue. It's all interconnected, and it's co-advancing the development of health for humans, plants, and the environment. And we just need to keep thinking about systems. And I really liked the comment today, farmers are the producers of health. Then there's a whole issue about big data, connectivity, artificial intelligence, and how we can use those systems, those tools, those data sets to be more efficient to optimize systems. What do you think, Santosh?
I think there are even more. That's the thing. That's probably our most busy slide there. We heard about indoor farming, which is something really new coming on board. And when you start thinking about it, you can control everything in there. You can make it the most efficient system. And not just for crops, you also have that for fish. When you're indoor, you're also independent on weather variability, and you become independent on climate change, because you control everything. So it's a huge opportunity to grow some of the food indoor. It will be probably the most efficient way. We will see huge changes in the future, as we heard. It also allows us to recycle water. Water came up several times. We might use much less water because most of the water will stay within these systems. And we probably have to use much less pesticides, which I thought was quite encouraging as well. Another problem of modern agriculture, if we are able to keep the pests out, then we might not need to use any pesticides within these indoor facilities. Another point, it came across several times, tailored genes for crops, livestock, and fisheries. Again, across these different production systems. We heard earlier on today, It's now more about design, as a design-like approach. We design our future the way we want to produce it. Photosynthesis came up there. It's very inefficient, and let's design it. Let's try with the tools we have now doing something about it. Biological end fixation could be another one, which could make a huge difference by designing where we need this. And as maybe another point in there, we heard the first fish, the GMO fish has been released, which is sort of a designed fish. Took a long time, but it's out there now. We did hear a bit about meat from plants and petri dishes. There was also a bit discussion of seafood from plants. That seems to be a very new concept as well. We heard a bit, I think, on some other novel sources, insects. We didn't go much deep into it. Algae for food, but probably also more for feed. A totally different source to produce like having a different protein source. And again, last not least, which these promising technologies, they're not just promising in a new way and maybe more efficient things. I think we can really address also issues with the environment. We probably will be able, using these technologies, to minimize the environmental degradation. We heard livestock might be greenhouse gas neutral in 30 years. That's quite amazing. Again, through looking at different ways of where the feed comes for the livestock, the interaction of livestock and seafood. I mentioned it here. Recycling water, I already noted before, and probably zero losses. We will supply nutrition where it's needed and not just brought out there. And that gets back some words, some keywords which came back again and again. I think it's circularity. Circularity where we reuse everything which we don't need in the main process. We try to bring it back in again. And the opposite issues, that's not all solved. I think it's a concept. Scale was mentioned. On what scale should we try to be circular? And just as a little plug for tomorrow, in the same building, there will be another conference, a day conference, and there will be lots on circularity as well. I think there's more. Maybe.
There can be many more, and I'm sure we all haven't covered them, but hopefully these will keep you thinking about some of the things said. But this is going to be driven by youth. They're switched on. They're actually demanding these. They're switched on with technology, with digital technology. They have this incredible environmental awareness now. Agripreneurs, as young people using these new technologies, they're going to drive it and also demand it. But for that to work, governance is critical. We heard over and over from everybody, at local levels, at national levels, and international. There's got to be cooperation. There has to be incentives for transformations, for behavior change. Why would people eat different things? There's got to be a shift to nutrition, better diets, including schools. How do we do that? The government has to come in. Governance has to come in to make those changes happen. So one example that we heard was This Farm Cares. There is an example of how to get farmers engaged in thinking about the environment as they produce food. I'm sure there are many more of them, and we just need everybody to contribute to that. But I do have one question, Sentold. Will these technologies reach the large number of small-scale rural farmers in Africa and Asia that we heard about today?
Shall I think this is a really good question? I might not have the answer to it. I try to repeat a few things I've seen or we have seen in here. We've seen amazing technology. So we picked from some of the presenters, some slides, like this indoor farming. Will it be possible that this high-tech food production system will be able to jump into Africa like it is? I don't know. We don't know. We've seen that in fisheries where there have been, or currently it goes through sort of a big transformation where, on one hand, there are actually fishermen out there, or fisherwomen going out in a canoe and fish. And at the same time, technology moved on into these huge cages, 100-meter wide. Will it be possible to also move into Africa and Asia with some of these technologies? I don't know. I don't think I heard an answer, but I think there's a lot of promise again in some of these technologies. But I think you have some concern there, which I think it's very important to mention as well.
Yeah, so I think there are these great ideas, and some are in action. Are they going to be sustainable? We heard a lot of issues about the environment, questioning aquaculture, questioning some of these big systems. I think we still don't know. And so it's just not like they're going to be sustainable. We really need to study them more. And as it applies to these small-scale rural farmers, is it going to increase social inequities, or can they be used to narrow them? And I think we have to be very cognizant of that. As governance systems come in, they have to come along to ensure that social inequities are actually narrowed through these technologies.
Great, thanks, Sharon. Just to almost closing, where does that take us from here? What did we hear? So to try to summarize it, you might be able to argue with this. We think we see a technology revolution in food there. We heard the word revolution several times. We heard the word green revolution. We think there's a revolution happening the way we do food in the future. We also think this technology revolution is a huge opportunity for society to produce healthy, nutritional, and environmental friendly food for all. These technologies, these different aspects, these different ways of doing things really can offer a lot.
And it's going to require that we change how we think about things. We have to think systems, not just think systems, but act systems. And to do that, it requires everybody in this room, academics, private industry, civil society. It's going to take all of us working together. Consumers can also drive the system. We are all consumers. So we can hold people responsible. We can demand these products that we eat that will be environmentally friendly and more sustainable. We need to have open dialogue as we move forward, to be honest, use science, but be more transparent and open about it. And that way, working together, we can achieve those goals of a healthy food system for the world.
And just in case we missed something, the artist was working at the site there over the whole day there and putting things together. So if there's anything missing what we said, you definitely will find it there. Thank you very much, and we hand it back over to Jim and Jim. Right?
Well, I hope you learned a lot. There were a lot of challenging ideas put on the table. Too many. My head's a little bit spinning. Some of them were controversial. And we got a great work of art out of the process. So what I really want to do right now is just thank everyone. Thank the audience again for being here. Thank the speakers. We had a fantastic set of speakers. As I said from the beginning, everybody who spoke was an expert in their space and had something important to say. And I think they did a great job in delivering their messages. But I really want to take a minute to thank the people behind the scenes. Jim Cantor right down there, we had a crazy problem in the beginning, and he's rallied and gotten the media group in the back there. And Kathy Bester, I don't know if she's been running around, she's back there. She's been working on this for about 6 months or more. And all the graduate students that helped make sure this went smoothly. Fantastic graduate students all around the room. And Jim Harper, who really helped me deliver this thing. So if you didn't have fun yet, it's the reception now, and have a drink. So thank you all for coming. I'm glad you're here, and